Hello, everyone, and welcome to all of you watching around the world. Welcome to our 36-hour event, an incredible event to benefit the wonderful organization Amudim. It's Unite to Heal, powered by Amudim, and produced and presented by our friends at Charity Bids. We are at the start of 36 hours, action-packed hours, with incredible content, wonderful interviews, panel discussions, videos, all types of presentations. For those of you who remember last year's Unite to Heal, you know how it was incredible, how chock full of information and presentations and entertainment it was. This year, believe it or not, it's a step above, a step further, and we are ready to achieve our goal over the next 36 hours and provide incredible content, inspirational material, things that you'll be talking about for a long time, just like what happened last year. It's unitetoheal.com. If you're with us, you know the website. That's where you can donate, and that's where you can help us achieve our goal. Right now, minutes ago, I checked the tally, and we were just under $500,000, which is an incredible accomplishment for the early part of this campaign. Over the next 36 hours, we're hoping to get to $5 million and really make sure that Amudim has what they need to provide for the worldwide community during the year 2022. The number of cases, the number of situations that Amudim undertakes, that Amudim gets involved with to save lives and to help families and to do anything to benefit the community is simply countless. It's impossible at this point to keep track of all the things that they do. And that's why their budget continues to increase, because they take on more and more responsibilities to help youth, families, and individuals in our community, and it's happening around the world. That's why we need your help, and that's one of the reasons that we have attracted you to this amazing Unite to Heal 2021, to make sure to provide for you incredible content so that you'll say to yourself, as you look at the screen and as you watch the website and look at the tally, you'll say to yourself, you know what, this is a worthwhile organization. This is one that I want to be involved with. This is one that I want to support. So again, 36 hours, starting with this incredible live hour and ending tomorrow with an incredible 3-hour live presentation. In between, we've got game shows, we've got panel discussions, we've got interviews, we have really interesting presentations, some of which I want to bring to your attention specifically. Holy Yid Squares, one of my favorites, and I have the honor of hosting these episodes, is a great game show with a lot of wonderful personalities. And at 10 o'clock this morning, Eastern Time, right after this hour, the first episode of 3 Holy Yid Squares will be presented. At 8:45 tonight, there's a segment called On Fire. That's where you're going to get an opportunity to see just how dedicated Rabbi Tzvi Gluck is to the organization that he founded, Amudim. It's comical, but it's serious. It's a lot of fun, but it's something that you'll see just how seriously he takes it. And that's coming up later tonight. Toxic Positivity is the name of one of our sessions, happening at 7 p.m. this evening. We know that toxicity is always a challenging topic, but toxic positivity, that's something we could all get into, and that's happening later on tonight. Many of you remember the conversation last year with Rabbi Ephraim Goldberg and the great Rosh Yeshiva, Harav Hershel Schachter. This year, it's part 2. The name is Halachic Man. That's the topic. Rabbi Goldberg and Rav Schachter together in a unique interview. That's at 6 p.m. tonight. I believe that was one of the most watched segments last year. This new, fresh segment with these 2 rabbis and 2 amazing presenters will be at 6 o'clock tonight. Dr. Pelkovitz and Rabbi Daniel Korbman have something called FOMO and JOMO. That's happening at 4 o'clock later today, 4 p.m. Eastern Time. Mental health in sports, with one of the assistant coaches of the Yeshiva University Maccabees and many other great panelists, is coming up at 1 p.m. this afternoon. And there's a very interesting discussion between Aryeh Lightstone and one-time ambassador to Israel, Ambassador Friedman. It's going to be happening today at 12:15 p.m. You get real insights into the Abraham Accords and the role that both of these gentlemen had in the peace process that now is being enjoyed between Israel and the UAE. It's Unite to Heal, powered by Amudim. We have a $5 million goal. We are live for this hour, and thank you for joining us from around the world. Tomorrow night, we'll conclude with a 3-hour live stream. And stick with us all 36 hours for all this incredible content and so many wonderful segments. We're going to go to a video now to kick things off. It's a heartwarming video all about giving. It's actually called Latet. That's the name of the song, Latet, to give. Ron Weinreich, who was injured in the Lebanon War, sings this song with the IDF choir accompanying him. It is heartwarming, it's a wonderful way to start, and it's certainly a great way to think about and to actually undertake giving. Here's Latet. Thank you for joining us at unitetoheal.com.
Hi to all my friends around the world. My name is Ron Weinreich. I am a former tank commander in the Israeli Defense Forces, and I was injured pretty severely during the Second Lebanon War, where I suffered a spinal cord injury. And today in my life, among the things that I do is that I'm a professional artist and musician, a singer. And I'm really, really honored to be a part of Amudim's giant event this year and to sing with you, with my friends here from the IDF. The song we're going to be singing is called Latet, which means in Hebrew, for those of you who don't know, Latet means to give. It's a very famous song in Israel, and we're going to sing it for you here today. I wanted to share with you really quickly that my life changed so dramatically after my injury, and the easiest place to go was, inside and into depression and to feel horrible about myself, about the world. But sometimes when you step outside of yourself and you're able to give back and to contribute to others in one way or another, or in any way, it can be the most significant and important thing you'll ever do in your life. Whatever the circumstance is in life, you get to say how your life goes. So my friends here and I, who are all former singers in the IDF, are really excited to share this song with you. We hope you love it.
לתת את הנשמה ואת הלב, לתת כשאתה אוהב, ואיך מוצאים את ההבדל שבין לקחת ולקבל. עוד תלמד לתת לגלות סודות בסתר, להתיר את צבח הקשר, כשהלב בך נצבע מכל חיוך, מכל מבט. אתה נזהר, אתה יודע, וחוץ ממך איש לא שומע. פוסע בין הדקויות וממלא שעות פנויות. את הנשמה ואת הלב, לתת כשאתה אוהב. עוד תלמד לתת אתה לומד עם השנים לבנות ביחד בניינים, לחיות עם כל השינויים, לרקוד איתה סיפור חיים, ולעבור ימים קשים במצוקות וריגושים. תמיד לדעת לבטח את הנשמה ואת הלב לתת כשאתה אוהב. תלמד לתת
Thank you, Ron Weinreich and the IDF Choir. The power of song and the power of giving. That's what it's all about. And we notice just how many people have already jumped on to help us here at Unite to Heal. Make sure to give. Help us achieve a goal of 5 million by tomorrow, 36 hours from now. Tzvi Gluck is here. He's, of course, the founder of Amudim. A pleasure to welcome you, and thanks for having me here again this year. We have started the 36-hour campaign, and thank God we're off to a good start.
Yep, thank you, and it's always an honor to have you participate, and thank you as always for your help with all of what Amudim needs throughout the year, and especially during our big campaign.
Appreciate that, Tzvi. Well, it seems that last year must have gone very well because you're sticking with the same but enhanced format for Unite to Heal 2021. Tell me about this unique format of the next 36 hours.
So last year, as you remember, we put this all together with the tremendous help of Charity Bids, Yami Schechter and team in just a matter of a couple of weeks.
Right.
And, you know, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And people really liked it. We had over about 900,000 live views and then about 1.5 million views throughout the year of the various segments. So why look for something new? It worked, and it helped us raise money. So let's give people what they want.
And the segments are fresh, and the music videos are fresh, and there's and all the panel discussions, a lot of great material coming up. People can find all the information on the website. So some people might be curious why the goal for Amudim continues to increase and why its budget in general continues to increase. What can you tell us just about the last year, the caseload and the work that staff and volunteers of Amudim have undertaken?
So far in 2021, Amudim has serviced over 4,700 clients, whether it's matters of abuse, sexual abuse, addiction, mental health matters, domestic violence-related issues, child abuse, neglect, suicidality, eating disorders, and so much more. And as the numbers continue to increase of people reaching out for help, which is a good sign because that means more people are reaching out for help. It doesn't necessarily mean that more people have problems, but at least they're feeling comfortable. So we're accomplishing that part of the goal. We need increased staff and increased funding to be able to continue to answer the call. And it just, it costs money. That's what it is.
And one has to assume that in the upcoming year, the caseload is just going to get larger and larger.
Yep, so it's, I made this comment to the board a few months ago where I said, if we would be an investment firm, people would look at our numbers year over year and be very impressed. And the response was, we are an investment firm. We're just investing in lives and in people's health and well-being. So, yep, absolutely. The numbers are definitely increasing, but that's a good thing because that means people are finally reaching out and the stigma is being broken. And that's really what's important, is people to feel comfortable when they need help, to know that there's a place to call.
I always mention helping individuals and families, but you just mentioned actually saving lives. And people who are sort of on the periphery are not 100% familiar with Amudim yet, just becoming familiar with today's live stream. Tell them about life-saving situations where people literally would be losing their lives if not for the intervention of your staff.
So, we have this regularly, but when we're dealing with matters such as addiction or people that are, dealing with issues of suicidality and they have nowhere to turn and they've just really, are lost, and, being able to help people and their entire families, get them the proper help that they need, get them into the proper detox facilities, the proper therapy, the proper treatment, ends up giving them the ability to continue to go on and not just survive, but actually thrive. And just this past week, I got a beautiful text message from somebody who sent to me, I'm getting married on this and this night. Would love to have you there. You haven't heard my name in about 2 or 3 years. And if not for you, I wouldn't be here today. And, we have to focus on those and look at, the positive outcomes that are coming out so that it gives us the drive to continue to go further. One of the big components when dealing with mental health related issues is, unlike many other organizations that there's, happy components afterwards, we don't always get to see the benefits afterwards, because a lot of people, and I understand it and it makes perfect sense, they want to forget that we exist by the time they're done with our services, because we bring back a dark period of their life. So it makes it, there's very minimal of alumni association, that others would have. So we really rely on those who believe in what we do to help us help others.
Yeah, we're speaking to a diverse audience right now and providing a lot of diverse content all through the next 36 hours. There's something for everybody in the next 36 hours. But let's talk about the diversity in a moment, because some people might be watching and saying to themselves, this is really a problem in a specific segment of our community, a specific geographic place in our community. That's where it's really, these cases have exploded. You could bear witness to the fact that this is everywhere and it affects everyone.
So I'm the first to admit that I made that same mistake 8 years ago, before the founding of Amudim. And I also thought that this was in specific communities, but I have to tell you, the issues that we deal with are literally across the board, from the most religious of communities to completely secular, Jewish, non-Jewish, minorities, not minorities, families with, that are from broken homes and those that are not, and it just everything across the board and also across the globe. We've served clients this year alone in over 30 some odd countries around the world. And in the US alone, in over, I think it's like 39 states was this year. I have to double check, but it's really people from all over. And people are struggling everywhere. And, it's something that needs to be understood. It's not a specific segment or a specific community or a specific, type of person, but it's really just truly across the board and just everywhere.
And there are countries, people from different countries watching right now. Chances are you've been in their country with, not you personally, but I'm saying your staff has helped out with cases there. And it was funny because when you expanded to Israel, for instance, and of course to Europe and other places, people wondered, wait a second, isn't there enough work here? But the reality was that your board and you saw that there's just too much happening everywhere, and we need feet on the ground or boots on the ground to make sure we can service clients all around the world.
Absolutely. And, it is one of those things where when people reach out to us from a specific community and, our system and our database, and I show this to you so you know that I'm a little bit of a data freak when it comes to tracking everything, has an AI component to it, an artificial intelligence, so we can actually realize when there's an increase in specific countries, areas, segments, and types, so that we can try to attempt to get prevention in there as well. So it's not just about putting out the fires, but it's about recognizing which areas are struggling with what issues more than others, so that we can actually try to help before the problem becomes too large.
I hope those preventative measures are on the increase. That I assume seminars and one-to-one encounters, things like that are on the increase.
So now they started increasing again, because we can finally get back out there, and let's see what happens over the next few months. But also with our school programming and our educational, I think we have over 6,500 students this year that are participating in various educational programmings within the school systems. awareness, whether it's the Narcan trainings or whether it's general communal awareness or putting out, additional PSA videos, we started increasing again. I mean, it was a little bit difficult for the last almost 2 years, but now we're starting to re-kickstart again.
And your most recent PSA video is a powerful one.
As they all are. I mean,
Right.
Yishai and his group are just amazing. They know how to put together, real powerful pieces, and they're always done in conjunction with our clinical board to make sure that what we're putting out is realistic, hard-hitting, but with a point, to show people the help. We're not just here to try to, create the issue. We're here to try to solve the problem.
Right. You'd prefer not to startle people with some of the things in those videos, but reality is reality.
Right, and that's really what it boils down to. People in the early days got very, very upset at us when we put out these PSA videos, and they were like, "Oh, you're embarrassing a specific community or a specific segment." And I'm like, "No, this is just across everything." And we have seen the amazing results of it. People have reached out to us and said, I saw this in this video 2.5 years ago, and just from seeing that video, I was able to reach out and get the help I needed without even coming to Amudim specifically. So we do see that they
That
really
says it all.
do. It helps a lot of people all around the globe.
Rabbi Tzvi Gluck, of course, the founder of Amudim. A great kickoff, a wonderful start. The content of the next 36 hours, remarkable. People are looking forward to so many different segments. And I'm looking forward to the segment where you're going to be really demonstrating your love for Amudim by tasting certain things. I won't give any more details, but people should make sure to tune in later today at 8:45 p.m. They can see that video when it drops. And tomorrow we'll have a live stream for 3 hours toward the end of this, and hopefully by then we will have surpassed our $5 million goal.
Absolutely. Thank you again, Nachum, for your amazing dedication.
Thank you so much. It's a $5 million goal, and those of you watching from around the world, it's time for you to respond, and respond right now. Please, unitetoheal.com. You'll see it all over social media. Encourage your friends and family to give. We're literally saving lives. Just like you would fund a firefighter to go into a burning building and save those lives, that's what's happening at Amudim. They are literally firefighters. They are people who are putting out fires, who are saving lives, who are helping people on a daily basis, and they need your help, and they need it now. Please help us, everybody, and spread the word. It's a $5 million goal. It's certainly attainable. Plenty of great entertainment and inspiration and so many wonderful things over the next 36 hours. UniteToHeal.com. The website describes so many of the things that are going to be happening, plus the times are listed so you know exactly when to tune in for the specific segment that you're anticipating. But these 36 hours, the most important thing is that they benefit Amudim to the point that we achieve our goal. When I got on the air at 9 a.m. Eastern Time minutes ago, we were hovering at around 500,000, 500,000. So we're off to a great start, but we need your help. Give and give generously. Also, one other very important thing before our next guest. Every single dollar that is given today and tomorrow at Unite to Heal is quadrupled. You give $1, it's worth $4. You give 25, it's 100. You give 180, it's 540. We're talking, or is it 720? Whichever one it is, everything is quadrupled. They'll do the math, but every one of them is quadrupled. So a $250 donation is really $1,000. Makes such a difference. Give now at UniteToHeal.com. Rabbi Mendley Kotlarski is Executive Director of Merkaz Suite 302, Innovation Center for the Global Network of Shluchim for Chabad. I am assuming that you are a member of the legendary Kotlarski family, and for that alone, it's a pleasure to welcome you to this broadcast. Thanks so much for joining us today.
Good morning. To meet the legendary Nachum Siegel at such a special occasion.
I appreciate that.
You know, nice to be, I would say nice to be here.
Thank you very much. Our two families go way back, and it's great to reunite. So the briefing that I got about your role, which literally has a hand in every one of the Chabad houses around the world. In some way, you are interacting with all the shluchim and providing services and whatever type of help is needed. I was told that if an emergency situation that would fit under the Amudim rubric comes up, you immediately will call Tzvi Gluck and his staff, and no matter where that situation is around the world, they will respond. Tell me about the situation. Tell me about the relationship between your organization and Amudim.
So again, the Kotlarski family and the Gluck family also go back generations to Rabbi Gluck Sr. as well as to Tzvi before, pre-Amudim, and at any given time in the middle of the night, I think it's actually a two-way street where I would get a phone call Mendy, who's the shliach in middle of nowhere? You know, what happened? There was a car crash, there was a plane crash, there was a this, there was a that, somebody's in trouble, somebody needs help, and we would work together. And vice versa, in areas when we need help in any of the services, which later became formatted within the organization that became Amudim and the support that it offers the Jewish community, we obviously have a tremendous amount of back and forth. Unfortunately, the areas that Amudim really trailblazed and shined the light on and promoted and created an awareness around was not something that was fun to talk about. And it was something that I think anybody within the Jewish community saw bubbling across the board. And it was very, very hard because you had really good families that never really, parents that educated their kids properly, sent them to the right schools, did the right thing all along, and for no fault of their own really, their children started dealing with issues that, you know, God gifted them with that was very, very hard for them to deal with. And Amudim was really one of the first organizations that, you know, brought it all to light, that brought it all together and, you know, created an awareness and brought the support and became a desk where people can call for these issues and for all the other supports that, you know, Tzvi Gluck and his team really offered, you know, from the visas to the, you know, to entering Eretz Yisrael and all the other areas.
Touch on that
We're not even talking about that whole other space, which can be extremely frustrating for people that you know that don't have a passport or lost their passport or don't have access, especially in the last. I'm not even talking about the last 2 years. I'm talking about the past 2 years.
It's such an important point. I want people to realize that passport situations and emergency travel situations before COVID, Amudim was always there. But in the last couple of years, if you made it to Israel, or if you have a student, a son or daughter who's made it to Israel to be in yeshiva or seminary, there's a good chance that Amudim had a hand in that. Yet another reason to give and support the organization. I mean, it's no joke, and we sometimes like to laugh about the obscure places that your network goes to, and you know, cities around the world that we probably never heard of, where there's Chabad shliach. No matter what the geographic problem might be, or the geographic situation might be, Amudim doesn't say no to you, right? It could be any, you could probably name a city or two where they've actually helped out, which we've never heard of.
So first of all, we're very sensitive. It's not my network. It's the Rebbe's network, and it's the Rebbe's shluchim. And really, you know, this is also an opportunity when we're shining the spotlight on Amudim, and I was speaking to Tzvi about this quite often. There are a lot of shluchim that are living in these places that have homes where Amudim recommends people to go to, and shluchim that are on the forefront and the front lines, where, you know, I got a call last week from a CEO of a real special Jewish organization. Someone from Israel's coming. His son is in middle of Utah somewhere. Is there anybody that can go just visit him, put on tefillin with him, bring kosher food to him? So there is a, you know, like I said, the relationship between Amudim and Chabad is a lot deeper than just a phone call and help. It's really a two-way. It's a two-way street where we both do things for each other and we complement each other. On the, you know, at the end of the day, the Avas Yisrael, being there for every Jew, everywhere, is something that we both share in common. And
this is such an important point, because you're alluding to it, but I'm going to say it. There are hospitals and detox centers and other retreats and other places that are in remote areas of the U.S. and otherwise that need a visit from a rabbi, and the Chabad Shluchim obviously are there to help out in a situation like that. I never even considered that, as you said.
And a lot of times that actually comes from Amudim.
Right,
you know, we have someone, and today the types of treatments, the outdoor treatments and the camping treatments, and there's so many different types and so many different special neshamas in so many different places. You know, if you've never been exposed to it, then good for you, and you're very, very lucky. But for any family who has exposed it and knows what it means to go through, you know, a family member being away for a month, 2 months, 3 months, 6 months, and going through the, you know, that whole process.
It's a lifesaver.
It's very, very hard, and to have this support and to have this address and to have people there that are taking your call and to have people there that are creating an awareness, it's very important.
Rabbi Mendy Kotlarski, a pleasure meeting you, and important words about Amudim. Thanks for joining us. All the reasons you just heard are great reasons to give, and give right now. UniteToHeal.com, of course. Unite to Heal, powered by Amudim, the next 36 hours of amazing content. All we're asking is that you open your heart and give. get us to the $5 million goal. Realize that every time you give $1, it's worth $4. 4 times the amount of what you give is what Amudim is really going to get with this matching campaign. So please. We have an amazing video. An amazing video that reflects father and son. An amazing video that reflects the beauty of a family. It's Shlomi Dax and David Dax together, a song called Daddy Dear. Here it is at unitetoheal.com.
Daddy dear, tell me please, is it true what they say? In the heaven there's a cup that gets fuller each day, and I heard that Hashem keeps it close nearby, and He fills it with His tears each time that we cry. Zadie told me, Daddy dear, did he tell you the same? That when sorrow strikes his people, Hashem feels all the pain. Tell me, why does he cry far away in the sky? Daddy dear, all the tears in your eyes. Little one, yes it's true. Zadie told me years ago, and his dad told him it too. Fathers cry for their children, and Hashem does the same, and we hurt, so yes he feels our pain. Tears of pity from his eyes, and his cup sadly flow. One day when it's full, all our troubles will go. We will dance, we will fly in the sky like the birds, and I cry, little one, 'cause I'm touched by your words. One more question, Daddy dear, answer please if you will. Just how deep is this gulf? Tell me, when will it fill? Don't you think it is time that the sun forever shine? Don't you think it is time, dear Daddy of mine? Little one, it is time. I question that too. So let us ask him together, me and you. Father dear, do you hear our worries, our fears? Will your eyes ever dry? Is your cup filled with tears?
UniteToHeal.com, powered by Amudim. Everybody out there, you are in for an amazing treat over the next 36 hours. We have so much great content, so many wonderful things to watch, interviews, panel discussions, game shows, including Holy Yid Squares, and many wonderful conversations. All we ask is that you support Amudim. $5 million goal, every dollar is quadrupled. $5 million goal, every dollar is quadrupled. Now, I'm about to introduce a guest who, in my opinion, represents thousands of parents in our community, especially here in the United States, and I'll explain why in a moment. If everybody in this demographic that we're about to speak about would give something to Amudim, we'd reach the goal almost immediately. With that in mind, Rachel Patashnik is here in our studio. A pleasure to welcome you to Unite to Heal. Good morning to you.
Good morning.
And Rachel is here to thank Amudim. And as I said, I think you're representing thousands and thousands of parents because Amudim secured a visa for your daughter to be able to get to seminary in Israel. And I am sure you know that there are many, you have many colleagues, many parents out there who are hoping that their children get to yeshiva and seminary, and Amudim helped them do so. What happened in your case? How did it work that she eventually got in?
I reached out to a neighbor, and I just said that I was having a hard time knowing exactly what I needed to get this passport. And she told me to email Amudim. And I don't know, I was just having such a hard time. I was so frustrated. And I think I actually emailed at a crazy late hour after just being beyond and beside myself. I just didn't know what to do. And I actually get a phone call at literally midnight or 12:30 at night. And this is after I'd written my email. I couldn't sleep. And then the person on the phone said to me, I wouldn't ordinarily call you at this hour, but I saw how frustrated you were. Just don't worry about anything, and we'll take care of you in the morning. I was like, wow, this is such a heaven-sent phone call. I was just, it was like salvation in a second. You know, someone coming at the least expected time and just
swooping in and saving the day.
Exactly.
I assume your daughter's in Israel right now?
Yes, she is.
Okay, having a good time, a good year, a productive one?
Yes.
All right, Baruch Hashem. Like I said, you're representative of many parents out there who relied on Amudim to get people, to get their children into seminaries and yeshivas in Israel. And it's funny, and I say this to everybody watching right now, there's some really very serious stuff that Amudim encounters. We're talking about real life-saving situations. But when it came to this, to making sure that thousands of students would be able to be in Israel, whether it was during the summer or during the seminary and yeshiva year, they stepped up to make sure this got done. And they did it for everybody the way you just described it, in as helpful and as calm a manner as possible. From that phone call on, the experience must have been much different.
Yes, it was.
All of a sudden, you're very calm about the whole thing, as
Yes.
opposed to all the lachats, all the pressure that was going on beforehand. Did you hear from other people? Do you know of other seminary students whose parents were going through the same thing?
I only knew of one neighbor. She was the one who suggested that I go to Amudim. That was it. She was the only one I spoke to, and she said, reach out to Amudim. They can help you. I was just so desperate for anyone to help me, and I reached out to other parents. No one was able to help me. So she told me, reach out to Amudim, and they should be able to help you.
And they took care of it, of course. So now when you've been through this, and thank God this was the only situation you had to bring to Amudim, Baruch Hashem, right? How do you view what they do in general? Because if they're jumping into action for parents who want to get their kids to Israel, imagine what they're doing when a parent, God forbid, calls and says, you know, my son or daughter is on the brink.
Right. So they are such a support system, and any person that's in a crisis, I felt like I was in a crisis situation, and just to get that support when you need it, and it wasn't just then, it was every step of the way. Every step of the way, I always got like responses and help and support the whole time, from the beginning to the end.
What was it like getting the WhatsApp that she actually made it to Israel? That must have been exciting. And unbelievable, frankly.
No, but even the day before and the day of, I encountered problems, because there's always there's always last minute documents that let's say that I needed or weren't able to download, and you know, up until the very end, I got that support that was just necessary for her to get there.
Yeah, and thank God that she did. And like I said, there's so many people watching right now, especially here in the United States, who were beneficiaries of Amudim work to get their children to seminaries and yeshivas in Israel. Give now. Support Amudim, not just for that, although if that demographic would give, frankly, we'd be at our goal already. That's how many people they helped when it came to getting to Israel. But please, give and be as supportive and as generous as possible. Rachel Potashnik, thank you. And I think all the parents that you're representing here today, thank you as well for giving this big thank you to Amudim.
My pleasure. I just have to give a shout out to Ushi Lieber. He's the one who really helped me from the beginning to then. He's the man, yes.
Excellent.
Okay.
Thank you very much to him and to all his colleagues that work with Amudim. Everybody out there, we have so many wonderful things going on today and tomorrow during these 36 hours of Unite to Heal. We have an amazing and incredible array of videos, of panel discussions, interviews, game shows, including Holy Yid Squares, which I'm so excited about, and so many other segments that you're going to find both entertaining and inspirational. All we ask in exchange for this great content and for you enjoying a day and a half on the Unite to Heal site is to be as generous as possible. Every single dollar you give is quadrupled. You know what that means? 18 is 72, and 180 is 720, and 100 is 400, et cetera, et cetera. We want to achieve our goal. We want to surpass the goal way before we get back on the air tomorrow at 6 p.m. Eastern Time. The goal is $5 million. Every dollar is quadrupled, and we're asking everybody to please participate and please give. Give generously to Amudim. They are saving lives. When you give to this organization, you know that you are supporting a life-saving operation. Simple as that. I said we have some exciting things going on. We also have some serious things going on, and this next segment I think is both exciting and serious. The amazing singer and performer, in my mind, one of the great superstars we have, is Eli Schwebel, and he is here on set. Eli, a pleasure to welcome you to this broadcast.
Always with you.
Thank you very much.
I love speaking with you every time. It's
Thank
just
you very
true
much.
pleasure.
We always have a good time, don't
That's
we?
right. That's right.
Today it's a good time and it's serious. You have created, and I got a sneak peek, a little sneak peek. You have created a song and a video that has been described to me by the people at Charity Bids as a song and video that will save lives. We're going to watch it in a minute, but as an introductory word, is that a statement you agree with?
We'll see. But my creative partner and the producer of this entire event and the CEO of Charity Bids, Yami Schechter, who we've been working on this for the past 4 months together, developing this, would say he's not in entertainment, he's in edutainment.
Yeah.
And what this song is about trying to give over the message of what the experience is of the people going through these horrible, horrible experiences, and to educate, our klal on these subjects, because it's a very, very hard thing to wrap your head around and to even engage with. And I really tried to walk the line of giving over these experiences, getting in touch with myself for this, and with someone close to me who went through these things as well.
Wow.
Yes.
You feel your soul in this song, I'm telling you.
Well, I have to being straight, I have this experience myself. I went through, on different levels, different things throughout the song, and every lyric that I turned over, I really felt within myself.
Well, it certainly comes out that way. And it was, of course, Yami who said to me, this song is literally going to save lives. I'm asking everybody around the world to stop for a moment. I'm asking everybody watching to stop for a moment. And if you know of people who are not watching right now, recommend that they watch this video later on. But stop for a moment, you, your children, all the different generations that are in your home right now, and just watch this video. Listen to the words, listen to the music, listen to the heartfelt soul of Eli Schwebel that's in this selection. It's called I Will Stand For You. I Will Stand For You. And this is an opportunity for everybody. This is an opportunity for everybody to watch this video and to see just what the work of Amudim is all about. We'll have more with Eli Schwebel coming up. This is I Will Stand For You, presented by Amudim.
can see it in your eyes. There was something you were hiding. You were holding deep inside. You were fighting on your own. All the nights you went to bed, under covers you were crying. With his words inside your head, he stole your innocence. So when you feel like hope is lost and you don't know where to go or who to call, I will stand for you. We can face the world together if we raise our voice and make the choice to learn to live again. I will stand for you when you need me more than ever. We will face the truth and find a new way through. I will stand for you. I will stand for you. As long as you remember, you had troubles on your mind. At the bottom of the bottle, you left them all behind. You said you would surrender. All you needed was more time. But the days turned to years, and your promise turned to lies. So when you feel like hope is lost and you don't know where to go or who to call, I will stand for you. We can face the world together if we raise our voice and make the choice to learn to live again. I will stand for you when you need me more than ever. We will face the truth and find a new way through. I will stand for you. I will stand for you. And I love you enough for you to hate me for this. I will stand for you. We can face the world together if we raise our voice and make the choice to learn to live again. I will stand for you when you need me more than ever. We will face the truth and find a new way through. We will stand for you.
Ellie Schwabel's responsible for the lyrics and music for I Will Stand For You, and he's here, of course, in the Unite to Heal studios. The song is amazing. I hope it touched hearts around the world like I feel it did. There are a couple of things you have here, and the lyrics are in front of me. There are a couple of things you have here that really took guts to say and, of course, to sing about. It's clear in the opening to this song, the first situation you describe is one of abuse, and one that years ago would never have been addressed, and if it was addressed, it was only addressed in very private situations in our community. You decided, you know what, this is a song that has to save lives. Let's talk about the situations that people are going through.
Yes, someone close to me went through this. It's hard to talk about, but to write about that as well. to give it the dignity and to give it the power and the dignity mixed, it was very hard for me. But it must be said, and it must be spoken about. And it's taken all the people that have been coming out about their situations that have allowed this song to be born. Because
that's true.
without all the people coming out and saying their stories, I wouldn't be able to write about this. This wouldn't be able to be received, you know?
And then toward the end of the song, you have a line, which ironically you pointed out to me in the video, and
Yes.
I said to you, I have it circled on my lyrics, and I love you enough for you to hate me for this. Those are love and hate. Those are strong extremes. But we care so much about you, and you're going to hate the fact that we're intervening. You're going to hate the fact that we're trying to seek help for you. You're going to hate all of it, but that's how much we love you.
You know, I think the biggest thing that we're dealing with as from Yidden, as Yidden, is that the idea of Bechira.
Choice.
Because here's the question, like, where do you draw the line where this person has a choice, they don't have the power to do this, we're trying to take care of them, but do they really have the choice? Can they choose?
Or have they lost the choice?
Right. And then
and they're in
you
a
say,
desperate
listen,
situation.
and they can't see that for themselves. And you also don't want to overstep. So this line was about a friend of mine that I had to intervene on, and I had to break the trust that I had with this person for my whole life because I felt that they were in danger, and I had to do that, and I risked the relationship, and they hated me for it. It happened to me. This is a line I wrote. You know, the best songs that I've written have been in response to a moment. You see, there's a moment that something happens, and I went home and I just wrote it. I wrote this out, and and it's a very, I hope it's well received, because to say this word in a song after all of this, it's just like, what?
Yeah.
And
I love you enough for you to hate me for this. I hope this goes viral. I hope everybody recommends to everybody on their social media, WhatsApp groups, etc., to watch this video. It's powerful. It is going to be a life-saving video because at least one, if not hundreds, will make sure to seek help once they've seen this video. I will stand for you. And today we're telling the whole community that Amudim will stand for you. Today we're telling everybody out there that Amudim is going to be there. They just have to be supported and continue to exist at a strong level. And that's why we're asking you for your donations and asking you to support Amudim. By the way, I'm always fascinated, as you know, by songwriters in general and your songwriting technique. It had to be like this. The song had to be at this tempo, had to be in this spirit, with this type of musical background, right? I mean, from the moment you started writing it, it was always on that road, correct?
yes, I mean, I had an idea, and this was Min Hashemayim. I went through something, I came home and I wrote. A piece I started with this, and then Yummy calls me 2 weeks later. I have the text messages. He goes, Eli, I need you to write a song. I came up with this idea. I want to talk about Amudim. I want you to write a song. I said, Yummy, I just started writing something. He goes, well, okay, that's crazy. Okay, let's get together. And he kind of decided how he wanted me to speak about things, what to speak about. And it turns out that everything just flowed, and we worked together to develop the video and the song, and it just was natural, and for me it was divine intervention that this all came together this way.
I love the fact that you're the primary spokesman, that you are the center of attention, so to speak, in the video. Like, this is you saying to the world, you know, there are individuals and there are groups of people like Amudim who are ready to help. We are here for you. And the candles, when you see the candles in the video, what do they mean to you?
So the candles, as you see that there are people holding candles, and there are candles spread out in the back where that are not moving. So those are representing the people that we unfortunately couldn't help. And the people that are moving with the candles, those are the people that are reaching out. And you know, to accept that reality and to to know that this is the reality and we need help. You know, there's nowhere to go. So where are we going to go? This is what Amudim is bringing. And that's the bottom line. We need help. And Amudim is bringing that. So there's nowhere else to go. We need to help these people, and Amudim is bringing that.
And it's interesting.
I very, very much I'm right behind
Well,
that. I stand for Amudim.
You certainly do.
And by the way, La'amud is to stand.
Correct.
And it's also a pillar, but it's to stand.
Right.
And it's working.
Right. You're ready to stand up and scream to the hilltops that you're ready to help people who are in need. And we know that candles, in general, flames represent neshama, and there are a lot of precious neshamas, some of whom, as you indicated, are representing the ones who are lost, and others, of course, who are progressing, thank God, and hopefully getting the help they need. Tzvi mentioned to me on the air the other day that he tries very hard, and I get this, to not focus that much on those who've been lost, and unfortunately there are too many, but there's so many positive things going on, so many lives that are being saved, so many people that are being touched, it's important to emphasize the positivity.
Always. And, for a guy like Tzvi, who's been busy nonstop, I grew up with Tzvi. So
you know the routine.
I know him. He is just on fire all day, just helping people. And he's got a positive attitude about everything. And you need that. And you need somebody focused on that in order to really keep things flowing. And thank God they have an entire team of people that help people through all these situations. And that's really what this is all about.
Yeah.
Helping all these people be there for everyone.
Yeah. Thank you, Eli. And Mazel Tov on what has been certainly received already, I'm sure, as a wonderful production. The song is just incredible. Amen. And if Yummy's words are prophetic, and I think they are, that it's going to save lives, then you've done an amazing thing. So thank you.
From your mouth to God's ears.
Amen to that. UniteToHeal.com, to wrap up this opening hour with a segment like that has been exhilarating. If you haven't seen the video yet, if you tuned in a few minutes too late, or if you know people who would appreciate the video that Eli Schwebel is responsible for, I will stand for you. Please make sure they see it. It's inspiring. It'll inspire them to give. It'll inspire them to think. And it might inspire them to recommend Amudim to a family that's in need, to people out there, young and old, that are seeking help for a specific situation. So please make sure that video goes viral, as we like to say, and that people all around the world watch it. We have a full lineup today that goes all the way until 9 o'clock Eastern Time tomorrow night. And I'll join you with many wonderful guests toward the end of our fundraiser between 6 and 9 Eastern Time tomorrow evening. I hope you'll join us for that live stream. Meanwhile, we have a goal. The goal is $5 million. I want to get back on the air tomorrow night with that goal having already been achieved. And let's get into bonus time and raise even more. Speaking about from our mouth to God's ears. So $5 million is an attainable goal. We need your help. If you are somebody who appreciates the work of Amudim, if you're somebody who's been helped by Amudim with the services we described with Rachel earlier of getting somebody into Israel, if you're somebody who simply has called Amudim for a recommendation or for some type of information that they can provide, they're everywhere, in every nook and cranny of the Jewish community helping people. If you're somebody who has a neighbor or a friend or a relative who's been helped by Amudim, whatever the situation is, please give and give generously. With your generous donations, Amudim can have a very strong 2022 and really start the calendar year off in a wonderful fashion. Every single time you donate, or anyone in your circle donates in the next 35 hours, it will be quadrupled. And you know what that means. Your $1,000 donation becomes $4,000, and every donation becomes even much more worth. It becomes much more. So please, give to Amudim, give generously, and make sure that you spread the word, because when your contributions are being quadrupled by wonderful matchers, your contribution goes a long way. UniteToHeal.com. The content we have for the rest of the day is amazing. Incredible panel discussions, wonderful interviews, great game shows, including Holy Yid Squares, which begins 60 seconds from now, wonderful music videos, fantastic discussions, and some unique things, including a game show where we're going to see just how dedicated Tzvi Gluck is to the Amudim cause. It's half serious and half comical. It's a lot of fun, and it's going to be on later tonight. Also, there are many wonderful features that are being presented, including Aryeh Lightstone and Ambassador Friedman about the Abraham Accords, including Rabbi Ephraim Goldberg and Rav Hershel Schlechter Shlita. I would call it the second part of their very well-received conversation, which began last year. This time the topic is Halachic Man. It was one of the most watched segments last year, their encounter, and I'm sure this year will be the same. That's coming up later today. Thank you for joining us. UniteToHeal.com. Give and give generously, and tell everybody in your circles to do the same. Support Amudim. I will speak to you tomorrow. My name is Nachum Siegel. It's been a pleasure opening up this campaign. Let's get it done, everybody. UniteToHeal.com, powered by Amudim and presented by our friends at Charity Bids. Welcome to another Charity Bids production of Holy Yid Squares in association with SayMazelTov.com, the only place to create and share personalized video messages from your favorite Jewish stars. And we are all here benefiting our dear friends at Amudim. Tonight's Holy Yids: Charlene Aminoff, Benny Friedman, Mayor K, Ellie Leibowitz, Elon Kornblum, Mendy Pellin, Chanala Felig Harel, Ellie Schwabel, and Nisim Black. Our two contestants tonight on the X podium, we have Rabbi Tzvi Gluck, who's the director of Amudim. Rabbi Gluck, thanks for being here.
Thank you for having me, Nachum.
And representing the O podium, we have Yael Wialgis, who is the clinical case manager at Amudim. Thanks for being here tonight.
Thanks so much for having me.
And we are ready to kick off our game. Rabbi Gluck, you won the toss backstage, and you get to choose our first celebrity.
Oh, no.
Oh.
I'm going to get into trouble no matter who I pick first. So I got to go with, we'll start with Charlene.
All right, Charlene, you're all set. Here's your question. Which of these childhood series had an ongoing Jewish character? Is it A, the Hardy Boys, B, the Tom Swift series, C, Encyclopedia Brown, or D, Henry Huggins' Ramona series?
Regis, I'm going to call a friend. I'm going to phone a friend.
I think that might be a different game.
I'm just joking. Okay, so I know this because this is a very, very, very easy one. And we may or may not have been told to lie very confidently to mess with you, Rabbi Gluck. So you may or may not know that I'm absolutely fibbing or telling you the truth. But I'm very, very confident in the answer, and the answer is D.
All right, she says Henry Huggins' Ramona series. Rabbi Gluck, do you agree or disagree?
I will respectfully disagree.
And the answer is the Hardy Boys, whose cover included Phil Cohen, who appeared in the first Hardy Boys and then some other series as well. X gets the square. We move on to our next question. Yael, who do you have for us?
I'm going to go with Mayor K.
Mayor K, center square. He won't be a K for long. He'll likely be an X or an O in just a couple of seconds here. A few months ago, as we know, Rabbi Twersky passed away, and he was best known for the way he fused Torah principles with his understanding of psychiatry. He was also a best-selling author of self-help books, and had a groundbreaking collaboration with which syndicated newspaper comic strip artist? Is it A, Gary Trudeau of Doonesbury, B, Gary Larson of The Far Side, Charles Schultz of Peanuts, or D, Bill Watterson of Calvin and Hobbes?
Wow, fantastic question. As you all know, I'm so deep in the self-development, self-help space. I love going about motivating people throughout the world through videos and the content that I create. So this is something right up my line. Rabbi Twersky is a legend, a giant of a man. I love his work. And so it goes without a doubt that I know of all his work and his collaborations throughout his years. And number C is definitely the answer. Charles from the Peanuts, yeah.
Do you agree or disagree, Al?
I'm going to agree.
And in fact, O gets the center square. It is Charles Schultz. And we move on to Rabbi Gluck. Who's our next celebrity?
We're going to go with, I guess, I got to try to figure out how to win this one. Ellie Schwabel.
All right, Ellie. Here's your question. We're going to stick with the superhero theme. Everybody knows that Superman's founding fathers were two nice Jewish boys named Siegel and Schuster, and that Batman's creator was Bob Kane, who was originally Robert Kahn. Name the comic book character that was, in fact, a nice Jewish boy. Is it A, Matt Murdock, the blind superhero named Daredevil? Was it B, Dick Grayson, Batman's teenage sidekick Robin? Was it C, Steve Rogers, known as Captain America? Or D, Ben Grimm, known as The Thing?
Wow. So first of all, I'm a huge fan. I just saw Justice League, the DC Universe Justice League Snyder cut, and huge fan of Batman and Superman. And I know for sure that if it was Batman and Superman, there's no way they would have two Yidden fighting against each other. So it's definitely not going to be Batman and Superman. And, you know, maybe I'm between the two of them. Matt Murdock, big fan of Matt Murdock also. I don't think he was a Yid. So I'm going to say Grimm, you know, because we're very, very, you know, we daven a lot, we suffer. So Ben Grimm sounds like a Yiddish guy. So I'm going to go with Ben Grimm.
Rabbi Glock, agree or disagree with Eli Schwebel?
So, I mean, I would normally always agree with everything Eli says, but, you know, considering what we do at Amudim, Grimm is the opposite of what we try to represent. We want to make sure that people are happy and healthy and doing much better. So based on that, I'm going to choose to say that I disagree because I can't have somebody Grimm being affiliated or associated.
I love it. I love it.
Well, looks like you may have a choice there, Rabbi Gluck, because The Thing, Ben Grimm, was so Jewish that apparently Marvel established for him a special belated bar mitzvah issue in 2002. Circle gets the square, and now Yael's in a position where she could actually win this thing. Yael, who's your choice?
Benny Friedman, please.
Benny Friedman, who...
Benny, just remember, okay?
Benny Friedman, who in a previous episode, you might recall, was here as a contestant, and now he's become one of the celebrities on our board. Benny, here's your question. What was not the name of a kosher restaurant? A, Rosenblum and Rossetti, B, Boychik's, C, Cheers, D, Mamish Chow Chinese, or E, Pelham Kosher? Which was not the name?
Can I go like this?
Elon, be careful.
Well, as you know, I'm a big foodie. I'm famous for that. So
it's one of the things you're famous for.
It's one of the many things I'm famous for. So I will say with a lot of confidence that it is the option A.
All right. So Benny Friedman says that Rosenblum and Rossetti was not a real kosher restaurant. What does Yael say? Agree or disagree?
All right, I'm going to have to agree with Benny.
The answer is Mamish Chow Chinese, and X gets the square, and we continue the game. Rabbi Gluck, who's next?
Mendy Pellin.
Mendy Pellin, who also during our last production here at Flow Motion Studios was on this side of the action. Now he's a celebrity in one of our boxes, and your question's as follows. Today, the OU symbol, Mendy, the OU symbol of kashrus can be found in over 1 million products. The first mainstream product in 1923 to feature the OU and the OU logo that we still see today was A, Entenmann's Cakes, B, Heinz Baked Beans, C, Coca-Cola, or D, Nabisco Saltines?
That is interesting you mention it because my grandmother was born in 1923, and she always said that she was able to buy a kosher Coke. A kosher Coke. She always said this. I could buy a kosher Coke, and she said the Coke did things to her that Amudim needed to help you get over. So back then it had different ingredients. So I'm gonna go definitely, confidently with Coke, and I'm not just saying that because they told me you got to be confident, but I know this.
Rabbi Gluck, you could set yourself up in a really big way here on the board. Do you disagree or agree with Mendy Pellin?
So first of all, Mendy, thank you so much, and it's great that your grandmother back in 1923 was talking about Coca-Cola. But
and Amudim.
And Amudim, obviously, you know, which I guess has been around a lot longer, so that's great, so thank you. But I am actually going to respectfully disagree.
Rabbi Gluck has set himself up really nicely. The answer is Heinz, who in fact Heinz Baked Beans, who in fact took their relationship with kosher consumers so seriously, listen to this, they'd run national ads each Pesach season reminding people that their products were not kosher LePesach. How do you like that? X gets the square, and that means that Rabbi Gluck is in a good position, and Yael needs to do some blocking here. Yael, which celebrity are you calling on?
All right, Chanala, help me out here.
Chanala, it's time for your question, and here we go. Prior to COVID, there were over 300 Pesach programs available worldwide. That number dropped last year. Most experts think that we're going to get back to that figure in the very near future, hopefully in 2022. Which of these places has never hosted a bona fide Pesach program? A, the Queen Elizabeth II. B, Shelley Adelson's Palazzo Casino Resort. C, the Park Hyatt Dubai. And D, the Ricus Premium in Croatia. Which of the four has never had a real Pesach program?
Right, I'm a very traditional girl. I've never gone to a Pesach program. I also don't cook, so we generally go to my mother-in-law. Plus we're Sephardi, so we eat rice. Who needs a hotel? I'm gonna ask the magic 8-ball, because when in doubt, ask the 8-ball.
That's our usual policy.
Yeah, the answer is not what the 8-ball suggested. I am going to go, there's definitely Croatia, Chabad in Croatia. I'm going to go with B because there's nothing kosher about gambling. It doesn't feel like a good combination.
All right, that's the Palazzo Casino Resort. Yael, is it a agree or disagree?
I gotta disagree with Chanala over here.
The answer is the Palazzo Casino Resort. We cannot put the X in that square in order to win. As we know the rules, just let's stop for a moment.
Although I do need to agree with Chanala regarding the gambling, so thank you. That's something that we are seeing a huge increase of, especially with online gambling, throughout COVID. So thank you for mentioning that, and it's important that we understand that.
An increase also because the gambling resorts are closer to Jewish neighborhoods, or that
no,
has
an
not
increase
been
because people were able to do it online much easier because they were home, stuck in quarantine, and had easier access.
Understood. Rabbi Gluck, you have at least two that I see opportunities to actually win this thing, because you have to earn that final square. Which celebrity would you like to call on?
Ellie, let's give you a chance.
Ellie Leibowitz, are you ready for your question?
I am ready.
All right, here we go. The Catskills, the Borscht Belt, is known as the home of the Grossingers, the Concord Kutchers, and many others. The fact is that area was once home to over 500 resorts that attracted Jewish vacationers from all around the tri-state area. Despite the large number, only a handful were known as a full-time Shomer Shabbos and Glatt Kosher resort, which was not, of this list, which was not a Shomer Shabbos resort. A, the Pioneer Country Club. B, the Homoac Resort. C, Shanks Paramount. D, the Pineview Hotel. Or E, the Spring Glen Resort.
I'm going to go with D, the Pineview Hotel. Because
Pineview Hotel,
very goyish to me.
The only one not Shomer Shabbos. Rabbi Gluck, do you agree or disagree?
I thank you for your help and the support, but I do remember hearing amazing stories about the Simchas Torah at the Pineview Hotel. So I am going to respectfully disagree.
I could tell you what it was like, Yontif, at the Pineview Hotel as a kid. The answer is Shanks Paramount. X gets the square, and Rabbi Gluck, congratulations. Another great victory here at Holy Yid Squares. More coming up. Stay right where you are.
Hello, everybody stop what you're doing.
Meryl, hi.
Hey, what's going on? What's up, Mitzvah Nation? This is Nissim Black.
Hi, it's Charlene Amanoff, and I'm so excited to connect with you over at Say Mazel Tov.
Hi, Millie and Tessa.
Pushka! It's a friend Mayor K wishing you a happy birthday!
The Yarmishes are having an anniversary. 30 years.
Nitzana and Nechama, your cousin Eric reached out to me. This is going to be my performance for your wedding.
I know that many changes are taking place, Gabriel, but nothing can stop your bar mitzvah.
Each mitzvah that a person does connects them more and more to Hashem.
I cannot believe how incredibly mature and capable you both are.
Happy birthday, Libby!
Happy birthday, Dove! Wow.
Do you have any idea what a special day it is?
Welcome back to round 2 of Holy Yid Squares, created for and in support of Amudim. We're ready for round 2 with 2 contestants representing the X podium. We have Suri Eller, social work intern at Amudim. Thanks for being here today. The circle podium is represented by David Weingarten, who is the director of Project Heal and supervises the interns at Amudim. David, welcome to the game. And we're ready to start. Sorry, you won the coin toss backstage. You get to choose our first celebrity.
So exciting. I think I'll go with Neeson.
Neeson Black, center square. Here we go. Neeson, the question is, when it comes to adding salt to a recipe, most chefs seem to prefer a version known as kosher salt over most every other salt type. What is kosher salt? A coarser form of the table salt crystal that's used to kasher meat by drawing out blood. B, as kosher has become synonymous with clean and pure, kosher salt's a cleaner and purer salt free of additives to prevent clumping. C, salt that's been evaporated from Israeli bodies of water, like the Dead Sea. Or D, another name for low sodium salt.
You know what? I actually don't use kosher salt. I use Himalayan salt. And that's because it's much better to keep all of your minerals, magnesium, potassium. So I really recommend Himalayan salt. But since that was not on the list, it's the same stuff that they sell you in the store. It's another name for low sodium salt.
All right, so his answer is D. Sorry, do you agree or disagree?
I disagree.
And the answer is A. It's a coarser form of table salt crystal that kashers meat by drawing the blood out of it. And Neeson Black in the center square, that's where we put the X, and we move on to David Weingarten, and your choice is?
It's a tough one. I mean, I want to pick Benny Freeman with one of his songs, but then Nissim is going to want me to rap, and I don't think anyone wants to hear that. But I'm going to go with Benny regardless.
You're going shopping, and you call to ask if I need anything, and you say to please spare whatever, whatever the message is, you're asked to pick up vanilla ice cream. You get to your grocer's freezer section. They've got a whole bunch of different brands. Forget about Chalav Yisrael for a moment. Let's say the person's not that careful about Chalav Yisrael, but he's got the Breyers and the Klondike, the Good Humor, Klein's ice cream, etc. And then it says, well, since you asked for vanilla ice cream, you're limiting my options.
Obviously, it would be Klein's, because if you only have one option, like you said, ice cream, it would be Klein's.
David, what do you say? Agree or disagree with Benny?
I'm actually going to disagree with Benny.
He'll disagree with Benny, and X will get the square. The answer is Klein's. The other brands cut back on milk fat to save money. They are not regarded by the government as real ice cream. They are an iced milk dessert. But Klein's and Haagen-Dazs and Ben & Jerry's, they are real ice creams. Benny, what did I tell you? Complicated
Benny.
or what? We have Surrey here, who I think is in an amazing position on the board. Sorry, should I guess where you might want to go? Which celebrity?
You can guess if you'd like.
Would it be Hanala?
Great guess.
Hanala, we have a question for you. You're all set?
Born ready. Let's go.
Which of these performers did not record a cover of Lenny Solomon's Minion Man? A, the Maccabees. B, Eighth Day. C, the skiing rabbi, Rabbi Scheinfeld. D, Yid Squares from Australia. Which?
There's a lot of pressure. I have a performing masterclass. I got to pull this off. I actually don't know. Say me one more time. Just read me those names one more time.
A is the Maccabees, B is Eighth Day, C is the skiing rabbi, Rabbi Scheinfeld, and D is Yid Squares from Australia.
I am going to go with the Maccabees because I am a big fan of their work, and I don't remember hearing the Minion Man on any of their albums.
Choice is Maccabees. Sorry, what do you say? Agree or disagree?
I don't have a clue. Statistically, I think I'm best off disagreeing.
She disagrees. The Maccabees and Lenny Solomon have an a cappella version of Minion Man. The answer is Eighth Day. I think Benny knew that. And their X gets the square, and we say congratulations to Suri, and we send her boss packing. Suri will continue on and face Rabbi Gluck in the final. More coming up. Everybody keep it here at Holy Yid Squares.
Hello, everybody stop what you're doing.
Meryl, hi.
Hey, what's going on? What's up, Mitzvah Nation? This is Neeson Black.
Hi, it's Charlene Aminoff, and I'm so excited to connect with you over at Say Mazel Tov.
Hi, Million Tessa.
Oshka! It's a friend Mayor K wishing you a happy birthday.
The Yarmishes are having an anniversary. 30 years.
With Simon and Nechama, your cousin Eric reached out to me. This is going to be my performance for your wedding.
I know that many changes are taking place, Gabriel, but nothing can stop your bar mitzvah.
Each mitzvah that a person does connects them more and more to Hashem.
I cannot believe how incredibly mature and capable you both are.
Happy birthday, Libby.
Happy birthday, Dover. Wow.
Do you have any idea what a special day it is?
Welcome back to the final round of Holy Yid Squares, created for and presented in support of Amudim. We have our two finalists with us. You know the rules. Our celebrities are ready. Suri Eller, who is a social work intern at Amudim, is at the X podium. Suri, good luck to you. And Rabbi Tzvi Gluck, he's at the Circle podium. He, of course, is the leader of Amudim, and he's ready for the final round. Rabbi Gluck, good luck to you.
Thank you very much.
You won the toss backstage. Choose a celebrity, please.
Since I'm planning on opening up the Amudim restaurant, I'm going to have to go with Elon to make sure that he takes good care of me.
Interesting choice. And this question actually happens to be about food. While quinoa, Elon, has become a major part of Pesach diets and is well on its way to giving potato-based non-Gebruchs products a run for their money, this wasn't always the case. In fact, when it first got on the radar of the kosher community, many were ready to add quinoa to the list of kitnios. Why was this? Is it because of A, it was from South America, where a lot of kitnios eating Sephardim were from? Is it B, because of its high gluten count? Is it C, because of its genetic cousin to corn? Or is it D, because in its country of origin, it's often processed like grain? What was the reason that quinoa was hesitant to be used by Ashkenazim?
That's a great question. As you know, I'm a big quinoa fan. Been eating it for since I was a kid. Quinoa sushi, by the way, on Pesach was fantastic. But so read me the questions again, the answers again, and I have the answer.
A, because it was from South America. Lots of Sephardim were from there. B, because of its high gluten count. C, because it's a genetic cousin to corn. And D, because in its country of origin, it's often processed like grain. What was the reason that people were hesitant?
I'll say
about
D. It's
Elon says D. Rabbi Gluck, do you agree or disagree with his answer?
So I got to be very careful here because I obviously can't go with the Sephardi answer because then I'm going to lose Charlene as a friend. So I'm going to stay away from that. We got to keep our Sephardi sisters in check. But I will agree with Elon on this answer.
Elon said D. The answer is D, because in its country of origin, it's often processed like grain. And Circle gets the square. And we move on to Suri. Which celebrity are we going to, Suri?
I'm going to go with Charlene. I think it has to be Charlene.
Charlene, we have an Olympic question for you. As the 2020 Summer Olympic Games in Tokyo have become a nidche to 2021, and maybe even later than that, here's a question. The first Jewish American to win an Olympic gold medal was Meyer Primstein in 1900 and 1904 at the Paris and St. Louis Games. He brought home gold in which sport? A, polo, B, lacrosse, C, fencing, D, track.
I actually know the answer to this because we were talking about it with the kids at the shot table one night. The answer is C, fencing.
All right, I thought the question was complicated. All right, Suri, are you agreeing or disagreeing?
I'm going to kind of have faith that Charlene is a nice person like I think she is. I'm going to agree with her.
The answer is track. Circle gets the square, and Rabbi Gluck in a very good position. Rabbi Gluck, who are you choosing?
We're going to go with, let's go with Mayor K.
Oh, Mayor K. Interesting choice.
Mayor, remember, we got something going on, so we don't play games here.
Many things going on.
Tic-tac-toe strategists might question Rabbi Gluck on this choice. Mayor, here we go. Your question is also Olympic related. You might recall, or you may have heard from prior generations, that Mark Spitz represented the United States and the Jewish community very well with a record 7 gold medals at the 1972 Summer Olympics in swimming. He went to shul that Rosh Hashanah, and because he was such a celebrity, he ended up sitting next to a future president of the United States. Which one?
Wow, fantastic question, Tzvi. Thanks for entrusting me with this power move right now. You're always making power moves, and this is no different right here, right now. So I won't let you down, my friend. I won't let you down. Rosh Hashanah, as we all know, shows a great time to meet new people and create connections. And this was a big Rosh Hashanah for this gentleman, indeed. So without a doubt, this one would have to be good old Teddy Roosevelt.
Teddy Roosevelt.
Now, one second. I thought you're supposed to give 4 options.
No, we don't always. Sometimes we'll do a true or false question. We'll sometimes do. Mayor, it might be a good idea for me to just transmit to you the question one more time. In the 1972 summer,
no, we're good.
In the 1972 Summer Olympics, Mark Spitz brought home to California 7 gold medals. He was such a celebrity when he got to shul that Rosh Hashanah. He was sitting next to a future president of the United States. Who was it, Mayor? Future president.
That's a great question. A future president. So a president that wasn't before 1972, of course. Without a doubt, a friend to the Jews, someone who was flamboyant, charismatic. He always found his way. Though he wasn't Jewish himself, JFK was someone who would just pop into shul once in a while and try to like the Jewish folks. So.
Well, we've certainly learned a lot about Mayor K in this conversation. Rabbi Gluck, do you agree with the John F. Kennedy answer?
I'll tell you what I agree with. I agree with the fact that Mayor K is amazing and straight face, no matter what comes out of his mouth, and always with a smile. I'm gonna respectfully disagree.
In 1972, the governor of California at that time was future President Ronald Reagan, and he was sitting next to Mark Spitz in his California synagogue. I'm going to have to take responsibility for this one. I failed in my mission. Sorry, tough board for you. Where do you want to go? Which celebrity?
Really just want to beat Tzvi here, I think. So I'm going to go...
Like anybody would.
Definitely. I heard I get a raise. So I'm going to go with Benny.
All right, Benny Friedman, you ready for this question? Well, I hope you are.
I was born late.
Here we go. The first Art Scroll publication, Benny. The first Art Scroll publication was A,
Not fair.
the Art Scroll Siddur, B, Megillas Esther, C, Megillas Rus, or D, the Art Scroll Haggadah?
Great question. I'm going to go with Teddy Roosevelt.
That's funny because Mayor K said, who did he say again? JFK.
And I actually read the whole history of the Art Scroll recently. So what were the options again?
A, the Art Scroll Siddur, B, Megillas Esther, C, Megillas Rus, D, the Art Scroll Haggadah?
I am going to very confidently go with option D.
Did you say B or D?
Solid.
D as in the Art Scroll Haggadah. Sorry, agree or disagree?
I respectfully disagree.
She disagrees. The answer is Megillas Esther, and X gets the square, and we move on with Gluck. We do have an opportunity here. Who do you want to call on?
I guess I'm gonna, have to go to my savior, even though he didn't change his hat or change the color of the hat. Ellie Schwabel, don't let me down, baby.
Ellie Schwabel, center square for the victory. How fitting. The director of Amudim, its chief, the person in charge, could end up being the victor in this competition. Ellie, all this on your shoulders. Here we go. The question is, what does the word Torah mean? Is it A, to teach, B, history, or C, happiness?
I'm going to have to say, first of all, Torah, Mora. Torah is the Mora, Torah, Moira. But it also, how can I say that it means to teach if I also experience happiness? And there's so much history in there. And I think it means a lot of different things to a lot of different people. Shivim Ponim La Torah. So the answer is all three, baby. But if you had to say one of them, I'm going to have to say happiness.
Rabbi Gluck, his answer is happiness. Do you agree or disagree?
So, one of the main goals that we have at Amudim is to make people happy. So we're going to go with the opposite approach that we did last time. And this time, I'm going to agree and say that we want to bring happiness to people. And if we do things correctly, we could bring them happiness. However, before I give my final answer, Phil, I must say that I've never heard of Torah meaning happiness yet. So I am actually agreeing in theory that we want to bring happiness to people, but I am going to disagree with the answer for the purpose of this question for the game.
The word Torah means to teach, and circle gets the square.
But I lied!
Rabbi Gluck is the champion. Thanks so much for tuning into this edition of Holy Yid Squares.
So first off, we want to say thank you to Amudim.
First of all, what's your name?
Okay. Oh, you want to start off like that?
I mean, we're talking to a whole new audience.
I know,
here.
it's true. I'm Yaakov Linger. What's your name?
My name is Nachi Gordon.
Okay.
Nice to meet you.
And we're here to discuss our favorite moments, or most powerful moments from Meaningful People podcast.
Yes.
Which we host together. And we have really incredible people. But so first off, I want to say thank you to Tzvi for being one of our first guests, being so vulnerable and just talking about Amudim and the organization and what they do. It's mind-boggling. Do you remember?
Yes, I remember. I know what you're going with this. I know I called him the garbage man of Klal Yisrael.
No, I wasn't going to say that. I don't even remember that. I was going to say, do you remember after just like looking at his phone, like how much it blew up?
I think that the statistics that they put out are just like, maybe sometimes you think, oh, these are just numbers. But when we were able to sit down with Tzvi and discuss it with him, each number represents a person in crisis.
It's really crazy.
And it's just wild. So, Tzvi says this all the time, and we'll just echo it, that the day that Amudim is able to just close down and cease to exist is going to be a beautiful day.
Right. But as long as they're not, please give them money. So we want to go through a few of our moments. Nachi,
we didn't have to. We wanted to.
We want to go through a few moments. Okay, so we're going to break it down. I'm just talking from my heart. So I have it written down over here. Noiki Roberts we had, which I think it was your first time ever meeting him, right?
My first time meeting Noiki. I've heard about him a little bit. Happens to be he's somehow related to my brother's wife, the Hassan family.
Really?
Originally from Gibraltar. So,
is everyone Gibraltar related?
Is it Gibraltar or Gibraltar?
Gibraltar.
I keep forgetting.
I know. I also thought Gibraltar.
You went to Gibraltar?
Yes.
Did you land on water?
I did not.
Okay, but people do.
People land near there, yeah. I was supposed to take off to leave from there, but this unfun fact about Gibraltar is that when you go there, there's also like very often storms. So I had to actually drive to Spain, and I needed my passport. It was so not worth it. So I definitely don't recommend to land or take off from the water there.
Like in a plane, like a water.
No, not like that.
That's what I'm talking about.
Oh, no.
Talking about a runway next to water?
The runway is literally next to the ocean, and you can see Morocco.
But I'm talking about like one of those water jet planes.
No, I did not. No, that would be so cool.
I know.
And I'd be so scared to do that.
No, I think
that maybe would have been safer because it's prepared to land in the water. Either way, so we had Noiki Roberts, and he said a lot of things. Definitely check out the full episode. But there's one story that I was blown away by, and I'm here. Listen to the story. You said a lot of stuff to me, a lot of stories and inspiration that Shabbos was about you, like, I don't know, 5 years ago.
Yeah.
There's one particular story, and I think it makes sense with what you just said now, that maybe you could share. I don't know if it's like a very private thing, and I'll reference it.
Hit me.
Cigarettes?
Oh, okay. I'll say it.
Yeah?
I'll say it. It's not a comfortable story to share.
That's why I'm asking.
And maybe I'll offset it.
You're so kind for asking on the air.
No, we'll edit it.
You're so kind.
I'm so cool. You want to know something? The more real this interview, I think the more it'll touch people listening.
Yeah.
And the more staged, the more wooden it'll feel. So I appreciate it. And I will share it. And I'm not comfortable. It irks me. And I feel it wasn't even my place. And so many times in history, I've gone through that story in my head. Did I do it right? Did I not do it right? And I really believe, with Hashem's help, I think I did the right thing. I was Gibraltar, to give this story some context, is pretty much like a duty-free shop in an airport, right? There's no duty on cigarettes, there's no duty on alcohol. It's much cheaper there than most places in the world. And I wasn't in Gibraltar very long. It could even have been in my first year that I was there. And I got a phone call. If I'm not mistaken, it was late on a Sunday night. And a guy said to me, "Hi, this is X, Y, and Z." And I said, "No, not ringing any bells. I don't know who you are." He's like, "Yeah, okay, it doesn't matter. I know who you are." That's never a comfortable thing to hear, late at night.
Like Liam Neeson.
Yeah, we're listening in. And he said, "Is it possible you can come and meet me now?" I said, "Is it urgent?" He goes, yeah, it's urgent." I said, "Where are you?" He was actually next to the runway in Gibraltar. The runway in Gib, here's a cool piece of information. There are like railroad barriers that come down when the plane has to land, because the plane lands across the road that we drive through into Spain. So he's like, "I'm right by the runway." I said, "Okay." So I have a little motorbike, so I went down there. And I met this guy, and then I recognized him. I know the family he married into in England. And it pains me to say this, but he was what you would call a frum guy. Okay, payas, beard, yeshivish, right? And if that's what qualifies as yeshivish, right? But he said, "I need your help." So I'm like getting ready in chesed mode. "Yeah, of course. What can I do for you?" And he says, "I bought a camper van." Does that make sense? Like a, RV-ish type thing, right? And he says, "Well, we're going to replace the bottom in it. It's going to be a fig. And we're going to put cigarettes in it. We're going to smuggle them across the border, and I'm going to make a fortune." I'm maybe 22 years old, something like that. And he looks at me and says, "I just need someone to buy the cigarettes every day, store it in a house. I'll do the rest. Just once a month, I'll come. I'll take it out your house." And he was offering me some exorbitant amount of money per month to do what?
I said $5 million. Okay,
it wasn't 5 million, but
it was a lot of money.
It was well more than a regular salary a month to do his dirty work for him, but maybe even legally, I don't even know. Buying cartons of cigarettes, holding them in boxes, and then he can come and take them. And legal or otherwise, I just looked at him, and instinctively something took over inside of me. And I just looked at this older, more established guy, and I said to him, "Do you believe in God? Do you believe in Hashem?" And it's like, this was not the setting for a Musa Shmuz, right? And he looked at me like with disdain, so to speak. I said, "Answer the question." And he kind of shifted from foot to foot. He said, "Yeah." I said, "Do you also believe that on Rosh Hashanah, Kadosh Baruch Hu fixes exactly what you're going to make for the year?" He's like, "Yeah." I said, "Then this isn't it. This can't be right. No, I won't help you." And I walked away.
And then a plane landed and hit his van.
You wish. But unfortunately, I think he spent some time in jail for other smuggling offenses. And it just doesn't make sense to me. It doesn't make sense. If it's wrong and it's not right and it's illegal, don't do it. Who are you going to trick? I understand people feel desperate at times. I get that bit. But that's not the answer. And maybe let's offset that story with a much nicer story. I'll tell you.
Yeah. I was going to say, for that one guy who's smuggling cigarettes out of Gibraltar right now, it's super awkward.
Yeah. Like listening to this podcast.
He's like, "Oh my gosh."
Maybe I'll listen to music.
They're onto me.
Yeah. Okay. So I want to break down this story for everyone.
Go ahead. Break it down.
So I went to Noiki in 2015, 2016, and still, we had a great Shabbos, and I didn't know him that well, but that story stuck with me. It was so powerful to hear, like, in that moment, Noiki had the opportunity to make a lot of money, and and technically wasn't doing anything illegal, could have gotten away with it, and still, he's like, "Do you remember the story?"
I do.
Obviously, we just played it, but
I know, but when we're talking to each other, we're just talking.
Exactly.
And we're not watching it, so
Right.
it sounds like out of context, like something
right.
illegal. But no, I know what you're talking about. That was really an incredible story, and it takes a lot of, just, being planted and knowing where your roots are and not faltering. So as a person, that was really an incredible. I think one of the best parts of hosting this podcast is the ability to meet such amazing people.
Yeah, so true, and become friends with. I mean, not all of them. Not like friends.
A lot of them we have relationships with.
It's
we
really
follow
true.
up with. So yeah,
who? I think the answer is both for both of us. Who texts you the most or messages you the most
of our guests?
Yeah, like that. I've become friends with
probably Benji Epstein.
Yes, me too.
Dr. Benji is the man.
Yeah, he's
probably
awesome.
Benji Epstein, but there are others as well.
For sure.
Something that we have is that we sometimes forget the episodes that we've put out and who we've done them with because there've been so many at this point.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't even able to remember it. But you know what? Transitioning into a really incredible moment that I loved. I loved.
Mhm.
We were, we had the honor of traveling one Sunday morning to Deal, New Jersey. Awful rainy day. I got a ticket. No. That was
a different time.
No, that was a different time.
Oh gosh. This is why we don't like traveling for
I know.
episodes.
And we went to Yaakov Shweki.
Yes.
It was an amazing episode.
We went to his house.
Yeah, we set up in his house in a living room over there. And he was telling us a story that I thought was so incredible. And this is it.
We were doing a Kumsitz album, my first Kumsitz album. Not talking about those were the days that I did lately and brought back a lot of the older Jewish music that the youth actually should know what beautiful songs we had. The first Kumsitz album, my manager and producer back then, my dear friend Yochi Briskman, who have tremendous hakaras hatov to. I was with him for 15 years. And he tells me, Yaakov, I found out all the songs who composed what, because we want to give credit to the composer. You know, we're singing songs, some of them passed away, some of the older songs, you want to give credit, you want to write inside who composed what. There's one song that nobody knows. Nobody knows who composed the song. I said, I got to find out somehow. I cannot. Ki atohu balai shuvo suval hanechomois oy 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 ki atohu hui balai shuvo suval hanechomois. It's a stunning song that I sing in my house, in this house, every Shabbos, and we don't know who wrote it. I get out of the studio. I get a phone call from my aunt Sarah Malka, who's at Tzaddikus, still living, Baruch Hashem. My father's sister. Her husband passed away, but she's still living and she's giving classes to so many people and helping so many people. She goes, I said, Auntie Sarah, why do I have this chus that you call me at 11 o'clock at night? She says, my friend is very, very sick with muscular dystrophy. I sleep by her a few times a week. And the one thing she appreciates is your songs and music. Are you able to come ever to visit her? I said, Auntie Sarah, actually, I'm in Brooklyn right now. Is it too late? She goes, no, the whole family is here. I'm here actually now. The whole family. Can you come? All right. I shoot right over. I start singing this sheet. I proceed to go there. There's a room, and this woman, unfortunately, is laid out on this hospital bed, and all the children around her, all her children. And she only can move her eyelids through the letters of the computer and say A, B, C, Aleph, Beis. And it's very hard for her to get one sentence out. But she tells me, I told her, I have plenty of time. I want you to tell me exactly the songs you want to hear, and I'll sing it. She proceeds to tell me how much she loves Mama Rachel and how much it means to her. Start singing the song. The kids start singing along. And you see her eyes, even just a little bit. You see the joy. You see the joy, even if she can't move her body and show, but you see in her eyes, sometimes in their eyes you could see everything. And you see that joy emanating, coming through. I start to get emotional. She gets emotional. The kids get emotional. Start singing. And I proceed to sing Shema, and Meshkachech, and a lot of the songs that I do. Finally, I say, you know what? Plenty of time. She goes, okay, what were you working on today? I said, I did a medley. I said, you know what's funny? I did a medley, and I did one of my favorite songs, and nobody knows who composed the song. She goes, what's that? That's a back and forth conversation for a while. I start to sing. Ki atohu balai shuvo suva. And I sing. And the husband says, it's funny that you mention it. I composed that song.
Whoa.
I was 14 I think he was 14 or 16, I'm not sure. I composed that song in Camp Colrena when I was a teenager. He is an artist today. He's an artist for a long time. I think a famous artist, Rabbi Yonah Weinreb, composed the song. His wife, unfortunately, passed away after many, many tzaras. But that song, that night, that time, that place, Hashem was able to take me by the hand through my Auntie Sarah, who gave me a big zchus to sing for a person that was suffering and give them a little joy, in their sorrow. But at the end of the day, he composed that song. And I was able to, Hashem, you're taking me by the hand. You're leading me by the hand through every detail of life, even when I'm searching for a composer of a song. You're giving me a schus to sing for his wife who's suffering, but yet able to understand your ways and seeing that there is a path. And there's a path for everyone. There's a path everybody has to find. Not everybody's going to do it through music or do it through the public stage. But Rabbi Y.Y. Jacobson said a beautiful line, one of the greatest lines I've ever heard. And I heard this, and I told him this, by the way, because I did a whole thing with him. By the way, this house, through the coronavirus, this room and that studio over there became like a concert hall. And it was an unbelievable time for Klal Yisrael. And also the power of music. I saw it through the virus. How much it had. Hundreds of thousands of people reached out to me around the world saying how they're thirsty. Give me something. And music was able to be that food, that spiritual food. And I was able to do something with Rabbi Y.Y. Jacobson, one of my favorites. And he said something so beautiful. And I don't know who he quoted, but he said, "What is true love? What is true love?" He said, "You know what true love is?" He says, "Real, true, authentic love is finding the song that's playing in someone else's heart and singing it to them when they have forgotten it." He says, sometimes people forget their own song, but you have to be there. You have to be there in a way, especially with real songs or real music, and awaken that spirit back up. We suffered a lot now. We as a Jewish people suffered tremendously. And there are people, not every single person knows a person that passed away through this virus. And the 45 people in Meron. And of course you don't want to sulk in the sadness, but it's an emotional time. But it's a time to sing within and find the song within. And to sing it also to somebody else. And find a way, a wherewithal to unify as one. And because when we sing that song together, no matter what song it is, you could be a Sephardic guy, you can be whatever person you are. Whatever background you have, but when we sing together, that's when HaKadosh Baruch Hu wants to bring us together in the Beis HaMikdash to sing. And everybody, and by the way, what is harmony? Harmony is a different song, right? Harmony, if you solo the harmony in a studio, it's like what song you sing. But when you put it together with the melody, that's when true harmony come together. Everybody has a different song, different background, different. In my own household, my father's Sephardic, my mother's Ashkenaz. But when we sing that melody together, it's the greatest harmony in the world.
So, yeah, just the amazing part of that story, I just think, is you see Hashgacha Pratis. His aunt asks if he could visit this family who love his music. And that's all the while he's working on this album and this song, Kiatahu. Who wrote the song? And they're able to find who wrote the song. And you just see how piece by piece by piece comes together. And I think I said this the last Amudim piece we did maybe. But
did you?
If you like look at your life, maybe, I don't know, I feel.
Okay.
It's just so amazing.
Khazar's Dekar.
Yeah. It's just so amazing how, especially when you say stories and you're like, well, that's crazy that happened. The Hashgacha Pratis. And that's just like, that's the life. That's the life of a Yid who looks at their life and they're able to see like getting from A to B to C to D is not random. It's just like, there's so much divine presence in each
like
moment.
in the moment it feels random, but like you're saying, you look back
and it's like, whoa, that's like, I don't know who said it, but someone wrote every single person could write a book on Amunah. Every single person. If you just
so true.
Look at your life, you could write a book of Amunah, because every moment, a lot of times in retrospect, and that might be the Yitzhara, like in the moment you can't notice it. You can't be like, oh well, this was
right,
you know,
because then it'd be too easy if we knew it. That's a really beautiful moment. Okay, another moment. So you're talking about getting a ticket on our way. It wasn't with Yaakov Shraki. It was with Reb Ruven Feinstein.
It was.
So this is the next most powerful moment that I want to mention is this moment.
This my mother told me years later, and I was not going to question my mother and father about the situation. They brought the mikvahs, but somehow after my father was dead already, and we were talking once about Luban, about the town. She said, you know why he made a mikveh? Because the butcher came to him and told him that he can't live without a woman, can't live with his wife, and so he's going to go to the shiksa. So Shiva told him, wait 2 weeks, I'll have a mikveh for you. And he made the bathhouse into a mikveh. And a bunch of tshuvas about that, and most of them are not extant. So I don't know about that. But that's what he did. but he wouldn't use it himself. In fact, I believe that not only didn't he use it himself, my mother could have gone to the river and during the summertime, right? But then people still think he went there.
Wow.
So 8 years until they came to Riga. And then they got out. Wow. They had a kosher mikveh. That's a chumrah.
So in that moment, Reb Ruvain, like very sneakily, like was telling us that the story about his father and mother, that for 8 years they weren't together because there was mikveh issues, and the crazy part was that halachically Rav Moshe found a way to make that mikveh fine, but just on the small chance that someone could see that Rav Moshe and his wife, that like, oh, they're going with a kula, and he didn't want that. So, and like he said, there was a river that his mother could have gone to, but still for 8 years, and that's why there's a giant gap between Reb David Feinstein and Reb Reuven Feinstein. And I don't know, I just thought it was so natural and real of Reb Reuven. No, he was so
that whole
normal.
experience was well, at first it was completely
scary,
frightening.
Yeah,
I was scared to death.
Yeah, me too.
Like my heart. Yeah, literally most episodes I'm like nervous going into a little bit, and then first 2 minutes I'm like, okay, calm, cool, everything. There was a point, like I think 30 minutes into the Reuven episode, we took sort of like a bathroom break. Like everyone walked away, and when we got back from that was when I finally was able to just like stay calm. But I don't know, there was something about being in front of a gadol, and especially because he looks like his father.
Yeah, he looks very
he
much
looks
like
like Rav Moshe. He looks like Rav Moshe, and
his voice, I didn't anticipate his voice to sound like that. You know, I don't know why. I don't know what.
So random.
I know, but I don't know why. Like you see, like we have the opportunity to see pictures of Gedolim all day that are no longer with us. Rarely do you have video footage of them. Probably, Mir Hashem and whatever in 50 years, 100 years, people have videos of Gedolim now. But like, I don't know, Lubavitcher Rebbe has a lot of videos of him, but like, I don't know, Rav Moshe Feinstein, if there are videos of him, like, I don't think they're of him talking.
Right.
Or even Shirim, like we don't, Rebbe Victor Miller we have. So I just found it very interesting. I'm like, I wonder if Rav Moshe's voice sounds like Reb Reuven's voice.
It's interesting. There is footage online of Rav Moshe. I think MD Yarmish.
I was gonna say, is he Yarmish? Because
MD Yarmish is responsible.
We have to get him on
that.
Meaningful.
I know, he's awesome. MD Yarmish is responsible for that, but there's some like incredible footage of Rav Moshe putting on tefillin, Rav Moshe learning, and it was a different world. They lived in the Lower East Side of Manhattan, and it's just like the total world was coming out of the Lower East Side.
It's
like
so
that's
true.
And today, what is the Lower East Side?
There's still people there, but it's interesting. I think that's one of the most popular answers. Then we ask everyone, who's one person from history that's no longer with us you want to sit with. Very often, I think it's the most common answer. People say Rav Moshe Feinstein.
That is interesting.
Right?
I think you happen to be right. I think most people do say that.
It's interesting.
We at Amudim see all types of addictions, from gambling addiction, porn addiction, sex addiction, substance abuse, alcoholism. These are things that we sadly see a lot more than we would like to, but it's the unfortunate reality of the times that we're in, and therefore we need to be able to provide whatever help those that are suffering need.
First it was prescription opiates that he would buy from people, and then the summer of 2013 he started using heroin.
Addiction is something that affects many people all across the board. In our high schools, for example, we know that there is alcoholism and drugs, both experimentation and addiction, going on all across the board. We need to do more prevention programs within our high schools, everything from ultra yeshivish to modern Orthodox and everything in between. We need to be real and understand that addiction is real.
Last year, just before Purim, he OD'd in our house in the bathroom. My wife found him laying on the floor.
We also need to understand that nobody wakes up one day and decides to be an addict. And usually this is a process. And if we can catch it early enough, both by prevention through education and awareness programs, or by learning early detection when people start, we can actually curb this issue before it gets too far.
Do you have a moment, or should I?
do.
Okay, go for the next moment.
It's funny. I think Yaakov, before this, you get kind of prepared moments, and like as I'm speaking right now, and like
Are you coming up with them?
I'm trying. I'm
Okay.
like going through a gallery in my head of things that happen. I'm just sifting through. No, not that. That. Anyways, there was an episode we did with Naftali Horowitz.
I have him down. Do you think we use the same moment?
I'm gonna take it. I think.
No, go for it.
I know. Naftali Horowitz, who is a financial advisor with J.P. Morgan.
Right. Yeah.
And an amazing episode. I think one of the most popular. He's just so much wisdom, and people just loved his story and what he had to say.
And he has a great book, You Revealed.
Yeah, You
Plug his
Revealed,
book,
an amazing,
sure.
amazing book. He said this story that really, really touched me.
I'm hoping it's the same thing as me.
Well, give it a listen, guys.
It's a very, very sad story. It really is. It's one of the saddest. It's in my book. In fact, a very chashuv Rebbetzin who read my manuscript said that I should take it out because she was crying after she finished the story. And I did take out parts of the story because I didn't want to make the reader actually cry.
We can have those parts in now.
We can give it to you now. So I had a client. She was worth $300 to $400 million. Okay, and she had an art collection that was worth $25 million. Just the most magnificent paintings you've ever seen. She was the most unhappy person you've ever met. She didn't have a happy day in her life. She had 2 children. One was killed in a car accident. The other one she was estranged from. And all she ended up with was one grandson who she couldn't stand. She had no friends. No friends. Nobody wanted to have anything to do with her. Okay? This woman could buy whatever she wanted. She had homes all over the world. She was a client of my former firms that nobody could work with. She was absolutely impossible to work with. I get a call one day from management, and they say, we'd like you to meet with, we're calling her Susan in the book. You're her last chance. If she can't work with you, we're getting rid of her. We're going to kick her out of the firm with all her hundreds of millions of dollars. She's just impossible. She comes to the office. I'm told in advance by this associate of the former advisor, she likes strawberries. You better have sliced strawberries. Don't make them too thick. Don't make them too thin, or she will eat you for lunch. So you could imagine what we're talking about here. I walk into the room, and there she is. And if you didn't figure me out by now, there's no ears about me. I am who I am. I sit down with her, and we start talking. And she's wearing glasses, very, very big glasses. And they were full of cream from her face cream.
Hmm.
My mother, Alea Shalom, used to always have makeup and cream on her glasses, and I would always wash her glasses because I'm meticulous about having spotless glasses.
I'm glad I'm wearing my lenses now. Glasses are always filthy.
I'm
Your
crazy.
lenses are a little bit
I'm
dirty.
nuts with this. I would have washed them already. So I'm about 3 minutes into the conversation, and I say to her, Susan, please don't take offense. Can I wash your glasses? What? Can I wash your glasses? Why do you want to wash my glasses? I said, it must be difficult for you to see out of them. And quite frankly, I can't see your eyes. She started to cry. I mean it. And she said that since her Harry died, nobody has ever washed her glasses. Her late husband used to wash her glasses. And I went to the bathroom and I washed her glasses with soap and water, and I brought them back and I gave them back to her clean. And she couldn't get to herself. It was unbelievable how moved she was that I took and washed her glasses. And then out of nowhere, she started talking in Yiddish.
Hmm.
Now, this is not an Orthodox woman by any stretch of the imagination. And I said to her, you speak Yiddish? And I said it in Yiddish. And she said, of course I speak Yiddish. Long story short, I became very close to this woman. Very, very close. And we had very, very deep conversations about spirituality. And she always talked about Hashem, and she loves Hashem, and she loves Hashem. I say, it's very nice that you love Hashem, but you have to show Hashem that you love Him. Look at how much money you have. What's going to happen to all this money? Don't you want to leave a legacy? Don't you want to do something with it one day? And I always talked to her about this. And I did it because I wanted to save her neshama. I mean, this is a woman. I used to bring a lulav and esrog, and I used to bring her matzahs, and she became part of my family. Whenever we would bring my kids, I would tell her she has to cover her paintings because she had nude women all over her office. All her paintings were like, you couldn't even look at them. But she had a Yiddish neshama, but she could never give away $1 of her money. And the story in the book ends where I went to the hospital and she was dying. And I said to her, I said, you might see Hashem soon. I said, let's just take $1 million. $1 million, let's put it into a foundation and let's name a school after you when you're not here anymore. And she couldn't do it. And she died. And she had nobody at her funeral. It was a graveside funeral. It was me, my associate, who was from, her grandson, his rabbi. And I ran around the cemetery and I found a bunch of Chabad boys who were there for another, and I paid them to come. And one Kaddish was said to her, for her. She was the most unhappy person I ever met. How could that be, right? That's just one story. Money doesn't solve anything. When it comes to fulfillment and happiness, some of the poorest people I know are so fulfilled and so happy. And some of the wealthiest people I know have no friends. They don't get along with their family. They're divorced. Their kids don't talk to them. And everybody around them is just waiting for them to die so that they can inherit their money. How sad is that? On the other hand, I have clients that are extraordinarily wealthy that don't waste a minute. They're retired. They're sitting on the board of this. They're helping this one with that. They get calls all day. They are the happiest people, but it has nothing to do with the car they drive or the house they live in. This is what our Rebbeim told us. We didn't believe them. Take it from me. I'm surrounded by wealth. I see people inside of JP Morgan who earn $30 million a year, and nobody wants to go near them. So
obviously this story was about one of his clients who had millions of dollars, and he towards the end of her life, he wanted
the glasses story.
The glasses story.
I wrote that down.
Yeah, well, guess what? I didn't.
No, it's good. I mean, I think that's very special that we each went through all the past episodes and we both didn't plan this out. This is one of our most powerful moments.
It was. First of all, the delivery. He's great.
Yeah,
he's
so
great.
good.
He's
He's
great
so
at
good.
speaking. He has just like these. First of all, the way he pauses and the way he says,
Yeah.
You guys just watched
You're
it.
gonna tell me that
Yeah.
I shouldn't? Like, that's how he talks.
Yeah, it's awesome. It's awesome. But that story is just like, wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
It really goes to show. I mean, obviously there's so many lessons, but it really just goes to show, like, just doing little, if I could call it, little dumb acts of kindness. Like, he just, it's like, no, you have this lady, her glasses
Put
are very,
that on a t-shirt.
He has, like, the glasses are dirty. Like, that's, and it's the most stubborn lady in the world. And he's like, oh, could I clean it? And, like, just showing that extra care. Like, these things really do make a difference. I know it's cliche, but, like, you're by a supermarket and someone needs help with the bags. And you help, like, okay, it's a little dumb thing. And you help them. And because he did that, obviously, he got her business and was able to make a lot of money for her. But maybe even more importantly, as he mentioned, they were, gave her a Jewish burial and he was there and she had some people there, which maybe she wouldn't have had.
It's definitely amazing, and he was zeicha to be able to have a breakthrough with her. And you just mentioned that there are so many opportunities that we have to do. Hashtag dumb little. What is it?
I don't remember what I said.
Well, I don't know what you said. I don't remember either, but that's funny. Anyways,
Dumb little moments?
No,
I don't know. I used the word dumb. I know that.
Yeah. Do something dumb today. How about that? Do something
like
dumb.
that.
Yeah. But it's
Dumb
just,
kindness?
Dumb kindness?
I don't know. Exactly. We're going to turn that into a thing. Okay. Another moment that I wanted to share. This was a story, incredible story. We have a lot of people share stories.
I think I had this one also.
Who am I mentioning?
Harry Rothenberg.
No.
Okay.
He has great stories also.
I know.
No, it was with Hanoch Teller.
Ah.
And here it is.
This is a very dramatic picture. I don't know which camera to hold it
This
up
one's
to.
fine right here.
Straight here. So this picture is a picture that was shot on the day that Auschwitz was liberated. It's a picture of many, many, many children. This is just a zoom in of several. And
this is the actual picture. This is not
the picture. This was picture
For those
taken by
listening,
a Soviet soldier.
It's a bunch of kids. It's in black and white.
For those listening, you can just go ahead and Google heroic children, untold stories. And
That's true. And I guess the focal point child has color. To his...
Hold on. So what happened is that question. Now I'm going to put you guys in the hot seat, but it's not a hard question.
Is it a history question?
Don't worry.
Okay, I'm very worried.
You did well in history in high school.
Oh gosh, yeah.
What is the most famous story of the Holocaust?
It's a fact or an opinion? It's a fact. Famous story, picture.
The most famous story.
The most famous story.
Gotcha. Anne Frank.
Okay.
Okay. You mean like
That's
that?
a trick question.
I thought you were saying like we all know the Punovich, right? Like I don't know, like something like within. And like
okay, Anne Frank. Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay.
Yes, Anne
now,
Frank.
Anne's story is not a reflective story. She wasn't in the ghettos, wasn't in the camps.
Right.
She had a roof over her head, a modicum of food. But yet, it's a story. And that's, I think, why it became so famous. So my tour in Yad Vashem, the reason why it's so popular is because no one can deal with all the facts. It's amazing. There are hundreds of tours going on at one time in Yad Vashem. It's a large museum. And there's a very large staff of tour guides. And it fritzes my brain. There are tour guides that are unspooling data that no head can absorb. So what I always do is I tell personal stories, or I tell stories about individuals that connect. That way, that's how I convey the information. That's why people appreciate the tour. Okay, back to the book. We needed a cover. Now, so the copyright holder of this cover, when you publish a book on the cover, you need permission from the copyright holder.
Right.
The copyright holder is the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum in Washington. So I made a request for the picture, and you have to fill out an affidavit and saying that you'll make no changes or alterations. So I said, I'm going to make this change and this change and that change and this change and this change and that change. And the next day I had permission.
Wow.
And, but they said it's low resolution. It'll take 3 weeks to get it in high resolution. 3 weeks. I don't know if I had 3 days, but you'll pardon me for being an Israeli. And I figured the connection, what has to be done here is protexia, having the right connections. And I have a friend, very powerful individual. Rumor has it that in his cell phone, he has the private phone number of every senator and congressman. He lives in Baltimore. And I figured Baltimore, Washington, he must have a connection to the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum.
You just got to get a picture.
Question.
You're not asking him to switch a vote in the Senate or anything.
Yeah.
You just need a picture.
And fortunately, his son learns in yeshiva right next door.
I know who you're talking about.
Okay. So I run to yeshiva and I said, Aryeh, again, I thought this is a rhetorical question. I said, Aryeh, your father's connected to the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum? He said, no. Disenchanted, crestfallen, melancholy, I'm walking out of the room. And as I'm about to cross the threshold, he says to me, but my mother is on the board. I'm about to wring his neck.
It's very classic Aryeh.
His mother is Judge Chaya Friedman. So I send her off an email. I say, Chaya, I say, that's why I need your help. And here's the picture. It's this lot number, this pick number, this thing. I need it yesterday, high res. Now you have to realize the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum is a large bureaucracy, 300 employees. They don't just turn the picture over overnight, but she's on the board. And the next day, I got the picture.
Attachment, wow. Gmail, there it is.
Then it occurs to me, in sync with my methodology of teaching, the picture is sepia. I wanted to color one child to highlight the individual. So I write her back, I said, Chaya, I'm sorry, one more thing. I need you to get me permission to do, to color one child. That's a significant change in a picture. And she wrote me back, she's very busy convening a murder trial and she has no time. So I prevailed upon her, said, Chaya, I said, this is killing me. And I prevailed upon her, so she writes me back the next day, yay, nay, nay. I made the request. I cannot tell you they'll agree to it, but I made the request. And I'm thinking to myself, come on, this is the Holocaust. This is apple pie. This is mom, the flag. No one's going to say no. And so I'm going to use the technical term. I'm almost done. The technical term is called a press queue. In the largest press in Israel, 10 o'clock at night, arguably the largest press in the Middle East, in 3 hours for press queue, or to be accurate, 2 hours and 48 minutes, I get an email from the head archivist, United States Holocaust Memorial Museum, says, Dear Rabbi Teller, we regret to inform you, you may not use the picture. If you wish to use the picture in its pristine state, without zooming or any alterations or coloration, you may. But once you make a change, and particularly this boy, which you want to highlight, spoke out recently, and our legal department said unequivocally, you may not make any change to the picture. Shrek and a half. We're 2.5 hours to press queue. And so, but I'm not such a pushover. And I dashed off an email and said, please give me his phone number and his name. I want to speak with him. 1 hour and 34 minutes before press queue, she writes me back, we don't know his name. We don't know where he lives. I said, come on, you just told me that he spoke out and he's sensitive. I think it was like 41 minutes to press queue. She sends me an online clipping of this picture. And those people who were in the picture were still alive, obviously in the grip of old age, went back on the 70th anniversary of liberation of Auschwitz, went to point to themselves in the picture. According to this clipping, this fellow's name it wasn't clear. Apparently, this guy's name is Hirsch, and he's from Europe. I'll use the yeshivish term. It was mashma. His name is Hirsch, and he's from Europe. And now I have 37 minutes to find Hirsch and Europe, if he's the right guy. So Sherlock Teller is thinking, where in the world?
Hirsch's first name or your last name?
I don't know.
Oh, gosh.
I don't know. I'm going to find this guy. I got 37 minutes to find Hirsch in Europe.
You have an exciting life.
Yeah, so Sherlock Teller is thinking, where would this guy? Now, if you look at the picture, the guy looks pretty good. So I knew he couldn't be a Pole. Can't be a Pole. To look this good, you got to be Hungarian.
Shout out to the Poles.
You have to be Hungarian because Hungary was
All our
invaded in
Polish
March.
listeners are very upset.
No,
Yeah.
I'm going to explain. Hungary was invaded in March 1944. To be this shape, you'd have to be Polish 39.
I mean, he looked like he was like well fed.
Yeah, he was much better shape.
Yeah.
The other ones look. So he had to have been a Hungarian. So Sherlock Teller is thinking, where would Hungarian survivor of Auschwitz live in Europe today? So I discounted England, Russia, Eurasia, Israel. So I only have around 28 countries to go in about 24 minutes. And I concluded it's going to have to be Belgium or Switzerland. And I have a really good friend, Moshe Loser, who lives in Zurich.
I'm sure he's a good guy.
And
No, sorry.
That's terrible joke.
sorry. Is he Hasidish?
He's Lubavitch.
Why does that matter?
No, because his name Loser.
That's the last name, no?
No, Moshe Eliezer.
Oh, okay.
So I said Moshe Loser. He lives in Zurich, and he works for IBM. What a shidduch, This guy's going to find it for me. So I called. Now we're 11 minutes to press queue. I said, Moshe Loser, I need you to find me Hirsch in Switzerland. He said, would that be his first name or his last name? Because it could be either name. I said, I don't know. He said to me, is he religious? I don't know. He said, what does he do? I don't know. He said, Chanoch, what have you been drinking? I'm not drinking anything. I got 8 minutes. I got to find this guy. Moshe Loser. So he said to me, you give me his name. I got IBM, my fingertips. I'll find him. I said, you know what? I'm sure he's Hungarian. Try Gavor or Tibor Hirsch. Gavor or Tibor is Hungarian for Mike or Steve. I hear him typing. He says, Gavor Hirsch, 84-year-old engineer. Here's his phone number. 6 minutes to press queue. I call him up. And my Heuche Deutsch, I speak to him. I ask permission. He gives me permission. And I fire off an email to the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum. I have permission. Here's his phone number if you don't trust me. It's 9 o'clock at night in Switzerland. Now I wouldn't call him at this hour. He's an elderly gentleman. And I have at home a beautiful picture of Gavor holding the book.
That's amazing.
Gavor passed away this summer.
Right.
But I took that as I just want you to know that it'd be harder for me to parallel park than to get this guy on one call.
That's why you're late to this interview.
Right, that's why I was late.
Wow. So
I didn't have a coin to park.
So at the end of it, you got the book to him, and you got him holding
That's
it up.
incredible.
So yeah, we always have wild stories, but there's no story wild.
I just want to say one thing, and I'll let you continue.
Sure.
You know how difficult it is right now for us to be recording this the way we're doing it?
I know.
We're just talking straight.
I know.
The people who are watching are going to watch us talk and then watch a story and then talk and watch a story.
I know.
We're just talking straight as if we just watched it.
But you know which story I'm referring to.
Yeah.
It's a great story, and yeah, just it's one of those things that the lesson I took out of it was, if you really try hard enough, you could do it. I don't think you could do anything. I think that message is like crazy. Like, oh, I want to fly. You could, but like, no, he had a mission. He said, I really want to use this picture, and I think it's going to be good for the book. And he didn't give up. And literally to the last minute, he wasn't sure if he could get it or get permission, and he did. And it's a great cover. And by the way, shout out to all Jewish publications. I 100% judge a book by its cover before I buy it. Maybe that's just me. I think a lot of people are like that. So I definitely look at the covers of books.
Yeah, covers do make a difference.
Yeah, I think they do.
I think
it's dumb. It shouldn't, but
add that to your dumb whatever.
I just like start a whole like brand like dumb stuff.
Do something dumb. Yeah.
So you were mentioning Harry Rothenberg.
Harry Rothenberg.
Yeah.
He said this amazing story that really, I don't think I've been brought to tears at all. Very very infrequently in these episodes. I don't even know if I was brought to tears in this one. I definitely felt emotional though after.
You're like, I wasn't brought to tears many times. Even this time I wasn't, but it could have.
But this potentially
right
would have made me emotional, and this is the story.
We see sometimes the differences between people who lose faith, even including people in our world who unfortunately are just not able to move forward, to people who have more faith in their pinky than you can imagine, and they're gedolim. They may not be gedolim b'Torah, but they're gedolim in bitachon and emunah. So, for example, I represented the estate of a young boy who was in an accident. I would tell you what it was, but I don't like to do that because I don't want to identify particular clients, A, and B, you'd have trouble sleeping tonight because that's how horrifying it was. Right. When I eventually read the report of the forensic pathologist that we hired to go through like the boy's suffering before he eventually succumbed to his injuries, I said to myself, I do this for a living and I got to make it through this. I think I made it onto the second page before I started crying. And I do this for a living. Like I've seen it all, but that's how bad it was. So he was in a coma for a day and a half, and eventually the doctors called in his mother and his father and said, you have to go say goodbye, we're losing him. Like we could see from his vitals, they're going, it's time to say goodbye. So it just happens to be happenstance that there was somebody there who was close to the family with whom I happened to be close. So he watched this happen. Otherwise I wouldn't believe it. So his mother went into the room and starts screaming at her son. This is the last minutes that he has alive. She says, the Torah says, "Kabedes avicha ve'esimecha." You have to honor your father and your mother. I'm your mother, so you have to listen to me. When you go up to Shemayim, when you go up to heaven, you have to pray for all of us. You have to pray for your grandparents. You have to pray for your father and for me and for your brothers and your sisters and your aunts and your uncles and your cousins and your friends and the Jewish people and the world. You'd figure she'd be screaming at God saying, how can you do this? Instead, she's screaming at her son saying, you have to listen, you pray for us because God's not going to be able to say no to you. Where do you see faith like that? I mean, it's like the only places you see stories like that are out of books about the Holocaust, and that's what it's like. Like some of these stories are not to diminish, but it's a mini. I don't even want to use that term again, but it's that devastating to the family to lose a loved one.
Wow.
I think, we were doing this episode on a Sunday afternoon. Harry comes in all like in his nice blue suit with a hat and a briefcase.
Fedora.
He's awesome. Yeah.
Yeah, he's cool.
But that story was so touching.
When she was telling him to like scream at Hashem, or whatever, not scream at Hashem, whatever it was, talk to Hashem. But I thought he's going to say that, like, look at the sacrifices that I've done. But, like, it wasn't even that direction, like, totally different direction. I'm like, the amount of emunah and bitachon these people have, it's really wild.
It's
really
wild.
crazy.
And it's also, I think what's interesting about that is that you would think that an episode with a criminal, not a criminal, an injury lawyer.
You think of Ben Rothman?
No.
We're mixing up our lawyers here.
Yeah, but you do an episode with
personal injury
lawyer. Like, okay, what stories are going to come from that, right? They got that case and 1 million, and that case 1 million. But here's a situation from Yid in a competitive industry where there's each week, each day, there's hundreds of millions of dollars at stake in different cases, and to be able to witness these things happening, I think it just highlights just like from Jews in business how like I think it's like. Everyone
we have to have a lot more, I mean, obviously we always want Rabbanim and organization heads for meaningful people, but like you're saying, we have a corny catchphrase, something along the lines of like, everyone's meaningful, we're still figuring it out.
Wow, that's like super unique.
Yeah, it's terrible. But the point, like to your point, like, yes, there's so many people out there that like just have good stories to share and just really showing how they have Hashem in their lives.
And for the listeners, like, you could be an accountant, you could be a lawyer, you could be a janitor, Harry would the only reason Harry was able to say this is because he felt it, and the only reason he felt it is because he's someone who has depth.
Right, it's so true. And shout out to suggested that Harry for us.
No, I don't.
It was Rabbi Center.
Oh, Shkoyach.
Yeah.
Shkoyach, Rebbe.
Shout out to Rabbi Center. Okay, so the last moment that I have that I want to discuss is this one.
I went from like being Amari Stoudemire, 6-time All-Star, future Hall of Fame guy, to playing now for Hapoel Yerushalayim. From traveling, private jets, 5-star hotels, to now taking a bus ride, to staying at a 2-star
An
hotel.
Egged bus ride.
Right.
Different than just a classic bus.
And playing, instead of playing in a 70,000 seated arena, you're playing in 10,000, maybe 5,000 sometimes. So from a basketball standpoint, it's very humbling, being able to know, all right, I don't have everything I need. I don't have my top training staff. I don't have the cold plunges and all these things I need, physical therapy that I'm used to, but it's okay. And then from a learning standpoint, it's like, I don't know half of this stuff. I'm taking notes. These kids are 17, know more than I do. I'm like, man, this is, I just stuck with it. I didn't get beside myself. I didn't feel like I belong to be here. I was like, I'm at the beginning stages. I'm learning. It's okay, and that's the approach I took.
Okay, so yeah, kind of left it up for finale. Unless do you have a moment, or
really.
we're gonna end with this because there's a lot to say on it. So you just heard Amari Stoudemire, and there's so many moments, and we can discuss a little of those powerful moments. That what he just said now was like incredible, because like really think about it. He was the top, or one of the top. I'm not saying he was the best basketball player, but he was.
You have no idea. Let's call a spade.
Hold on. Okay, Nach is clearly the sports person in this relationship, but I do hold on. I did hear of him before his whole talking about him in Judaism,
in what context?
That he's a very good player and he was on the Knicks. Like, I remember that. Okay. I do remember that, and that says something. That means he was a good player.
Yeah.
Because if I heard about him,
it also means you had a pulse.
Yes. No, because I'm a non-sports guy. But so he was at the top. He really was. And to go to Israel. So from a basketball sense, like he's going to Israel. He was like in the NBA. So like, taking like an Egged bus to go to try, like practice and try out, like that's crazy. And then also on top of it, he was a real deal celebrity. He was a celebrity, and now all of a sudden he's like studying the Torah, and he's starting at level, I don't know, like pre-1A kindergarten level, because he doesn't know how to read. At this point he does, but he really went back. That's like a really humbling thing to think about. Like, okay, we always hear Amari like, oh, Yiddish guy, like it's nice, but how often do we ourselves go back to moments and say like, okay, I'll start over, I'll start fresh. I'll be the person in the room that knows the least about this, but I want to get better. I want to connect to Hashem, or like it's really beautiful.
Yeah, I think it's like it was one of the most impressive thing is how someone of his stature and where he was holding in his life, and you had mentioned like as a celebrity, was able to sort of humble himself to start at Aleph. He throwing himself into something that, okay, you know nothing about. You really are not holding with everyone else in the room. And you may be this big star, and you walk down the street and everyone's trying to get an autograph and a picture with you. But to put yourself into a world and throw yourself fully into it where you know nothing about, it takes a lot of courage. It takes a lot of
guts.
Yeah, a lot of guts. And I think that was something that was super impressive. I always think there's so many moments in our episodes that if our listeners just stop and say, okay, well, how can I apply that to my life? You definitely can apply these things to your life.
It's so true.
There are things in your life that you're not doing because you are scared from starting from scratch. So be like Amari Stoudemire in that way.
Mm-hmm.
Just do it.
So true. So we're towards the end of our segment. So we're going to, anyone listening, if you want to check out more of these moments that we have, you can listen to the full or watch the full episodes on go on YouTube, type Meaningful People Podcast or any podcast player, or now here's an app on Meaningful Minute. Download the app and you could watch and listen. And if you're watching and you didn't yet donate to Amudim, here's your.
waiting for?
This is your moment. This is your moment. Like we said before, that like there's these little dumb. I think little dumb moments.
Make a dumb donation.
Make a dumb donation. But really, like it doesn't. I think with tzedakah and giving, like it doesn't. We're so, it used to be like, oh, the poor person in the town comes to you and you say, okay, and you could see like, okay, I'm really helping them. Like right now with the old money being digital, and like, okay, you give money, you feel like, okay, like 10 minutes later, it doesn't even feel. But I just want you to think like you're actually really potentially saving someone's life. Your Amudim is doing life-saving work, helping people get the right resources or just get the right help in that moment that they need.
Yeah, it's when you're watching this right now, and on this page that you're watching this, there's probably a countdown above.
Yes,
a donate button on
you
the right.
You think they saved us for the finale?
I don't know,
not.
But it's,
we're like 3 a.m.
Whatever, but it's definitely there's a donate button somewhere near us. Just think about this. After I finish speaking, you're gonna hit that button. I want you to think about this. One scenario: there's someone who's from America, who went to seminary, or they went to yeshiva in Israel, and their whole life they're struggling with something. Their whole life, and they were scared to get help. They're scared to become vulnerable. They're scared to do it. And through Amudim, in Israel, they went ahead and they got the help that they need. And it's only possible because you're making that donation. The help that person's gonna get, or the hotline that someone's gonna call, or the crisis intervention that a family needs, is only possible with that donation that you're about to make, and that donation only. So make a dumb donation.
Yeah.
want to thank Gabi for putting this together, and Amudim for giving us the forum to be able to talk in this kind of way. This is not the first time that myself and Rabbi Klivanoff and Rabbi Ismach have had the opportunity to talk through Zoom. Thank God we don't have to do it as much anymore. But yeah, I wanted to start this little session just to give everyone a sense of how this started. So I won't say which organization, but there was an organization that shall remain nameless that decided they were going to do a like one of these songs, the Minyan Man song, right? And they got different rabbis to do different clips of the Minyan Man song, right? Won't you stay with us for Shabbos Minyan Man? The truth is, I actually didn't even know it. I had to learn it. But either way, everyone sort of got a phrase to do. And the idea was that like, okay, shul is closed, it's COVID, it's depressing. So we figured, I guess they figured they want to make people more depressed by listening to rabbis with questionable voices. And I took it really seriously, and I did my thing, and I whatever. And then sure enough, like, I don't know, like a minute later, after it was posted, I think Sam has started this post-Minyan Man group, and they all started making fun of me.
Well, Rabbi Morgenstern, the world now is post-Minyan Man in so many ways. That was sort of like the pinnacle of the COVID experience, being stuck at home and being so desperate for information that like even a bunch of rabbis singing Minyan Man was interesting. And I feel like a lot of us, that was sort of the moment when I realized the world has changed so fundamentally. So, but thank you for that. I think we had a good time reacting, and now like it's a post-Minyan Man world.
And it still makes me laugh, so it's got to be worth it. But I'm not sure everybody knows here who we are, so we should probably introduce ourselves.
By all means.
Sam Klibanoff, Congregation Eitz Chaim in Livingston, New Jersey.
Shmuel Ismach, Young Israel of Grey Neck.
Jonathan Morgenstern, Young Israel of Scarsdale.
So we have the three major food groups represented, right? Like Westchester, Long Island, Northern New Jersey. So that's the center of Judaism
tri-state area,
right?
tri-state area, something like that.
I love it.
The center of the world, obviously.
Well, yeah. So
we
spent a lot of time. We spent a lot of time chatting online, virtually, and now thank God, as Jonathan mentioned, in person during COVID, because we idea sharing and struggle sharing, but also kind of inspiration sharing. And I want to thank you two for really helping me get through, because it's been, it's rabbis are people too, apparently. And, we've had our challenges, but thank God we've shared a lot of good things. So this is a great opportunity for us to talk about kind of some of the things that, what worked for you? What was your highlight, so to speak, when there were many, many lowlights? The funerals and the shivas and the virtual everything can bring a person down. So there were so many times when the little bit of inspiration really, really helped. So, what worked for you guys?
I gotta say, the one thing that you left out, not just inspiration, but also just laughs, the ability to stop and reflect on what's going on, the absurdity of it all, and particularly in the positions that we were in communal positions where we're faced with things we've never really had to do before. You had rabbis doing Minyan Man songs, and like we were throwing spaghetti at a wall and trying to see what sticks programming wise. Nobody had ever had to do this before. And
You did a song.
No, I didn't.
Yes,
I
you
did. I did.
With the guitar, yes.
I did like a Hanukkah song, an Adam Sandler style Hanukkah song for my shul in Grey Neck. It's available on YouTube, but you don't, whatever. It's there. But honestly, thank God I edited that, unlike yours, where I'm not sure who edited that. I'm kidding. Yours is great. But the humor and the ability to reflect with others about your experiences and balabatim, and to sort of try to brainstorm what the best solutions for things, that was invaluable to me. And there were a lot of big groups, right? There were a lot of big groups of rabbis that had formed on WhatsApp, and unfortunately, like, whenever you ask a question there, you're kind of in front of the masses. It's like asking the question in the big audience. But amongst a few guys, it was so beneficial to be able to just reflect or vent or to ask. And so, like, I was really appreciative of that.
Yeah, I agree. That's actually what I was gonna mention. The dafka, like for me, I remember probably one of the best moments for me in the most difficult times of COVID was when I exited a certain WhatsApp group. No offense to the WhatsApp groups, because it was crazy. Because you're right. It started in Rochelle, right? And we were like right next door, and we had a COVID Purim already, and we were doing this, and I was consulting with like Rabbi Willig, literally like every step of the way, and I'm like, I'd post on this WhatsApp group. I'll just to be helpful, here, this is what we're doing, and people were pounding. What? You're not having a fully regular Megillah reading? What are you crazy? It was nuts. It was crazy. And I remember it was not a rabbi on this group. It was a great guy, and he just said, "John, you need to exit that group immediately." And that was like the best thing for me. But the reality is, I was very much on my own until post Minion Man came around. It was extremely, extremely helpful, and it's been amazing.
So if we could speak in Balashon, like HR of today's day and age, was this our safe space? Is that so I
think it was.
Really, it's I found that those listserv groups and the WhatsApp groups are for people that have way too much time. And I think that when we got together, we had an immediate understanding of, we have very different shuls. We have very, very different congregations, very different balabatim, but a lot of the same issues. And it doesn't matter how religious or more religious, how traditional, not traditional, whatever it might be, how big or small, that we found a lot of common ground. And for me, one of the highlights is actually when we were able to bring our respective lay leaders together to study together. I thought that was great. We had a 4-week Zoom session with Erica Brown, and I really enjoyed that, because it was nice to see, but it was good to see that other leaders kind of had the same struggles or the same, grappling with the same issues. And, we focused really on what brings us together, as opposed to, you have this policy, you have that policy, whatever. But, and like you said, we could always laugh about it. So that's the great part about our group. And, sometimes we chat a lot of the group. Sometimes, we could go radio silence for a few days. But it's like having a best friend you haven't seen in 25 years, and you can pick up right where you left off. So that's what I appreciate about the group, about you guys.
Right. I mean, there was also that fundraiser that we did pretty well. The fundraiser for Load. Rabbi Morgenstern's idea brought it to us. I'm like, hey, this is a great thing. One of the wonderful things about our shuls is that they're in 3 different regions, and you don't have any of that. Unfortunately, there's competition, and there are different shuls in different neighborhoods. You don't want to do the exact same thing, and you want to be identifiably different and innovative on your own. And here, there's like a safe space in a lot of ways. So I was always appreciative of that. And there were comments that I could make in this chat that I couldn't make anywhere else. I'm always nervous. Like somebody just the other day said, "Oh, I bumped into Rabbi Morgenstern. He says he knows you," and I like, what do you say? Like, what do you? I'm always a little bit nervous. Like, what do you?
Safe space, Shmuel. Safe space.
Yeah, I know. So like that's very reassuring for me.
Yeah, Baruch Hashem. It's funny. Also, I remember one of the first thing. Like there were a bunch of halachic things that we ended up talking. It's more halakha, it's meta halakha, right? It's like minhag, or how this works, because we're in such uncharted territory, especially as we kind of came together, I would say, closer to the reopening, so to speak, and dealing with it, like the several reopenings, right? That you had in these stages, how it worked. And it was really helpful. And it's, you were saying with the big WhatsApp groups, there's more. There's judgment in every. It's like, oh, why are you doing this, right? I remember one of the first things we talked about, I think, was we're davening outdoors on a Friday, and we're like, oh, should we say by Should we say Magen Avos? Sorry, should we say Magen Avos? You're judging. So should we say Magen Avos? I remember you brought in a source, and it's really helpful. We talked about Tachnun also. What are you doing with Tachnun, right? Yes, Tachnun, no Tachnun, right? There's our own or not, that kind of thing. Are you going to go down for it? And, and it just sort of, it continued along that. I remember actually, you told me, Sam, you reinforced to me that I think you said that growing up, did you do the Mass Aliyos when you were growing up or something, where you were for Simchas Torah?
Yeah.
And that's what we ended up doing for someone. By the way, we did it this year also. I love it. I love it. The guys that want to have like their own minion and and drink a lot and whatever, they didn't love it so much. But it's awesome. And again, you never would have known these things. Yes, there's a Mishnah Brewer. Yes, there are poskim, but Harbe Lamanti our buddies, right? That's the way it goes.
I think I borrowed your Seder. If you remember, you did a concise Seder. This must have been really early, like the first.
So that was early. Yeah.
It was very early because I borrowed your Seder and I remember using it for some people who I really needed it, and it was great. You had put it together, and that sharing was very valuable. I mean, what would you guys say what were the harder things that you're going to take away from this in your shuls? Like what are the takeaways? I struggle with this all the time.
You mean like what did we do that we're going to keep, or?
Well, I guess the question is twofold. What programmatically, I have a few things that whether for better or for worse, I'm stuck with, and most of them are for better and they're good, and it means what it means to me. But I'm trying to figure out also from the other side, not just programmatically, like we as people, we as a shul, sort of what did we learn? I don't know. Do you guys speak to either of those things? Like what programmatically and what lesson wise do you think we're going to take away?
I mean, I think the Zoom is kind of here to stay. Every share that I give, that's not on Shabbos, I do both, which is very accommodating in one way, but it's super annoying in another way because it's hard to teach black boxes. For some reason, people don't want to put their screens on. Like, at least put your camera on and pretend like you're listening while you're doing something else.
The famous story. There was like it's an infamous story in a place somewhere in Bergen County. Early on, and sorry, I interrupted you, but this is funny. Early on in like whatever, and they did those Zoom Kabbalah Shabbos, the pre-Kabbalah Shabbos, whatever, and let's just say someone's screen was on that should not have been on. And all of a sudden, one of the rabbis gets up, and it was like that. It was that, and the rabbi just goes, "Stop transmitting!" And they went like,
yeah. 2 words I learned very important: mute all. but I long this. This. There's nothing like teaching in person. Even so, when you're doing a hybrid group, so you're looking at the camera, and then you're looking. It's kind of just this morning I had a shir like that. So it's valuable because honestly, there are people that are not ready to come back. I get that, but at the same time, it's and I don't know about you, but talking and teaching on Zoom is unbelievably exhausting. It's like I could give, if it's in person, give a shir for an hour like nothing. Look, I'm probably also getting old. I am, but when you're on Zoom for a half an hour, I just feel like wiped. Do you guys feel that?
Yeah. It's like a mental, it messes with you. Just this morning, I have an early morning shir that's on Zoom, and so like the Zoom, it's on my phone in the middle of the table. And I asked the question to the guys who were there. And then suddenly, it's like as if God is speaking. As it was the funniest thing. A voice answers the question, and everybody like jumps because the Zoom people never speak, right? They never speak, but they're unmuted. They're totally fine. It's only a few people. And then suddenly the answer comes from amidst the table. And it was such an experience. So the fact that more people can come is great. I find that my classes are now differentiated in that way, but it's difficult to really pay attention to teach in a classroom setting with both facing both directions. I find it very hard. What else are you going to stick with? I started a couple of programs that I start writing a Dvar Torah every Friday, which I think some people read, and therefore I feel like, how could I stop? And I never did that before. And some other things that I guess it's good. We were able to test ourselves, do different things in our shuls, and we were forced to adapt. And hopefully some of those are positive and long lasting. But like, I wonder about has your shul changed? Have the people changed? Was this once in a lifetime event life altering or not so much?
No comment. We've learned a lot. We had to learn new skills. Like I learned how to use YouTube. During writing was always, but during the height of COVID, when you think back to sort of March, April 2020, and I get hives, and I was doing video communication every day, sending out a video because not everybody wants to sit and listen to you. So I'm like, you know what? If you record it, a less than 10-minute message every day, then and people will watch it or not watch it, watch how much of it they want. By the way, the analytics on YouTube are great. It tells you exactly the engagement, how many, who have for how long.
And when they stop listening.
Yeah,
Like
exactly.
what it was that you said that I'm done here. We're done.
Diuk. And also the great thing is what I was able to secure sponsorships. So we actually use it as a fundraiser for the shul. But that kind of morphed into, I had this feeling that, believe it or not, even in a shul, it's not the size of your shuls. Ben is zeichet to have such a large shul. I'm a simple, humble shul in Livingston. But there are a number of congregants who don't know one another, believe it or not. And they're even more distant now. So I started this sort of interview thing, and we took it off, and it's called Riding with the Rabbi. So I drive people, and it started because I was like filming something with my kids in the car, but I take somebody in the car and I do an interview with them. And people are like lining up, like they can't wait to do it. And I did it not only with people in the shul, I did a couple in Israel. We once sponsored a fire truck in Israel, and I found the fire truck, and I got a ride on the fire truck with the guy in Israel in Hebrew, and we did this interview in Hebrew, which is hysterical. We got Hatzalah now in West Orange and Livingston. So you're like, by the way, now you know we've made it. We have Hatzalah. Just saying.
We don't have Hatzalah.
I'm just saying.
We're not there yet.
You need guys with keys, and then you'll be fine.
Do you have a pizza shop that sells sushi? Because like then you've arrived.
Nope. No. We have a pizza shop and a Chinese restaurant. It's terrible. Actually, it's one of the things that happened over COVID was there was someone who like kind of took over, like trying to show that kosher can actually work in Westchester, and has brought in, we have a Seasons, which is, that's fantastic, but, and whatever, and like little things. So he brings in actually every night, there's a different restaurant that delivers, somewhere from, in the Jewish civilization, not Westchester, that brings in every night. They deliver to our shul, and people they get burgers, they get Chinese, blah, 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 all that stuff. But I also
it's better than, by the way, I grew up there. So what you have now is still better than what I grew up with.
Yeah, no, thank God. We're getting
miles ahead.
We're getting there. But it's funny, that's what COVID will, ultimately that will morph, because the idea that this guy did to bring it in was to, look, it works, people want it. And I think it will ultimately turn into us getting something more than just pizza and an Ewok. No offense to pizza and Ewok and some bagels, but I also did the video stuff. I did something called the Daily Dose. It was like we made these WhatsApp groups, me and my associate Rabbi Klinger, and people signed up, whatever. I had like 200 people signed up for the WhatsApp, whatever. But I dropped the thing every day. It was like 3-4 minutes, kind of like like what Sam said, and I found that I did not want to put it on YouTube because it was making me crazy, right? Like, oh my God, how many people are actually listening? How many? Because I was checking on WhatsApp, you could see a little bit, but the truth is, I had this little it was almost like a podcast starts with like some weird music, whatever. So I had a little like Matisio, whatever. Now that's RJM's Daily Dose. My daughter made this little video stuff, and I would have literally like a little kid, a 4-year-old kid, saw me, and he started singing that song because his grandfather every morning was downloading Daily Dose, which is really nice, but it was impossible. I remember, Shmuel, you told me also you were doing something daily, right? And it was killing me. It was great. I did it that it would be finite, so I didn't want to make so it was like Aleph through Tuf. I did a different Pitkam kind of Mamar Chazal all the way through. And I did several, series of those. And then eventually I just can't do it anymore. But I think people enjoyed it. So maybe I would do a 3-week something or whatever. But we did morph. And I think this is here to stay. We're going to do, we call it the short board every Friday afternoon because we're too lazy to type. I like a 3.5 minute vort on the Parsha. And that we put on YouTube. And you're looking at still like 50, 60 views every week. We felt like, it's worth it. 50 or 60 people obviously we want them to come to shul and hear us, but it's a really nice thing. And we're going to get it not just on YouTube, we're putting it now, hopefully on Instagram and Twitter, whatever. And you'll make fun of it. And we'll start a new WhatsApp group.
They could be doing both. That's the thing. It's not, it's no longer just for people who are at home. I mean, these were sweet spots we just hadn't realized that there was a desire for.
Yeah.
And this forced us to do that. I similar to what Sam's doing. For bar mitzvahs, like bar mitzvahs were terrible during COVID. If you had a bar mitzvah, I mean, forget it. Nobody got to do the whole spiel and the whole bar mitzvah boy in front of everybody. Bar mitzvahs, none of this stuff was really happening. And so I had like 15 bar mitzvahs last year, a tremendous amount, the most bar mitzvahs we've ever had in a single year. And I figured, like, what am I going to do for these people? They have their own side minyanim. And so I started doing this interview thing with the kids, and it ended like I edited it so it'd be a little bit more funny. And you got like 65-year-olds who are just sitting and reading this because they're entertained by it. They never would have taken any sort of paid any attention to this kid, but now they are. So that's like here to stay, because we figured out other ways to magnify people and make a big deal about events that we had no choice. And so in a way, I think it was a great experience. I don't speak from the pulpit anymore. That my thing is like, in my shul, we used to like lift up the pulpit, and you're sort of like locked in behind that pulpit. And I always wondered, like, what would it be like to give a speech, like a TED talk, where you're walking around the bima, I'm not at the pulpit. So I said, like, how am I going to do that? It's weird. So I used to like walk to one step here, 2 steps there. And then when COVID happened, so like the rules were like, you can't give a drasha yet. First, there's only shul, and then there's only a 2-minute drasha, and then there's only a 3-minute drasha. Not exactly sure scientifically what the difference was between the 2-minute and the 4-minute drasha, other than like, I guess nobody's got patience for a 4-minute drasha when we're just starting out. And so I never picked the pulpit up because I was signifying this is a short drasha. It's not the regular thing. And I haven't picked it up yet. I just haven't picked it up. And so like I'm walking around, and people tell me it's like, oh, it's more engaging, and they get to like track me around. It's harder to fall asleep because they don't know if I'm walking in their direction or not. It's like a whole different chavaya.
And nobody's asking to pick up the pulpit yet, right?
Nobody has asked.
And that's the worst, is when like you don't do something, or like you gave up something and like nobody asked for it back.
Right, like Kiddush. Anybody doing Kiddush?
Yeah. Really? Okay, I go my Kiddush, and it's like you stop giving a certain shear, and like nobody said, yeah, how come you not? I really missed that. Oh
yeah.
Guys, I had a guy I had someone who got like we stopped. Oh, we're gonna go on a summer break for 3 weeks, whatever. And like there's one person who's like really upset by it, and the person was really upset. I was like, no, it's okay. That happens. It's like it's cool. But no one else was really upset. It was just one guy,
Yeah. But it's okay.
But what you mentioned about there is a lot of anxiety surrounding sort of the pressure of getting the production out, of putting out the material, keeping up with it, and also especially like who's really engaging with it, because we can see. I've learned to kind of tune it out. You think of Rishon Salanter's Vart, like even if you think you're going to change the whole world, you have to change yourself. I use it as a great tool for self-deprecating humor. Anybody who's on there, I'm like, listen, you have to go on my show because tens of people are going to watch this. Half of the views are my mother. I go to my mother's house, and somehow she figured out how to just play our shul's YouTube channel on a loop. So I go in, and she's in one room, and in the kitchen, it's just, I hear myself talking. I'm like, well, what's going on? But padding the numbers. That's what it's about. So
does that work? Same computer?
You gotta have a fan.
Oh wow! I didn't know you could do that. I thought it was like cookies or something. They know which computer it is, and you
it's
can't.
A certain amount of time, but but you can't get hung up. I get it. Look, we are human and we're vain, and we have egos. And when what we think is great, and not the whole world doesn't think it's great, it hurts. They don't recognize our greatness. It's hard. But in reality, that's not what we're in this for. So.
There's another thing too. I mean, it's not all about vanity. It's also, you have a certain amount of time, and you want to make sure that your time is focused on the most effective uses. Like, to have the class that only 2 people are listening to is probably not as effective a use of your time as the class that you have 100 people at. That's what I found with my podcast. Like with a 10-minute podcast, I'm reaching more people than I'm reaching with any class that I give. So it's definitely worth the investment, even if there's a sacrifice, the ability to do something else. So like, that was my take.
You remember a few weeks ago we were talking about Shabbos Shuvah Drasha, about moving it to Shachris as opposed to Mincha, because look, the reality is for me, and I think Jonathan said the same thing. You'll just get a better audience at Shachris, and because I remember early on when I was smarter than anybody, I knew more than anybody, and I had an unbelievable Shabbos Shuvah Drasha that 7 people attended, and I felt like. What that's an awful feeling. But then again, it's a little humility. It's good to learn also. But you have to roll with it. You have to learn and see like kind of what works and know your audience. So that's also where this is helpful. When someone else has the same issue. We always have I spent my young rabbinic career, let's say when we go to conventions and things like that, and everybody's sort of like looking over their shoulders. The older guys looking over their shoulders to see who the young up and comers are. And the young guys are always looking, saying like, okay, who's going to retire next so I can take his job, right? And so like, you guys don't know what you're doing, right? And I'm just kind of like doing my thing, like, you know, because I'm not an establishment guy. I kind of different route, but you know, so you learn. You got to do what's right for your people. I don't need to be the rabbi for Klal Yisrael. I need to be the rabbi for my congregation. So,
if you think of the families that got the help from Amudim, where they would be without that help, it's frightening. How many deaths happened because they didn't get help from Amudim? How many people's lives and families that have been destroyed, that it's so difficult for them to get out of that problem as it got worse if they would have gotten help from Amudim? Just think about that. So when you're helping Amudim, it's not just thousands of families, it's not just the 4,500 cases that they dealt with this year. Just think about the generations that are coming after these families got help. How those families and the children and the grandchildren, how they're growing up now in a healthy environment. You can't live without Amudim.
That's the thing about us in particular. You asked Shmuel, like, oh, what does someone say when he says, when Morgan says knows you, you know, and it's not just my father-in-law, but like I say, like,
no, somebody else too.
I say, like, there aren't that many. We're alike. We're all alike. I said, Sam, Shmuel, we're all. I don't want to call you rabbis, so we're alike. And look, at the end of the day, that's who it's an affinity group. We're naturally aligned. You know, Sam, you said our communities they're different. They're different. Great Neck is different than Scarsdale than Livingston, but we're alike. We have the same kind of hashkafa. We have the same. We don't take ourselves too seriously. We have the same kind of outlook on, like, we want to make an impact and, you know, and do it right in a normal, real human way, and all of that stuff works. Like you know, you said I remember. Shavuos, what was it? Shavuos time or Lag BaOmer? You did a Birkas HaGomel. Remember you did like a mass Birkas HaGomel for people who had COVID or something, Shmuel, right?
I did a Lag BaOmer, like a Zoom Gomel event, yeah, for all the people who had COVID.
So I did that around Shavuos or something like that, and it was beautiful. It was amazing, and like you were saying, by the way, bar and bat mitzvahs. I wanted to throw out an idea because this is not just to help the future. Great idea. We came up with an idea, about us really, but he's running with it, which is great. We're doing for all those who had a bar bat mitzvah during COVID, we're having a big simcha kiddush, like actually Shabbos Hanukkah, and so anyone could jump in, and the kids who want to speak. Usually our minhag is that, the boys will speak during davening, girls will speak, after davening, whatever. If anyone had a chance, wants to speak, had a chance to speak, or didn't have a chance to speak because they had a small neighborhood minyan, here, sign up, you get a 2-3 minutes of our Torah, and we're putting together kind of a log of, each Shabbos and, each Shabbos to give them that forum.
Yeah, we had a baby kiddush. All the babies born during COVID, during the summer, we had one big gala kiddush. And everybody, whatever, it was a beautiful thing. Everybody finally got to celebrate, which, how important the kiddush is for a baby girl.
Wait, do you not have kiddush? You don't have kiddush yet in shul?
We did. It took us a long time until we did. We're still outdoors. Our kiddushes are still outdoors.
Our kiddush is outdoors also. Our kiddush. What about you, Sam?
We're transitioning.
We're inside.
Got it. Yeah.
I mean, we've had a few events where people had made outdoor kiddushes, but we're inside. Everything's inside now. And it's funny, a small thing that I just popped into my head now, talk about positives after COVID. Can you remember the first time after all this that you shook somebody's hand? I remember specifically when it was, and it was like almost taken aback. Like, are you ever like watching TV? I mean, Chas v'Shalom, we shouldn't watch television straight, but imagine if you were watching a television show or a movie and you see people like, you're like, no, stop, don't touch each other, it's COVID. And the first time, and that made you realize is how much human beings crave personal interaction. And the handshake has taken on a whole new meaning. When you say good jobs to somebody, it really means something different now to me. And even if there's still people who are fist bumping or elbowing or whatever chicken wing things that they're doing, I look, I guess it's one of those things that you take for granted. You do it all the time, but here we are.
So much of this was like relearning all of these things, like, and also watching how we ourselves, how anxious were we about COVID? How anxious were we about handshaking? And then once I did my first handshake, and I'm like, I could never have imagined doing that again, but now I'm doing it again. And then this other person can't imagine ever doing it again. But like, I promise you'll get there. I was the same. We're all living through this absolutely unique experience all at the same time. And I can't think of another experience in my life like this, that we're all learning, everybody at their own pace, everybody's adapting at their own pace. And unfortunately or unfortunately, we're in the middle of managing all of the people at the same time, trying to figure out as a community what we're going to become comfortable with all together. But it's been super instructive to like watch that process happen. I don't know what you do, like if you have the Good Shabbos line coming up, so you kind of get a sense, people are they clenching, are they hand out? And very often there's like the awkward, I happen to love fist bumping. I wish fist bumping would stay. First of all, you get both hands. So you guys to your left, I got that. I got a left fist.
I heard actually this past shop was a great handshake story. So there's a famous tshuva in Igris Moshe, and it's based on a shul in the southern part of Long Island in the South Shore. And the child of the main player is actually a member of your shul, Rabbi Yismach. And the minhag is that if you get an aliyah, you had to shake the rabbi's hand. And there were people who were bregus, which ultimately led to a breakaway. So the person who asked for Moshe the Shiloh said, can he get an aliyah if he has yard site, if he doesn't want to shake the rabbi's hand? So Moshe wrote back, he said, not only do you not have to give him an aliyah, he says he's not allowed to have an aliyah. Not allowed to have an aliyah because you don't shake. That's nimus. That's the manner of the shul. You can't violate that. Now the side story the funny thing is that when the person who wrote the shalom, when they published the tshuva, they wrote the wrong name. They wrote Yitzchak instead of Yisrael. So for his 75th birthday, his family, who happens to be in clothing production, they made T-shirts that had the tshuva written with his name on it like that. Anyway, so in the same shul, I just heard recently that there was somebody who was an anti-vaxxer. And the shul has a very a strict, like, if you're not vaxxed, you can't have part of, you have to mask, whatever. Didn't wear a mask, got an aliyah somehow, and then he went dafka to shake the rabbi's hand, and the rabbi's like, no, I don't want to shake your hand. So it's like, it's the reverse shot, like, what do you do then?
Goes around, comes around. Right.
Exactly.
I actually didn't, it's funny, you guys said it right. Like, I actually didn't think we'd go. I was like, oh, I like this elbow thing. This is nice. I don't think, I remember saying, like, I don't think the, handshaking is coming back. The truth is, I'm a hugger. So I would always say, like, all right, no germs, we're good, or whatever. I'm like, but, yeah, it's very interesting.
Hugging's coming back, John. I'm sorry. Like, I'm not sure if that's coming back.
We'll see. We're full on hugging.
We all are. In Scarsdale,
we're hugging.
Yeah, we all are. We all are. You guys, maybe in Greenwich, you guys just don't like each other that much.
Could be. We're too, I don't know.
I have every week after the president of the shul makes announcements and he steps down, we give ourselves like a high five, a hug. And a president of the shul was here for a simcha, and he came to me afterwards. He's like, "Where's my hug? I don't get a hug on the people. What's going on?" He was actually jealous. It's good. It's good to it's good to feel close to Balabata. It's good to also have distance, but it's good to feel close. You do with that what you'd like.
Remember the first time we got together in person since like COVID? Remember we were doing like we'd hang out, online a little bit on Zoom or whatever, and then we got together. Remember?
Yes.
We went La Marée outdoors. Because my wife would only let me go outdoors. It was a very big shadow whether I could go or not. You guys were always okay, Sam, to go. Were you okay to go initially? You were good. You were good. Yeah.
John was late.
And then the guys didn't want to set us up outside. Remember, the La Marée guys are giving us the.
I called. I had a reservation. And then we went more recently to Tabernacle. So Baruch Hashem, you were allowed indoors, and you were late. We had, but you know what? I think we closed the restaurant because we were just wait. We out ate and outlasted the Hasidic guys next to us. They had like the giant tomahawk steak. they're busy taking pictures of it instead of eating it. They were like,
I think they were talking about their pulpits as well. I think that was the conversation for the evening. Listen, there's so much to talk about because we have all these stories because everybody's a story. And everybody constantly has. I remember at one point, somebody defined this so well for me the whole past year and a half, where after he got vaccinated, this person was very, very mocked, but he wasn't coming to shul or anything like that. And then after he got the vaccine, so I said, so like, this is great. You're immune. You're immune. This is before Delta and all of the Spakos, etc. I said, you're immune. He said, but I'm not immune from Mishigas. And so, like, he still had his shtick and he still had his thing. And there's so much of that. People adapting in their own way and people reacting completely unique to them. And I don't know where your shuls are at with this. We're not out. We're definitely not out. I know other communities, COVID is a far distant memory. And it's interesting because the way they're living, you would think that would be like a visual aid for communities who are not there yet to see, hey, look, they've been pretty okay for about a year. You don't find that. People need to deal with this themselves. They need to develop that comfort themselves. And until that happens, I don't know when it will. We're still living part of this. That's what I
no. So but you reminded me. I was going to say a few minutes ago, which was that in what the communities, what people sort of want from us or need from us is the ability to engage with this stuff and to show and to try to help and model and preach like what's normal. How do we move forward? I've had, unfortunately, in my pulpit life, I've had some major stuff, like tragedy type of communal stuff. And I found that like the community looks to the leadership, to the rabbis, like, okay, usher us through this, usher us through the mourning experience, usher us through the recovery experience, right? Because when is it appropriate to feel X or when is it appropriate to feel Y? And I think in COVID in particular, we're all dealing with that. And they really are looking for us, what's normal? And I think for me personally, I could say, I probably speak for you guys too, like when we have that placed on us, to be able to have a reality check from you guys, right? And be like, yeah, that's normal. Yeah, that is crazy when a person says X, Y, or Z. If a person jumps, that is crazy. Or that, oh, I get it, I hear. It's really helpful to be able to sort of have that and give us that sort of mind check and move forward, with our kahila and be kind of like the best leaders that we could be. So it's like, yeah.
And that's the hard part because, trying to find that sort of space where you can cover everybody or as many people as possible. People on the extreme edges, I think we're never going to get in any situation, COVID or not. But trying to have that broad reach, that big umbrella, and look, I thank God there are places that we could turn to also, besides one another. Like Amudim, for instance. That's a great resource where could have things like this, or we can even just kind of just talking about it. I feel better. What about you? But also, I'll say this, that Jonathan can relate that the fact, and they can't relate, but both Shmuel and I, we lost parents. We were in Avelis during this, and almost, I don't know if you had, it was much worse when you had your loss, Shmuel, because it was like the height of
I had no
people at the Levaya, you had nothing, right?
I had nothing.
I remember speaking to you on Erev Shabbos then, and but I remember like you guys brought me a lot of comfort. Even though we had a shiva and I had shul and I had kaddish and whatever, but at certain times, I guess in our position, you can't feel like you even have the ability to mourn fully because you're too busy like taking care of other people. I don't know if you felt that, Shmuel. So it's like let me celebrate my simcha, let me have mourn my avelos. So that's why this, going back to the word safe space, this is very, very helpful for me. As I'm navigating through it. So, and I'm not one to have feelings. So.
We know that. Yeah, that was very unique. That was very different. But there was value in that too. People will be discovering what a simcha means. People will be discovering what you really need for Avelos for it to be meaningful. Or how desperately we really do need people. A lot of these lessons, I hope they stick. I don't think the backyard weddings are coming back, but that hasn't been my sense so far. Things have pretty much reverted right back to normal. But we'll see. Hopefully, at least we've internalized some lessons that we'll be able to share with our kids, and our communities will be able to share with others as well. you hope a once in a lifetime event has a once in a lifetime impact. You hope, and maybe there's more of it than we even realize.
Small weddings.
Yeah.
Right? Well,
I can talk to you about that. yeah. But you're
Did
right.
a wedding last week, 150 people. Amazing.
The takeaway is like gravity. There's gravity that brings things down to earth. There's a gravity that brings people together. People want to be together. People need to be together. And Mirz Hashem.
How was your bar mitzvah, by the way? You made a bar mitzvah last week. I made a bar mitzvah this past Shabbos. It was the fullest the shul has been in close to 2 years. And everybody was commenting. Everybody was commenting about it.
It was amazing. Wait,
and they
hold
loved
on.
it, right?
Wait, they loved it. It was amazing. It was the fullest also. Rabbi, I haven't been in shul in 2 years, blah, blah, blah. Okay, maybe they weren't there for 5 years either. But no, I'm just kidding. They're all there. Here's the question. Did you acknowledge it? Did you acknowledge how full shul was?
I started my drasha, which was weird because there's never been I'm the rabbi and the kid's dad, right? Like it's an awkward position to be in. I started by saying I had forgotten that we had this many seats in this room. Like that was my opening line. Like it was packed, total capacity. And it was just so nice. Like there was this overflow. All the talking was back. The decorum was terrible. But you know what? In a way, I was like, this is great. This is great. I missed that problem. I missed having that problem. Okay, we'll deal with that. We'll deal with that next week. But it was having people together.
It's a good problem to have.
I'll just tell you, Ivadavka didn't say anything. I didn't comment how full it was because I didn't want to ruin it. I didn't want to scare anyone. I was just like, all right, this is normal. Like, it's a show.
That's the Hasidic guy in you with Ayin Hara. That's what you're worried about always. So.
You don't want to freak
anyway,
anybody
look,
out.
guys, keep fighting a good fight. You know what? I'm glad we have one another, and I'm glad we're able to express this, even for others to benefit. So, Mom, thanks for watching, and I'm really working. And no, really, guys, I really appreciate the Chaverschaft, and I appreciate your understanding, your professionalism, and for bringing us together in all these different ways. So we should just continue for many, many years to come in good health.
Amen.
Amen. Thank you, guys.
Amen.
Thank you, guys.
Mr. Ambassador, first of all, being in this room, only meters really away from your home, but this was your home for the better part of 4 years as you served as the U.S. Ambassador here to Israel. And this room in particular has significance. This is where President Trump stayed when he came on his historic visit in May of 2017. And right here, you and I sat with the Vice President of the United States of America right before he went to give the only speech any Vice President has given to the Knesset. To me, this room is filled with tremendous emotions. Tell me what you feel, just thinking of all the memories that came in this hotel, sort of sitting in this room.
Well, this whole hotel is one big memory, that spanned 4 years. In the old days, before there was a U.S. Embassy in Jerusalem, the ambassador really had no place to stay in Jerusalem. He lived in Herzliya, but he was always in Jerusalem because that's where the Prime Minister is, that's where the Knesset is, where the Supreme Court is, where the Prime Minister lives. So he needed a place to reside, and the King David Hotel was the unofficial residence of the ambassador. So I lived here on and off for 4 years. The hotel was great. The memories were great. We had our first meeting with the president down in the bar. They retrofitted it.
Right now you have to walk past your name on the floor and the president's name on the floor in order to get into that room today.
You have to walk past it. I hope people don't step on it because
they'll walk around.
I notice every now and then their feet get too close to my name, and I try to steer them out of the way. But yeah, look, we had that room where the first meeting between Prime Minister Netanyahu and President Trump. It was expanded to include Jared and Kushner and I and Secretary of State at the time, Rex Tillerson, along with three of the Prime Minister's senior advisors. And we had some really significant conversations there. We had some wonderful times there. You mentioned the Vice President. He delivered, I think, a truly transformational speech at the Knesset, and maybe equally important, when the Vice President and I spoke before his speech, he wanted to know what he could announce about moving the embassy, right? So at that point already, Jerusalem was recognized as the capital of Israel, but there hadn't yet been any date established for moving the embassy.
Right, just in context, this speech is January 2018. On December 6th, 2017, I was sitting in your home, then in Herzliya, as the president got up and recognized Jerusalem as the capital of Israel, as sort of the big first step to ultimately moving the embassy here. And this is 5 weeks later, maybe 5.5 weeks later. The Vice President is here about to speak in the Knesset, sitting here in this room where we are right now, and you're debating what he's going to say.
Yeah, it was, and we, I said to him, I think we need 3-4 months. And he said, well, is that the official position? I said, no, it's just what I think. He says, well, can I announce that? I said, I think you should check with the president. So he spoke to the president. And then a conversation ensued where, the president recognized that if this were left to the hands of Secretary Tillerson or any of the officials in the State Department, this would take 10 years.
Yeah.
And so they worked through, how to do this. And I said to the Vice President, look, not out of ego, but if you put me in charge, I'll get it done. If you don't put me in charge, it'll overtake us. We'll be out of office long before the embassy moves. And so, the Vice President announced at his speech that it will be done, within a year or two. I don't remember his exact words. But then, as we saw him off at the airport, he just before he got on the plane, I remember it was a rainy day. I was standing there just as he boarded Air Force Two, and he said to me, "I spoke to the president. You're in charge." And then he proceeded to walk up the plane.
I remember.
And I'm, I had like 100 questions. What exactly does that mean? You're in charge.
See you later.
Being who I am, I took the most favorable interpretation of that worked for me, and I just was able to take charge. And we opened up the embassy, as you know, on May 14th, 2018. So that was roughly 5 months after the announcement. And that was in comparison to what I think Tillerson wanted, which was about 10 years.
At least.
With massive amounts of bureaucracy and red tape and inquiries and permits and borings into the ground in various locations. So.
And if there aren't graves there, they're going to put graves there in order to have to get.
Yeah, it wasn't going to happen. It wasn't going to happen.
So I bring that up for the following reason. I don't think people understand the historic nature of the vice president's visit. And for me, I'll always remember that for two reasons. Number one, it was an inflection point, I think, from the words that the president said on December 6th to putting you in charge to get it done by May 14th. Had you not been in charge, it would not have happened by May 14th. And for me, it was my first presidential level motorcade that I ever ridden in. And to me, that's you can do a lot of different things in life.
Yeah.
That was an irreplaceable moment from the Knesset to here. It was just incredible.
Well, you missed the president.
I missed the president's
you weren't,
motorcade,
you weren't
correct,
there
yeah.
yet. Yeah, I had just gotten there a couple of.
Well, you guys had the helicopter.
We had helicopters, and yeah, I mean, we've both been on lots of helicopters since. But yeah, I mean, Pence's visit was historic. Obviously, President Trump's was more historic because it was the first time a sitting president visited the Western Wall, and it sort of set the groundwork. You know, he had come, as we point out in the film we made together.
Yeah.
You know, the president went to Riyadh, spoke to 50 Muslim nations, basically turned on its head the apology tour, if you will, of President Obama, and said to these countries, look, we have a common enemy, you know, radical Islamic extremism. You're fighting it, we're fighting it. You need to fight it first, because before it ever leaves your shore,
that's right,
you ought to be handling it.
And you're the greatest victims of it.
And you're the greatest victims of it. And they took notice on that. And then, you know, he flew from Riyadh to Tel Aviv.
Now, do a lot of people fly direct from Riyadh to Tel Aviv?
Well, that was the first flight ever from Riyadh to Tel Aviv, and it really set the stage. And of course, after he left Tel Aviv, he went to the Vatican. So he covered the three Abrahamic faiths in one trip and really set the stage. Now, a lot of people weren't paying attention. A lot of people were dismissive of everything he did. But if you were paying attention, you could look at that initial trip in 2017 and say this was the beginning of the groundwork for the Abraham Accords, and clearly it was.
Yeah, so just this morning when we were preparing, I was sitting with our good friend Yami, and he asked, you know, what kind of strategic visionary are you? And I could wax poetic about that for a long time. I think if people watch our movie, they'll be able to see, I think, the way this was laid out and executed. I think when they read your book, I think they'll be able to see it even more precise, and they can and should do that. But one of the things that I told Yami, and we said this just at my son's bar mitzvah just last week, that spending time with you as a person was even more enriching for me than watching you as a professional. And what I want to do, if it's possible, Amudim spends an enormous amount of time dealing with personalities, dealing with challenges, dealing with overcoming those challenges. And I think sitting where we are right here, just less than a kilometer from your house, much less than a kilometer from your house, can you share the story of why that's your house? Because to me, that I think says more about David Friedman than most other things.
Well, I'll share the story with you. People draw their own conclusions, but you know, I came to Israel in September of 2003 for the purpose of attending a wedding. My cousin's son was getting married, and I stayed here at the King David Hotel, and came in the night before the wedding and was just about to go to sleep. Got woken up that the bride, a beautiful girl named Nava Applebaum, was having her father had just flown in from a trip. It was the night before the wedding. They were sharing a couple of moments together to catch up at Cafe Hillel in the German colony on Emek Rafayim. And you know, a suicide bomber came in and blew up the restaurant. And unfortunately, both Nava and her father were killed. And so I came for a wedding, and we ended up having to attend a funeral. Now, I don't attend funerals because as a Kohen, I don't go to cemeteries. So I'm walking around Jerusalem, frankly, just in a daze, trying to find the right way to bring any kind of meaning to this event. I mean, it's virtually impossible to do. So I'm walking around and I see a building going up in a neighborhood that I liked, that I always was interested in buying something in Jerusalem. And there was just a bunch of cinder blocks there, but the name of the Kabbalan, the contractor, was there, and his phone number. I called him up. I said, meet me here. And I called my wife, who's in the States, and I said, look, I hope this is okay with you, but the only thing I can do right now that makes any sense to me as a result of this tragedy is to buy the biggest apartment I can find in Jerusalem, just to make the stand that the Jewish people will not be pushed out of Jerusalem, not by suicide bombers, not by terrorists, not by the United Nations, not by any political figures of any country. And and she said, of course, being who she is, she said, of course, if that's what you want to do, that's what you think is meaningful to you, do it. Now, look, it's a. Let me just be clear. It was meaningful to me. It doesn't compare with the sacrifices that. I'm not looking for any credit for it. It's a beautiful apartment. We live there to this day. We love it. I'm glad we bought it. It was my reaction to a horrific event. I'm sure there were better reactions, more important reactions, but this was my reaction because I just didn't know how else to react, other than to make my own little personal, minor commitment to say Jewish people are not going to be pushed out of Jerusalem.
Right, and you might see it minor and within the context of that event. I think that it probably is, but I think it speaks to you and your convictions. And I got to see this literally day in and day out for the better part of 4 years, from the time that President Trump won the election to through your confirmation to January 20th of 2021, where we ended your term and then my position as well. Where did we end? What was that last day like?
Well, as I like to say, and I shared this with Jared as well, we tried to leave it all on the field. We until the last minute, we did what we could to strengthen the U.S.-Israel relationship. We ended, of course, the same place that I began. Right when I got off the plane in May of 2017, I went straight to the Western Wall, straight to the Kotel, said a prayer, and when we left on January 20th at 7 p.m., because it was noon D.C. time, 7 p.m., said a prayer at the Western Wall. Said the same prayer at the Western Wall, and in between, we did whatever we could. But look, I mean, even after it was clear that our time was running out, we tried to strengthen the relationship in ways that I think will hopefully be enduring. Whether it was the labeling of products made in Judea and Samaria, or giving people born in Jerusalem a nation of birth on their passports, obviously nation being Israel, or strengthening our connections with places like the City of David or the Western Wall. These are all things that you and I did as much as we could until we were no longer government employees.
Yeah, but I would disagree. I would say that the position has changed, but I think the commitment to Jerusalem, the commitment to those same ideals, is the same. I'd ask you just to share with us for a little bit what you're doing now through the Friedman Center that not only maintains but strengthens that commitment to Jerusalem, and marry that, please, with the Abraham Accords, because I think people think that the two things are different, that your commitment to Jerusalem and the safety and sanctity and prosperity of Israel somehow happened in a silo, and the Abraham Accords happened in another silo, and they just happened to happen during these course of the 4 years. That clearly is not true. These things are interrelated strongly. So I'm curious if you can share with us sort of your thinking on that.
Well, first of all, to those who studied the Bible, they should know that the road to peace, at least in the view of the prophet Isaiah, runs through Jerusalem. Right? I mean, the paradigmatic phrase or description of peace, and we know it's paradigmatic because it's right across from the United Nations on the Isaiah wall.
First and last thing the United Nations got right in that regard.
It's one of the things they got right is the quoting from Isaiah: "They shall beat their swords into plowshares, and nation will not lift up sword against nation nor study war anymore." That's the vision of peace that has captivated the world since Isaiah was about 700 years before the Common Era. Now, if you read the entire verse and the preceding verse of Isaiah, what Isaiah says is that all the nations of the world, not just the Jewish people, but all the nations of the world will come to Jerusalem. Why? Because, as they say in Hebrew, Ki mitzion tetzei Torah, because really the wellspring of the world's values come from Zion, come from Jerusalem. And then what happens when all these nations will get to Jerusalem? Well, Isaiah goes on to say that God will resolve their differences, and then nation will not lift up sword against nation. So the whole vision of Isaiah is that peace will come when the nations of the world come to Jerusalem, where God will then step in and help those nations to resolve their differences. So Jerusalem and peace are synonymous to me, or they're all part of the same issue. And in fact, as you know, Jerusalem itself means Yerushalayim, means the city of peace. Now, let's move forward from the Bible, and how does it matter in practical terms? Twofold. Number one, Most of the violence of Arab against Jew over the last century, beginning with the massacre in Hebron in 1929 and continuing to the time when you and I were in government, came from the false accusation that the Al-Aqsa Mosque was under siege. The Al-Aqsa Mosque is the third holiest place in the religion of Islam. It's right over there. It's the third holiest place. There's 2 billion Muslims in the world, and a tiny, tiny fraction have ever been to the third holiest site. They rely upon Al Jazeera. They rely upon other information. Mostly, what's happened is the Palestinians have realized that they can get this charge out to the world, get a lot of people very angry, and they're not accountable to the truth because the truth never really reaches the far reaches of the Islamic world. So, in practical terms, if you can bring the Muslim world to Jerusalem, and with the Abraham Accords, we have the ability to do that. Yeah. You got better flights now coming in from Egypt. You have flights for the first time on Gulf Air in Bahrain, on Etihad in Abu Dhabi, Emirates Air in Dubai, others.
Fly Dubai if you're on a budget.
And from Morocco too now, flights. Yeah. So the Arab world can now come to Israel.
Yeah.
There's no longer any impediment. When they get there, when they come to Jerusalem, they will see not only is the Al-Aqsa Mosque not under attack, but Israel shows enormous respect and deference to the Muslims in their willingness to pray at their third holiest site. This has to be seen. People have tried to get this word out, through content, through articles, through video. You can't. It's got to be seen. So that really is very much one of the things that we're trying to do. It's critical. And the other thing which I think motivates the Arab world is that America was shown to be a strong ally of Israel, respecting its biblical heritage, respecting its ancient heritage. And I think, all these other countries that have such incredible ancient heritages see that as a value they respect in the United States, and they want the United States to treat them the same way. So, there was this view that America, siding with Israel on Jerusalem would create this incredible explosion of violence.
Yeah.
What it created was an explosion of peace. And that really shocked the world, but it was something that many of us in the Trump administration really saw as being a real possibility, and thank God it came to fruition.
My name is Mark Karasik. It's a privilege for me to speak a few seconds about Amudim. We all know what it does in times of need and crisis collectively for Klal Yisrael. I had a personal situation a year and a half ago. It was August of 2020, Daled Elul, Toshin Pei, when my father was nifter in the middle of COVID, and David Kushner and Zvi Gluck through Amudim helped get my brother and myself tickets to go to Israel. They got us the permits. They arranged everything with the Chaver Kadisha. Baruch Hashem, we were able to go and give Kavod Achman to our father in the midst of a terrible situation where not everybody was able to go. And of course, they did it timely. My father was nifter in the morning. We were on a flight that evening, and everything was taken care of. Kedarkom. They're terrific. We appreciate them. We wish them Hatzlacha Rabbah for all of Klal Yisrael. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Good afternoon. I was asked to talk about Amudim. I don't know how we existed as a Jewish community without Amudim in the past. This organization really has answers to all kinds of questions, some of them very serious, life-threatening situations such as attempted suicide, some of them more in the realm of simchas, and Amudim has been a wonderful lifesaver to many. We all use it. We don't even realize how much it helps us. It helps our neighbors, it helps people we know and people we don't. And their latest venture that I know of is their assistance in traveling to Israel. It's been invaluable to my husband and myself in arranging our trips, and I just hope to see that Amudim continues strong until it's out of business because we have no more problems. Hatzlacha.
Now, I promised the audience that would have some stuff that maybe nobody's seen before, so I'm going to ask you a couple more really challenging questions now. Many ambassadors have an opportunity to participate in chavayot and experiences.
Mm-hmm.
You're too busy working to have a chance to experience some of the experiences that were open for you.
Mm-hmm.
But there were some pretty cool opportunities that you had. Would you rank, nothing to do with politics, nothing to do with policy, what was sort of the coolest thing that happened over the course of 4 years?
Look, I did lots of cool things because, I landed on an aircraft carrier on July 4th of 2017.
Can you share your helicopter experience in between the Israeli helicopters and the U.S. helicopters?
Yeah, with the Israeli helicopters, you get on the helicopter, you're up in the air before you sit down. The seatbelts are ancient, very hard to put together. Maybe you do it, maybe you don't. You get a little thing to stick in your ear to cover the noise, and you're off. And if it's raining, sometimes the water leaks through the helicopter, and if you're flying in a cloud, you just got to hope these guys know what they're doing. You fly on an American helicopter, which was rare, but when we landed on an aircraft carrier, only the U.S. Choppers were able to land. They put you on a flight suit. They put you on a life preserver because you're flying over water. They tell you, they give you a whole briefing. They tell you that if the chopper has to ditch in the water, it will immediately turn upside down, and you should, follow the bubbles in order to get to safety. At which point I told the general that I was with, listen, you get me out of here. He was a brigadier general at the time, which is a 1-star. I said, if you ever hope to make 2-star general, you better get me out of this thing if it lands in the water. But yeah, so it's a different perspective. But God bless, both militaries are different, but in many respects, the mutual respect they have for each other is incredible.
Well, how many times did we fly up to the Golan Heights together with the Prime Minister? You got to sit, the Prime Minister was here in the front of the chopper, and you were immediately across from him or next to him. I was several people further down. Did you ever notice they never closed the back of the helicopter?
It's an open window. I mean, and it's flying sometimes on an angle,
yeah.
So you stand up and you trip, you can zoom right out the back.
So I was going to buckle my seatbelt, and I'm looking around. I'm like, nobody else is buckling their seatbelt. So I was going to have a cool thing to do. So I was just praying most of the time.
But let me tell you what was the most moving. It may not have been the coolest. Most people will think it probably isn't the coolest. The most moving, and it's just because of what spoke to me. There's a program in the IDF called, it's actually run by the Jewish National Fund, called Special in Uniform. And what it is it's a program where the IDF incorporates into their military autistic kids with Down syndrome, kids who have special needs. And it's more work than, the IDF doesn't, it's more work for them to help bring these people in than the benefits they may get.
Yeah.
But as a nation, the benefits are massive. To show that the IDF values every single life and every single person has something to contribute. And in Israel, of course, unlike the United States, where we have a volunteer army and it's only 5–10% of the population, in Israel, the real, rite of passage of adulthood is the giyus, is being brought into the army, because it shows that you're really contributing, to the state of Israel. So I had the privilege of giving out the berets to all these kids. Some of them had Down syndrome, some of them were autistic, some of them had other issues. I'm not a clinician. I can't tell you what their challenges were, but I gave one out to every one of them, and I would hug them and they would hug me, and they were so incredibly special kids and so proud. But for the parents to see their kids inducted into the army, I mean, there wasn't a dry eye in the house, and I'll never forget that. And it wasn't cool, like in the sense of, flying on a helicopter or meeting, like I've met so many heads of state. I remember hanging out on the roof of the King David with Malcolm Turnbull. When he came, I met with him. He was then the Prime Minister of Australia, and you and I, how many cool things I've done, but that was the most meaningful. Yeah.
Yeah. One thing that I don't think got a lot of publicity, but I think with the rise of anti-Semitism, unfortunately, throughout the world today, you took a lead on that, and you took a lead on that with Rick Grinnell, who was at the time an ambassador to Germany, and Ambassador Mosbacher, who was the U.S. ambassador to Poland. What did we do, and why do you think we did it?
Mm-hmm. Well, I think you're referring to the March of the Living, and this was, first of all, this was your idea, and you deserve all the credit for it. We were at this point in the administration where I just think we had lost our way in terms of even defining anti-Semitism. You have people accusing people of being anti-Semitic who, to my knowledge, were Israel's greatest friends, and you have people that were, rationalizing, legitimizing horrific anti-Israel behavior as being, legitimate political content and not being anti-Semitic. So, and we're still at that point now. We haven't figured this out. So we've lost our way on anti-Semitism, and we were talking about, well, what can we do to take a stand against anti-Semitism that is completely non-controversial, and different and new. And you said, well, why don't we lead a government delegation to the March of the Living? Now, the March of the Living has been around for 30 years. It's one of the most important, trips that a kid can take, right? They come to Poland, and they visit, some of the communities that were destroyed during the Holocaust, and then they take that march, that death march, from Auschwitz to Birkenau. I know people may not realize that the real death camp was Birkenau. Auschwitz was sort of the processing center in the work camp, but the real, methodical killing of Jews took place in Birkenau, where the gas chambers were, and it was, a kilometer and a half or something. It wasn't a long walk, but it was that march that I think could put people in the same position of these tortured souls that had to take this march, to their death in 1943 or 1944. And so your idea was, well, why don't we bring a group of American dignitaries? So we collected as many ambassadors of the United States to European countries as we can. I think we had about 7 or 8 of them. Yeah. And then we brought a bunch of others and a bunch of other dignitaries, and we led the march. And I had the privilege of leading the march with Rabbi Lau, carrying a Sefer Torah that had been rescued from the Holocaust. And look, there's no words to put into it. It was something that we would have done again and again had it not been for COVID. I recommend this to every American government, because at the end of the day, if you lose your way in anti-Semitism, if anti-Semitism means everything, then it means nothing, right? So we need to get our bearings straight, and if you really want to get your feet back on the ground and understand what the Jewish people really have to fight, and what can't be allowed, what genie can never be allowed to get back out of the bottle again, this is the anti-Semitism that we have to find. And it exists on the left and it exists on the right. And it's not a political issue. You have, listen, Hitler killed 6 million Jews, and I don't know, something like 11 or 9 or 10 million people in total. He was a right-wing fascist. And Stalin, who proclaimed himself to be a communist, he killed another 10 million people. I mean, there's plenty of evil to go around at the extremes. We have to fight the extremes on both ends, and we have to, and this is one of the things, going back just to the Abraham Accords, just to complete the circle. I met with the foreign minister of the Emirates, and he said something to me very profound about the Abraham Accords and about the battles, if you will, of the 21st century. So the fights are much less now nation against nation. I mean, obviously we have rogue nations, we have North Korea, we have Iran, but basically the fights, the battle is not between nations and nations, it's between ideologies. Yeah. And it's between extremists and moderates. And the extremists come in all shapes and sizes and all political stripes. But what they have in common is that they're extreme and they're violent and they don't tolerate any opposition. You have it in America, you have it in Israel, you have it in the Gulf, you have it throughout the world. And the Abraham Accords, at its core, is a battle in which the moderates have defeated the extremists. Mm-hmm. That's the battle that we have to win and have to keep fighting for.
Yeah, I was very pleased that you went there, because I wasn't going there. As you were speaking, I thought about 2 things that resonated in my mind as your pillars of policy over the course of the 4 years. I'll share the second one first, if that makes sense. You gave a speech, you gave many speeches in AIPAC, but one of them that I thought was most powerful, you got up the morning after a rocket flew over my house, right? This was the Golan, the rocket flew, how do I know it was over my house? Because they measured how far it was from Naftali Bennett's house, and he lives, a block away from me. And you got up, and what did you say about that rocket? Do you remember that line?
I said something, I don't remember the line specifically, but I think the point was that the rocket doesn't discriminate between left-wing Jews or right-wing Jews or Arab Israelis or Palestinians. I mean, the rocket is an instrument of death, and it is on its way to kill whoever it hits, and it doesn't care about the politics or the religion or the ideology. And that's what we really need to be fighting, the extremist mentality, the extremist theology, the extremist mentality is just to destroy the world, destroy people, to end lives, for no reason other than to gain power and influence. And so they're out there everywhere, and that's and I believe that Israel, the Emirates, Bahrain, Morocco, the U.S., many other countries, we're all in this battle together. And the quicker we kind of align ourselves in that battle, I think the more we have a chance of really saving the world.
Yeah, people oftentimes ask me, what were the words that you said that resonated most with me over the course of 4 years? And it was really a speech that I had missed. I'd seen it online. It happened the week before I had gotten there. It was your speech to the Jewish Agency or one of the large entities, and you coined at that point in time the phrase that it is a quintessential American value to be pro-Israel. And I think that that's a mistake that I made prior to assuming this position, a mistake that I think many of the people probably watching this who feel that being pro-Israel is somehow a side gig. You could be Canadian, you could be American, you could be Mexican, you could be Italian, and I'm pro-Israel on the side. It's not in the interest of my country. I'm pro my country and I'm pro this. And you flip that entire model so appropriately so and so accurately so that being pro-Israel is a quintessential American value. Can you articulate probably better than I can why that's the case?
Sure, because look, this phrase is used too often, but people say Israel and America are joined by commonality of values. And I like to think that we still live in a world where values matter. And the values that are the pillars of American society are set forth in the Declaration of Independence, right? This was a transformational document where our founding fathers in America said that human beings are endowed by their creator with certain unalienable rights, life, liberty, pursuit of happiness, we all know what they are. But the key point was that they were endowed by their creator, right? This means that human rights are not granted by man, they're granted by God. What does that mean? That means that they're not negotiable. They're immutable, that every human being has certain rights. And this was transformational because before then, whatever rights people had came from the monarch or came from the sovereign, but did not come from God. They were always, the sovereign can give, the sovereign can take. These are non-negotiable rights. Now, how did our founding fathers know the rights that were endowed by our creator? They read the Bible. Where did the Bible come from? It goes back to my earlier point. Ki mitzion tetzei Torah, dvar Hashem Yerushalayim. Out of Zion comes forth the law and the word of the Lord from Jerusalem. So we refer to them sometimes as Judeo-Christian values. We refer to them sometimes as values of human rights. But whatever they are, the wellspring of America's foundation, the wellspring of American values, come from Jerusalem, come from Israel, and so we are joined in this great, self-governing experiment by those values, and so I think, again, quintessentially, that's what America is. It's a country formed on values that emanated from Israel. Bringing it into modern times, look, Israel is the only democracy in the Middle East. It's been a matter. The U.S. is obsessed with Israel's safety and security and formation. Going back, everyone talks now about the Jerusalem consulate. It was founded in 1844, 104 years before the state of Israel came into being, by a Christian Zionist who planted a flag at the Jaffa Gate and said, "I hereby extend America's protection to the Jews of Jerusalem," who were the majority then and continued to be the majority in Jerusalem until they were expelled in 1948. So, this is what America is. America has this deep-rooted, belief in the significance of Israel and the significance of Jerusalem and how America will be blessed and favored if it supports Israel. That America has this unique role in the world to be the guardian of Israel, and that will redound to the benefit not just of Israel but to America itself. I actually believe, and I can't prove this, but I actually believe that America has been blessed with so much fortune and so much prosperity and so much security because of its role in supporting Israel like no other nation has. And I hope that we don't lose sight of that. I think it's critical to the ongoing security and prosperity of the United States.
Yeah, when we become morally ambiguous about that, I think that we lose our own moral way, we lose our clarity. I want to leave just with one message. I think that you spoke about human rights, human dignity, being endowed from the Creator. Every life matters. Amudim, you didn't spend as much time with them on the phone over the course of 4 years, but my goodness, did they call me with cases that you cannot even imagine, in cases where somebody's instinct might be, it's one person, why are you spending so much time? There was never that response. Every single person mattered. Every single, quote, lost cause or hopeless case was treated with care, dignity, respect, and it's one of the reasons why you and I think we're excited to talk to this audience. there are going to be hundreds of thousands of people hopefully watching this. First of all, the Abraham Accords have not and will not receive enough credit. I would strongly encourage you to watch Ambassador Friedman's documentary that I had a chance to play a part in, to read his book, to understand what I think will be a story that you'll tell your kids and your grandkids about, as David Friedman, from your birth. We didn't talk about when your parents were listening to the radio in 1967 and immediately booked your bar mitzvah year. That was actually probably the source.
We'll leave something for the book.
Yeah, we'll leave something for that later. Okay, well, they'll all go out and buy the book. I'm positive about that. But Jerusalem matters. And when they write the history of Jerusalem, David Friedman's name is quite literally on the wall. And that's an incredible thing. And I know for me, it was an honor and a privilege to be able to play a part in that, because for our family, we think that we're part of the history of Jerusalem and Israel and the United States as well. So it's really an honor and a privilege and a pleasure. I hope this gave some insight to the audience as to David Friedman, the person, as opposed to the ambassador who shapes policy.
Well, thank you, and you most certainly are part of the history of Jerusalem, the history of Israel. I would leave you with one thought that hopefully the listeners will appreciate, because before I was ambassador, I was active in a bunch of different charities that involved Israel, and I became very close to a general in the army named Doron Almog, who ended up winning the Israel Prize. He was somebody who was one of the commanders of the Entebbe raid. He was, I think this is less well known, one of the Munich assassins. I mean, he's had quite a storied career protecting the Jewish people. And he had one son, and his son was severely autistic, and unfortunately he lost him several years ago. But he was as strong as they come, as strong militarily, physically, mentally, like a rock, And his son, as he said many times, his son was not that way. He was, deeply challenged, never spoke, never called him Abba, never had that experience. And he said to me, he learned more from his son than he learned from anybody else. And his point was that you judge a society not by how it treats the strongest members of the society, but by how it treats the weakest.
That's right.
And so for an organization that reaches out to the most challenged in society, the weaker members of society, that's how you really prove your humanity and justify your humanity. So I'm very happy to be part of this, to lend some support.
Hi, everybody. My name is Tamir Goodman. I'm a former professional basketball player, and I'm here today with two of my best friends in the world, Michael Sweetney and Tamar Slay. And I've just been such a big fan of Amudim. I've been able to see your work in America and here in Israel, and I'm excited to hopefully do some things with you here in Israel. And thank you all for being part of this. You know, when I was growing up, there was like an old Jewish teaching that used to say, I remember my rabbi teaching a test when I was younger, he used to say, you can't compare somebody who studies a portion of the Torah 100 times to someone who studied that same portion 101 times. And I always used to think to myself, like, what does that even mean? Like, someone studied it 100 times, they got the information down, and just because they studied it one extra time, they're considered a completely different person. Like, what is the power of that one extra time of reviewing something? Like, it took me a long time to understand that when I was a kid. Or in basketball terms, like, let's say we went out to the gym and we were going to shoot 500 shots. That was our goal for the day, and we're going to make X amount. And we went out to the gym and we shot the 500 shots, and we made the amount of shots we wanted to make. But a basketball player always stays and shoots that one extra shot, and they won't leave until they make that shot. Like, a basketball player won't leave the gym on a miss. They'll stay in the gym even if they completed all their tasks for the day, and they'll take that extra shot, and they won't leave until they make it. Like, what is it about that one extra shot, or that reviewing the information one extra time, that puts you in like a totally different category? So as I got older, I started to appreciate the fact that that one extra shot, or going over something one more time, does make all the difference, because it takes you from an energy of sometimes being overwhelmed and not complete, to someone who's like in a totally different category of a winner, and someone who could overcome anxiety and has confidence. You know, I think about it all the time. Like, say, for example, if I usually work out in the morning, and then I have like a little workout I do in the afternoon, even if I do one of my afternoon workouts, just one drill of my afternoon workout in the morning instead of waiting for the afternoon, I already feel totally different. I feel like I have less weight off my shoulders. I'm ahead of the game instead of behind the game. I'm now like a winner. I'm feeling in a mode that I could accomplish anything and help people and really win the day. What was the difference? It was just being like one step ahead of schedule. So one of the mental tricks that I use on a daily basis to help me with mental health awareness or mental challenges or anything I'm going through is to always try to be like one step ahead of the anxiety, be one step ahead of the game. It's if I have a bunch of tasks, I try to like be one step ahead of it, and that just puts me in a totally different realm. Instead of being anxious or overwhelmed, I feel like one step ahead of the game. And that's what we learned from that old Jewish teaching of reviewing one more time, and also why the basketball players won't leave the gym until they make that one extra shot. And, you know, I had a great coach. His name was Coach David Blatt, and he always used to say at practice, basketball is 90% mental, 10% physical. So if we know, you know, how important mental health awareness is in our day-to-day life, into us living a happy and meaningful life and accomplishing our tasks, how much of it comes from the mental side of things, it's time that the world, puts a big focus on this. And that's why today I'm glad to be part of this program with Amudim, and especially glad that we have two people, incredible people, Michael Sweetney, Tamar Slay, two former NBA players who have beat the odds in their lives, who have made history, who continue to inspire people on a daily basis. Two of my best friends, two heroes to the world. And today we're going to share, they're going to share with us their journey and some of the mental health awareness tips and thoughts that they use on a daily schedule to help them and also the people around them. So thank you all for being part of this. And I'd like to welcome Michael Sweetney and Tamar Slade. Welcome, guys. It's so good to see you.
Thanks for having me. I'm excited to be here.
Yes, most definitely.
Yeah.
Thanks for having us.
So both of you guys have such an incredible story. I thought we would start off by each one of you sharing your story and maybe put a little bit of an emphasis on how some of the challenges that you've overcome in your life, and you've overcome them mentally, not just physically, to accomplish some of the things that you've accomplished. Maybe we'll start with Mike. If you could just share, 4 or 5 minutes of your journey, and then Tamar, you as well.
Hello, everybody. So pretty much I want to share a little bit about myself. I'm from Oxon Hill, Maryland, Prince George's County. I started playing basketball at the age of 9 years old, whereas my father pretty much, instrumental figure in my life. Introduced me to the game. Didn't like it at first. Hated basketball actually. Didn't want to do it, but just grown to love the game, and it's all because of my father. He put me in it. Actually, he watching him play growing up in his little old 40-man-year-old leagues, whatever stuff like that. So just watching him and being part of it just made me kind of grow in love for the game. And just from there, it just started to blossom a little bit. Started playing high school basketball. I was fortunate enough to play varsity basketball as a freshman. Then I got a scholarship at Georgetown University. The late great John Thompson recruited me. That was an amazing situation. And a lot of people know this. I committed from my freshman summer going into my sophomore year. I committed to school, to Georgetown. So never took a college visit. Just the first time meeting him, I just committed. So it was kind of different and not the norm, but something that I just believed in myself, and my parents believed in it. And had a good college career. Played 3 years at Georgetown University, All-American 2 of those years. And luckily, I was a top 10 pick of the New York Knicks, number 9. The same year as LeBron and Carmelo and Dwayne Wade and those guys like that. So, a lot was just, expected of me, coming into there being a top 10 pick. Went to summer league, played well, thought I was gonna get minutes. And then right before the season started, we was in this thing called rookie transition program. They kind of teach you about, things they expect about NBA life with its finances, the physical part, the mental part, everything, dealing with family members, how to deal with this, just pretty much everything that's about to come at you. They try to, give it to you in a couple of days of what's coming. And so during that process, I got a call that my father, who literally just talked to him that morning, had passed away with a massive heart attack. I was just like blown away, like, wow, just talked to him hours ago. Now he's telling me he's gone. And that was just a hard adjustment for me to really process that. So I went home and, we had a funeral. Then he said, hey, take some time off. I said, nah, as athletes, like, sometimes get on that court. That's your outlet. I said, no, I'm going to use my basketball. That's my little PS, my safe haven. I'm just going to keep playing. And what I, did not understanding that, I'm going to a situation, the Knicks, where it's, I didn't know there was a lot going on there. I'll just leave it that there was a lot going on there at the time. And, being a young 19-year-old kid thrown into New York City, they give you a lot of money, and you're just like, all right, how do I balance all this? So I didn't realize how much of a business. So me just not understanding that it's a business and what's going to happen. And just, I went from having a great training camp, and then for them to pull me before the season and say, hey, you're not going to play. So I'm thinking like they're going to tell me I'm not getting minutes I want. It's like, nah, you're going to dress in a suit. So I'm like, wow. It's kind of, I didn't understand it at the time. I'm like, I know for a fact I deserve those minutes. And so it was like hard for me to really process that. But now I'm older, I understand the business of basketball and why that happened. But it was a hard process. So from then, basketball became not fun for me. So then it was no safe haven, because at home I'm still grieving my father. Then at home, then in the basketball gym, I'm miserable. So everywhere I went, there was no safe haven. And next thing you know, that depression really started to kick in like real serious. And and back, now we're talking about it, but back in 2003, it wasn't something where, it was like a comfortable conversation, I would say, where you can just go to somebody and say, hey, look, I'm going through depression, I got anxiety, or something's going on, I'm not feeling right. It wasn't that comfortable conversation I can probably go to my coach or team to say that stuff. So I was kind of like, kind of fell behind. And so me just trying to think I can get through it on my own, fight through it and be okay. And I got this. Next thing you know, that snowball effect started to happen. And next thing you know, my depression kicked in overdrive where I tried to harm myself twice. And that was like one of the things where I was like, wow, like what is really happening to me? And, and then 4 years went by like a blur. I ended up stopped, literally just walked away from the game of basketball. My agent actually had a contract for me for one team. I kind of just had to be honest with myself. And I was like, I can't do this. And I kind of told him what happened. And he was in shock. He's like, wow, I never knew. I was like, I was what you call a professional master, where I'll be smiling on the outside, life is amazing, but behind closed doors, I'm a mess. So, I was one of those people. And so when I decided just to walk away from the game, I had to really get my life together and, try to figure it out, but I didn't know how. I went to go see a counselor, and that counselor I went to go see wasn't for me. It just wasn't, it was a bad fit. And so once that happened, I lost trust in a lot of stuff. I didn't know where to turn. And luckily, I got the call from my wife letting me know that she's pregnant with my son. And how everything comes full circle, knowing that, the headspace I couldn't be, the father to this kid at the states I was in. And knowing what my father was to me, I owed that to his, his legacy to keep it going, to being a good parent. So And I ended up, just didn't understand where to go. I prayed about it and, got a call to go to Uruguay, South America. Never even thought about playing out there. And ended up going to South America and met someone out there. And we spent, literally all day together. A guy named Juan. We spent breakfast, lunch, dinner. And I kind of came to a point where I accepted my father's death. I accepted my NBA career. Didn't want to go the way he wanted to go. And, where do I move forward from here? And that's when I kind of just started, understanding how to take care of my mental health, where it's meditating, praying, opening up about my feelings and things like that. So that's when life just, started to change and turn for the better. And the next thing you know, I did an interview for the New York Post, and it went viral. And next thing you know, I kind of found my purpose where I became a mental health advocate, where I'm speaking, at places, schools, wherever it may be, just trying to inspire others and just try to share my journey and let people know that, we all are human. No matter what you're going through, there is a way out. There's a big support, a huge support system. No matter what you think, there's a big support system out there. So I just want to just, put that message out there to people that, like, don't feel embarrassed about going through it, because at some point everybody has gone through it and been there. I mean, it's always different levels, but we all get through it. So I just want to put that out there. But thank you.
Well, Mike, that was so incredible. Thanks for sharing your journey and your resilience and your toughness and your bravery, for not only how you have been able to pick yourself up and come out a champion, as you always do, but now so focused on helping the next generation as well. So thank you so much. That was really incredible. Now we're going to go over to Tamar, who's beat so many odds and continues to inspire so many players of all levels. All this coming from a really, really small town where it was almost impossible to accomplish what he accomplished. So Tamar, will you please share your journey with us as well?
Yeah, absolutely, Mike. That's really the first time I heard the entire story about you, man. So thanks for sharing. Yeah, my path was, the older I get, the more I have more respect for myself of what I did accomplish. I come from a small town, as you mentioned, in Beckley, West Virginia, to which my mother didn't graduate high school. She had my oldest brother when she was 15 years old. So she had me when she was 18. And we had some rough times, you're just growing up in a small town, not having finances, and, being around a lot of different people around me that were using drugs, that were selling drugs, that just was, it was a bad environment. But, I was introduced to basketball at a very early age. We had a playground outside of our apartment. So my brothers would take me down there and I would play with them. And that's when I fell in love with the game. But I wasn't that good, right, as a young man. But as I got older, I continued to play. And, God blessed me going from 5'11" my 9th grade year to 6'4" my 10th grade year. And a lot of different changes happened that year, not only with my body, but that's when my mom finally decided to leave my dad. And but I fell in love with the game. When you talked about getting that extra shot, I would stay in the gym. I mean, that was my sanctuary. That's when I can escape. I would go there and just play for hours without eating, without talking to anyone. Even if I was by myself, I could stay in the gym for 6 or 7 hours, just trying to master, whether it be the shot fake, whether it be my first step, whether it be the 3-ball. I was staying there for hours and hours. And then I started seeing a difference in my game. I started going out. I was dominating guys that used to be better than me. And, I just kept going. I was like, this is what I love. This is what I'm continue to do. So I ended up winning 2 state championships in high school. I got recruited. Mike, I tell you what, listen to this story. Once I signed with Marshall, my high school coach, he was an old school coach, so he would hold letters from us to keep us humble. Whole conversation. He said, before he said, I was going to tell you this, but John Thompson really wanted you at Georgetown. He said, I hadn't told you that yet. So we could have been teammates.
Are you kidding me right now?
Yeah.
I wish I would have known that, man. Now I'm mad about that.
Yeah. So
that got me over the hump, man.
Yeah, we would have had a heck of a career there. Yeah. So I won 2 state championships. I was recruited by some schools, and I ended up signing to go with Marshall. As soon as the basketball season ended, we had our landlord that was, because I was playing for the local school, come tell my mother that you guys no longer can stay in this home. And she was kind of begging, pleading, and asked if we could get some more time. He said, no. He said, have your son buy your house once he makes it to the NBA one day. So that summer, I was homeless, and just had to sleep with friends. I had to sleep with my brother's girlfriend's house. Just sleeping on the couch on the floor. So it was a rough summer, but again, basketball was always my outlet. But at that point, and I've never really shared this, is when I first got introduced to drinking. I had a friend that was like, man, let's sip on this right here, and I would play basketball, all week, and I always would give myself one day off, and that day off I would use to drink alcohol. So that was my other escape for that day where I didn't have basketball. So I would kind of just drink to blackout. And I started that at the age of 18 years old. And so I went to college as a freshman, homeless. And then that November, my freshman year, my uncle, who I have the tattoo here, who was the uncle who helped raise me, the uncle that always picked me up because I was the youngest, who always believed in me, he was shot and killed. It was murdered my freshman year. So my dad wasn't around. We were struggling financially. And then my uncle was murdered. And all those things was just bottled up. And I would go to the gym. I mean, I would shoot for hours. And then, after the games or whatever, we would go out, and I would start doing this, drinking. So fast forward a little bit, had a great career at Marshall, ended up getting drafted in the second round to the New Jersey Nets. Again, they called me on draft night and said, we're probably going to send you overseas for a couple of years till you develop. But I had a great summer league. They ended up signing me to a 2-year deal. And some of the same habits continue. I didn't, like you, I was in and out the IR, wasn't playing a lot, but I was working hard, trying to show them that I could play, but I still had that same habit that continued to stay with me. But it was, it was relief. That's how I relieved my stress. So that continued throughout pretty much my whole career, where basketball was my outlet, and alcohol one day a week was something that I did. And, fast forward, this is continued. Like I'm not really dealing with the things that I need to deal with. And I got hired by the NBPA, and we had a employee retreat where we all had to get up, and I'm 36, 37 years old at the time. I get up, everybody has to get up and share a personal story. So all of my colleagues, they get really deep. They're crying, they're sharing about battling depression and suicide, and how they had to do therapy and different things like that. And they make the rookie, I'm the youngest, and they make me go last. So I get up and I share the similar story that I'm sharing with you guys. Didn't mention anything about alcohol, because this is the first time I actually mentioned that, and I'll get to a little bit to that more later. But I share my story, and I make it through, didn't cry at all. One of my colleagues looked at me and said, take me back to Tamar Slay at 17, 18. How did he feel doing all that? And I had never thought about that. And I always get a little emotional sharing that, because it was a life-changing question that he asked me, because I've never dealt with how I really felt. I always hid it through basketball and through drinking alcohol. And as soon as he asked me a question, I looked at him and I just bursted out in tears, and I couldn't talk for maybe 10 minutes, because I really went back to that person, how I truly felt in those moments when my uncle died, when I was homeless, when my dad wasn't around, when we didn't have money, all those things. I went back to that moment, and it really triggered something in me. But he was telling me that I need to get in therapy, and I put it off for years. I put it off, probably 2 more years, where I was a little hesitant to get therapy. And, I finally took that step to where, you know, I talked to a therapist and I was able to unpack so many different things that was causing anxiety, was causing behavior problems, was causing me to drink. And since then, you know, I've been sober. I don't need alcohol anymore. And I feel so much better because now I realize that I was covering up so much. You know, I thought I put on a great front to the world, but, you know, late at night when I laid down, that's when all the anxiety, all the fears, all the stress would come up. And I used to use alcohol to cover that up or use basketball to cover it up. So when you retire, you don't have basketball anymore. So those years those first couple of years after I retired, the only outlet I had to escape was alcohol. And it caused problems with my wife and I and everything. So those are things that, you know, this is the first time I'm sharing this, but I'm in a place now where that's why we're doing this today, that I want to help people, you know, because it's other ways to deal with the pressures, the stress of your life. And I'm blessed to be able to, you know, not say that I'm completely healed, but I'm on the other side of it now. And I want to start helping people in this area.
Shalom. As Israel's Deputy Consul General in New York, I'm proud to join all of you to support the critical work of Amudim, led by Tzvi Gluck, as we take steps to recover from the devastating impact of the pandemic and continue to address many issues that plague our community. I'm grateful for Amudim and its leadership that play a leading role in helping others, saving lives, and fostering change and growth, all while making a big Kiddush Hashem in the wider community. Through various services, Amudim shoulders the burden, grief, and pain of so many and must be commended for all they do. Our concert has enjoyed a very warm and collaborative relationship with Amudim for many years. And we appreciate the friendship displayed to us and look forward to working together on many new projects and initiatives in the years to come. So on behalf of the consulate, I wish you all continued success, prosperity, and accomplishment.
Wow, thank you so much. That was so impactful and so powerful. You know, just the three of us, you know, we have such a common thread in that we grew up when we grew up and we love the game so much that it's almost like it was a different time when, you know, basketball was everything. Like all of us, no matter what happened to us in our life, we just got back to basketball, no matter what was going on. Like, and things were different back then. I was talking to someone the other day. I was like, you know, like, you know, I remember they used to set, when we used to play in the summertime, the coaches used to tell us, say, you don't need a water break. Why do you need a water break? Don't even drink water, man. Just keep playing. It was just all about just pushing. Basketball, no matter what happened to us in life, we could never even just like accept it or realize it. It was just always about pushing, getting better. I remember the first time I blew my knee out, which was probably should have been my career-ending injury, my mom told me, she's like, you know, maybe you should stop playing. And I was like, that doesn't even cross our minds because we had this type of thread of basketball that no matter what the doctor says, no matter what people say, we're just back on the basketball court. That was our answer for everything. And that's how it was back then, because like Mike said, you couldn't really talk about a lot of things back then. It was just about, you know, persevering, which is great. But I think nowadays the world's in a much healthier spot. And we know a lot more now that what we didn't know then, you know? So my next question is, what technique could you use or do you use now, you know, to help you overcome something or anything that has to do with mental health awareness that you either use for yourself or share with the kids or the players, you know, that you work with? Because both of you guys work with very big range of players and talent levels. Like what's like something that you know, either you're feeling down or when your players are feeling down, like what's something you know now that we didn't know back in the early 90s that you could help either yourself or the players that you come in contact with? We'll start with Mike and then go to Tamar.
I think some of the things that, you know, for me, that, you know, I think prayer is a big thing for me personally. Prayer, meditating. But I think also just being vulnerable and talking more, opening up. For a while, I used to be, you know, one of that person, like you would never know something was going on. I wouldn't tell nobody. I always try to tell kids, like, no matter what's going on, man, just try to start, having that communication and talking to somebody, telling people how you feel. Like, if you're upset, you're angry, anxiety, something's bothering you. And it doesn't even have to start with running to a counselor. It can be one of your close friends, it can be a family member, someone at your synagogue or church, wherever it may be, teacher, like whatever, somebody that you're comfortable with, start that conversation. Somebody that you can trust. I think that can go a long way, because a lot of times people don't run strictly to a counselor. You got to be, somebody that you're comfortable talking to, then it can get to that point. So I think just being able to talk, finding things that make you happy, whether it's like me, weirdly people might laugh at it. I used to have a hobby, like me going out washing cars. It was like something that gave me peace and brought me joy. So just finding these things that make you happy, whether it can be fishing, just being on a water boat, cutting the grass, whatever it may be, just finding little things just to that's for you, to make you happy, reading a book. So just finding those things that can just give you peace on the outside of what's going on. Now, obviously, that's not going to take it away, but just finding other things instead of being in that headspace the whole time. That's just my opinion.
Incredible. Thank you so much for that insight. Yeah. That's really awesome. Tamar?
Yeah, I think I'd like to echo a lot of the things Mike said. And then, the communication thing is huge for me, being able to, because I was the type that, me taking care of my family and providing for them, not only my immediate family, but, siblings and different things like that. Everyone always looked at me to, well, that's how I thought they looked at me, as I was the superhero, that I could handle everything. So having that self-image of myself, I was scared to communicate with them and tell them that, look, I'm scared about this, or I got a problem here. So communicating. Also, another thing is not taking on too much, knowing, as you talked about, staying ahead of the anxiety with your work schedule. I think that was something that was huge for me, is cutting back some, saying no sometimes. Even, this summer I went and had an opportunity to coach with the Cleveland Cavaliers Summer League team. And when I got back, it was like, okay, I had a little fever. I wanted to, okay, let me pursue this NBA coaching thing a little bit more. And I had a few leads, but, as I prayed and God spoke to me and told me, this is what you need to be doing. You need to be here with your family, taking your kids to school every day. You need to be running your facility, continue to teach these young kids how to play the game of basketball. And that's making me feel more comfortable with this, helping keeping my anxiety down. Before I wake up, not before I wake up, when I wake up, it's always prayer. I meditate before I start my day. And instead of immediately picking up your phone and looking at, okay, what do I have to do today? Because that causes huge anxiety for me. I don't know if it does for others. And then at night, the same deal. I put my phone down, and get off, just try to, concentrate on having a conversation with my wife, or just watching a good TV show helps me out a lot.
Thank you so much for those insights as well. And both of you stress communication so much, and communication is so key. And I know that when I went to the Amudim office here in Jerusalem, they showed me about the hotline that they have. Anybody could call in at any time of the day and communicate how they're feeling or any help they need. And that's one of the great, amazing, programs that Amudim offers. So thank you guys for that. Thank you guys for sharing your story so much. I love you guys so much. Love to your families, your beautiful, beautiful families. May God bless them and watch over them. And just before we get done, maybe everyone could share a little bit, what you guys, each one of you are doing, plug yourselves a little bit, what's going on. And if anyone could reach out to you or wants to be involved in your programming or learn from you or be involved in everything you're doing, you guys each have the last word. And thank you very, very much. This was very special. Go ahead, Mike, and then Tamar.
All right. That's the first one. Before I start, Matt, Tamar, I just want to say something that you said about how you wanted to pursue the coaching job or whatever, coaching the NBA, but yet you prayed about it and God kept you, obviously God kept you with your kids, man. Been watching from afar, man. I can see, God putting you in that position to stay with those kids, man. Because like sometimes, I've been watching your training videos, but the main thing is seeing how those kids react to you says a lot. You know what I'm saying? So I'm sure those kids probably look forward to like seeing you when they see you, whether it's once a week, twice a week, maybe every day. I don't know. But just you can just see the reaction to those kids. I'm sorry, I'm talking the reaction to those kids, man. And that just goes a long way. And that's how I had that struggle too, where I wanted something so bad, thinking this is what it is. But I was like, nah, you need to stay here. So I can understand that, man. I can just tell by the reaction of those kids that it's the reason why you're there, man. So,
man, I appreciate
it. Put that there.
Real, man.
Yeah.
It means a lot. Thank you for sharing.
Nah, no doubt, man. But sorry to me. I ain't gonna cut it off. But
no, that was great.
So, yeah, but pretty much, I'm here coaching here living in New York City, doing public speaking, whether it's schools, corporate events, no matter what it is. I'm just there just to share my journey, my story. Obviously, I'm not a doctor. I'm not gonna diagnose anybody, but I just love to share my joy and journey to inspire people. And I ain't just speaking, just helping. There are individuals where I just communicate. So feel free to reach out if you just want to just talk and get advice, So I'm that person. Mental health is my passion, and I'm coaching basketball at Yeshiva University, Division III school in Washington Heights. Tamir obviously introduced me to Coach Elliot Steinmetz, and so it's a great opportunity. And I'm working for New Horizon Counseling Center. I'm their mental health advocate for their company in the 5 towns. So just going around to substance abuse centers every day, homeless shelters, and just really just putting my boots on and just doing the work. So I'm having fun doing it. And my information is Mike Sweetney on Instagram, Mike Sweetney on Facebook. Email is sweetney5050@gmail.com if you ever want to get in contact with me, whether it's speaking opportunity, just if you want to just talk and just vent. I'm that person. So I'll talk to a wall that talks back to me. So I just want to say thank you guys for having me. It's been a lot of fun.
Thanks, Mike. Yeah, for me, right now I'm running a basketball academy, to which we have teams, we do training, we do camps, clinics, which we start at the age of 5 and go all the way up to the pro level. Been doing it for about 6 or 7 years now. We've really seen a lot of growth. And to touch on what you said, Mike, I really appreciate what you said, because I see that too. I see that with the impact that I'm making on these kids. And I remember me as a young kid, I had great coaches that would give me rides, that would give me money, that would get food for me. But this would be that leader that I looked up to. And I get excited waking up every morning to be able to have the opportunity to work with kids. We do have a nonprofit organization also called We Got Next, because some kids can afford to come to my camps and events, but we have a lot of kids that don't. So I would have been one of those kids that couldn't afford some of the programs. So we want to provide opportunities for everybody, all shapes and sizes, all colors. You can find me. My Instagram is Slay Training. Facebook is Tamar Slay Basketball. My email is my initials, ts@tamarslay.com. And this is, this is my passion. This is what God wants me to do. And I'm going to continue doing this, continue helping these young kids, not only in basketball, but in the game of life, because I think that's more important. And I think I cover both areas. I made it all the way to professionals in basketball, and I had a tough journey. And I had a lot of battles in life that I had to overcome as well. So thanks again for having me, Tamir. This has been awesome.
Well, thank you guys. They say that if God shows you something in the world that you could fix, then he made you see it for a reason, so that you could be partners with God to fixing that. And both of you do that on a daily basis. And you do it so beautifully, and so you impact so many lives. And it's just beautiful to see it. I love you guys. Continued blessings in your unique journeys. And I also think that that's one of the best ways to overcome mental health challenges is by fixing the things that specifically hurt you. And sometimes I look back at my journey too, and I'm like, man, the only way I could wrap my head around, some of the things that I had to go through in my career is that I went through them, but now I could hopefully help make sure no one else has to go through them. And that's one of the greatest ways to get healing for me personally. And you guys are doing that in your own specific ways as well. And I'm so proud of you, and I'm so blessed that we have our friendship. So thank you, and thank you guys for everyone for being a part of this.
No, thank you, man. I'm excited. Appreciate this.
All right. Thank you, guys.
Hi, everyone. My name is David Solomon. I am the founder of Central Pine Capital and a board member of Amudim. We are truly blessed to have a star-studded panel with us today. We are joined by three extremely talented and internationally accomplished leaders. Each of these leaders, I believe, sanctifies the name of God in the halls of government, the highest echelons of investment banking, and the corporate world. We are excited to have the opportunity to talk to them about leadership, what drives them, and how they view philanthropy. We are honored to dedicate this panel in memory of Tuvia Moshe Ben Yosef, our good friend Tobias Tuvia Lefkovich, Chief U.S. Equities Strategist at Citi, who tragically lost his life way too young in a recent car accident. Tuvia was often the only observant Jew that many people on Wall Street ever met. He personified everything we are discussing today in terms of leadership, sanctifying the name of God, and he was a giant in philanthropy. May his memory be for a blessing. Please welcome, all the way from Jerusalem, the Honorable Fleur Hassan Nachum, Deputy Mayor of Jerusalem. My dear friend and mentor, Ranan Agus, partner and Chief Investment Officer of the Alternative Investments Manager Selection Business at Goldman Sachs. And our final panelist, my dear friend, Mitch Silk. Mitch served as Assistant Secretary of the United States Treasury. Prior to that, he was a longtime partner at global law firm Allen & Overy. Welcome to each of you, and thank you all for making the time for Amudim's Unite to Heal event. I am thrilled to be here for three key reasons. Each of you are extremely successful in your professions, family life, and communities. You are key role models for me personally and for our community at large. And finally, all of you have a keen appreciation for the work of Amudim. Thanks again to each of you for joining us. I'd like to kick off by asking each of you to give us a flavor for your current life dashboard. What are you doing professionally, and how did you get here? Ladies first, so let's start with Fleur.
Well, it's really wonderful to be here, and thank you so much for initiating this. And I have to say that I'm close to the Amudim work that they do here in Jerusalem. And I'm proud to say, actually, that I'm involved in leading a mental health expo, which we will be having in Jerusalem in May, where we've gathered all the different organizations dealing with mental health in the city. And hopefully we'll begin to break the stigmas that we need to break. So it's wonderful to be here with this distinguished panel. So what am I doing at the moment? Oh my God, how much time do we have? So basically, I'm an elected member of the Jerusalem City Council. I have been since 2016, and since 2018, end of 2018, I've been the Deputy Mayor for Foreign Relations, Economic Development, and Tourism, which basically means I am the representative of Jerusalem to the world and the representative of the world to Jerusalem. And that involves from investment to philanthropy, to tourism, to diplomatic relations, and even to communication. I act as the foreign spokesperson for the city as well. So that's kind of my elected office. As well as that, I'm in the last year and a half, I created two nonprofit organizations. One is called the UAE Israel Business Council. And these organizations were built just before or after the declaration of the Abraham Accords. And so they're organizations to bring and herald warm relations between Israel and its Gulf neighbors. And the second is the Gulf Israel Women's Forum, which I also co-founded. And that is a group of women leaders from the Middle East. And I really believe that it's these through peer-to-peer and civil society organizations that we're going to have a warm and sustainable peace. And of course, in terms of the Women's Council, the women are best positioned to build a warm and sustainable peace. And so those are my different hats. And of course, I am a proud wife and mother. That's me in a nutshell.
Thanks, Fleur. Over to you, Renan. What are you focused on professionally?
Thanks a lot, David. And first of all, it's an honor to be on this Zoom with these esteemed fellow panelists and to do an event in memory of Tobias, who was a good friend of mine, who was the paragon of being an observant Jew on Wall Street and a role model for so many people. And to be involved with Amudim, which is really the premier organization providing services for abuse, addiction, and mental health more broadly, which is all of which are critically needed, especially in these times. So just by way of background, I grew up modern Orthodox in Englewood, New Jersey, oldest of 4 children. I went to Ramaz, Gush, Princeton, Columbia Law School, Business School. Met my wife in college. We got married a month after graduation. We lived in the Bronx for 5 years while she was getting her PhD in molecular biology. And we currently have 3 kids, ages 26, 24, and 19. But professionally, I've been at Goldman Sachs for 28 plus years. It's really my first full-time job still. I currently co-head the group AIMS, as you articulated, which stands for Alternative Investments and Manager Selection. And we manage over $300 billion of client capital, and we allocate it to and partner with and invest with some of the best general partners around the world, the best money managers. And it's across public space, private space, all asset classes. We have a 350 person team across 12 different offices around the globe. And on the side, I get on the board of 5 different institutions. The first is Bezalel, which is the Israel School of Art, Architecture, and Design based in Jerusalem. Second is Sefaria. Third one is Met Council. A fourth is Tikva, which is my most recent board seat. And then finally, I'm on the board of a foundation that focuses very much on giving away money to Jewish educational causes.
Thanks, Renan. Mitch, what are you focused on post your service in the Treasury Department?
Thanks so much, David. Well, before I get on to that, let me offer a little bit of thanks and tribute, if I may. First of all, thanks to you, David, for pulling this together. It's such a great opportunity and a great panel, and I'm so happy to finally meet Renan virtually in person and to meet Madam Deputy Mayor. It's really great to be here with you and with them. Thanks to Amudim for all of the great work that they do. I've had the great honor over the years to be involved in a ton of work that they do for Klal Yisrael to further our interests and to make the world a better place. And I would be very remiss if I didn't give a shout out and a warm thanks to Tzvi Gluck, who's really a selfless servant to the programs and to Klal Yisrael. The tribute that I wanted to offer was to Mr. Lefkowitz. I did not know Reb Tovia Olav Shulam. I know that he left an extraordinary mark on the world and that he is truly missed by his family, certainly by the community and by all of our great friends at Citibank. What have I been up to since Treasury? Well, I put it under the category of R&R. My R&R are a little bit different than rest and relaxation. I refer to it as recuperation and reflection, and let me unpack that a little bit by framing what I was involved in over the past the last 10 months of my tenure at Treasury, in order to understand why I might have needed a little bit of recuperation. As all of you know, January and February of 2020, the world was hit with a very virulent virus in the form of COVID-19, which really wreaked very considerable social, health, political, economic havoc on the world. In order to address that havoc, our secretary negotiated in a very short period of time, literally 5 days of negotiation and 5 days of drafting, the CARES Act, which provided emergency relief for our country in a couple of trillions of dollars. I kind of liken his work on the Hill as being the lawgiver. What it took Moses to do in 40 days and 40 nights on Mount Sinai, Secretary Mnuchin came down from the Hill with our law in the form of the CARES Act in a mere 10 days. My gift from all of that was a $76 billion package of emergency relief for the airlines. I was essentially tasked to stand up an all singing and all dancing financial institution that would deliver $76 billion in payroll support to 700,000 airline workers, and also in the form of loans. I got that package the day after the law was enacted on March 28th of 2020. By April, the mid-April, we had our first payroll support payments out the door. By July, we had settled over 20 billion very complex loans with the major airlines and essentially completed our work in breakneck speed of about 7 or 8 months. On December 28th, Congress then gave an additional $18 billion to the airlines, which I felt was important and the Secretary felt was important to pump out the door before the end of the administration so that we could serve the airlines and ensure that the incoming administration was not unduly burdened. And so in the short course of 3 weeks, we got an additional $18 billion out the door for a total of $94 billion. So you can imagine that it was a rather busy and a rather stressful period of time. And so that accounts for the recuperation part. As for the reflection part and for the other normal forms of R&R, what I've been engaged in the main since I left was, first of all, to get slightly reacquainted with my lovely wife, Chavi, with our 8 children, with our 4 grandchildren, and with all of the great people in my community in Borough Park. I've also been busy working on 7 book projects. I'll talk about that a little bit later, but one of them on my career in infrastructure finance will be out in a couple of weeks. And in my spare time, I've been acting as senior advisor to David Malpass, who was my former undersecretary at Treasury and is now the president of the World Bank, and his colleague Makhtar Diop, who's the managing director of the IFC on private capital mobilization issues in energy and infrastructure for the World Bank. And I've also been helping out a really great company called dLocal, which is a fintech in the payment space.
Thanks, Mitch. Talk about R&R. I got tired just listening to all of that. The next topic I'd like to cover, and particularly for young people, is career progression. What was it like for each of you at the beginning? And can you talk a little bit about what it was like to progress in your careers? Renan, let's start with you. If you could think back to when you first started at Goldman, which, as you mentioned, was your first and only full-time job, talk us through that. What was it like, and what was it like becoming more senior and taking on new and different responsibilities?
So I think I have to start actually before Goldman. When I was growing up, I was expected to become a doctor. Both my father and both my grandfathers, they were all physicians, and so that was the expectation. But I'm very queasy at the sight of blood. That didn't really appeal to me. I was a very big strategy board game player growing up. And the ability to make decisions based on imperfect information, find out pretty quickly if you're right or wrong in a competitive environment, that's what really got my juices going. So I started working on Wall Street when I was in high school. And between my college and graduate degrees, I had 7 different summer experiences. And the seminal moment, though, was in February of 1990, when I was trying to interview for summer jobs in 1990. That was the month that Drexel Burnham folded, and it was virtually impossible to get any jobs on Wall Street then. And there's only one firm that was willing to make a bet on me, and that was Goldman Sachs. And so, by the way, I was the first year of a 4-year JD MBA program, and everyone else was saying, come talk to us in 2 or 3 years. Why do we need to talk to you now? And it was only Goldman that was willing to make the long-term bet. So I had a summer job then. I had another summer job the following summer. And after that, I found what I thought would be the ideal job for me at Goldman Sachs in the risk arbitrage department, which is really special situation investing. I tried to get a summer job in that group. They weren't really hiring anyone for the summer, so that didn't work out. But then I continued lobbying and interviewing for the next full year. So I essentially interviewed for almost 2 years to get the job that I finally got at Goldman Sachs. So lesson learned, don't give up, even if things aren't looking good. When I first started, though, I was the most junior person on the desk. As I mentioned earlier, we're living in the Bronx. In order to beat the traffic, I drove down to Wall Street at 5:30 in the morning and really just made sure I was the first one at the desk and prepared information for everyone. Information was the name of the game in that type of investing, and just tried to be a resource and help out as much as possible. And ultimately through that, gained a reputation as being someone who's willing to help everyone out, who was willing to put in the hours, willing to put together accurate information, and work my way up. Ultimately ran the group. We merged it with a whole bunch of other groups. And I kept on just getting new investing roles within Goldman Sachs. And that's really what's kept me here. as long as I've been here, which is I've continued to feel new excitement, new engagement, new responsibilities and challenges, where I feel like I'm continuing to learn, grow, develop. And I think that's the name of the game. And so I always tell people that if you're not in a position where you feel like you're growing, then you have to find something else to do or change something about your life, because everyone needs to really enjoy what they're doing. And I think a lot of the enjoyment comes from learning new things, being engaged, asking questions, having people ask you tough questions. And so that's what's kept me here. And so I've basically invested across public and private markets, across all asset classes, including having done a couple of SPAC deals in the last few years. And it's just been really, really interesting. The question I often ask people, is it more important to be lucky or good in what you do? I'll typically ask that question of a pretty junior audience coming into Goldman Sachs, and most people think, oh, of course it's better to be good than lucky. But I have a different point of view, which first of all, luck can be interpreted as divine providence as well. But I think the skill in life is trying to put yourself in a position where good, quote, lucky things can happen. And if you have enough shots on goal where good things can happen, then hopefully some of them kick in. And I just realized that I've just been very lucky and fortunate to have had that happen to me. And so that's really been, the trajectory I've been on.
I'm just going to add that I got lucky in 1999 when I was a young trainee at Goldman that you took an interest in me, and thank you for that mentorship. Everything you said resonates with me as if it was just yesterday. Thank you, Renan. Mitch, you spent 30 years practicing international law. You're fluent in Mandarin and Cantonese, and presumably English and Yiddish, etc. What was it like in the early days coming up the ranks? Give us a feel for what it was like to come up the ranks at a law firm and then work at the highest levels of government.
Well, David, I guess I would focus on two words to describe how it was. It was exhilarating and it was extraordinarily pressured. And I want to unpack that a little bit, but before I do that, I can't help but to relay a similar story that I had to what Renan had in reference to his making it into Wall Street after reflecting on his concerns about blood. So when I was in my junior year in college at Georgetown, I had a great mentor, Tom Robinson, who pulled me aside one day to discuss my future. And he said, well, do you want to be a doctor? And I said, not really. I'm not too good with blood. So he said, okay, well, what about a dentist? And I said, well, maybe, kind of the same issues. I haven't done pre-med and I've not done the requisite courses. He said, okay, you're going to law school. So that's kind of how I ended up in law school. I started working on Wall Street when there were very, very, very few frum Jews in the profession. I joined a white shoe firm called Hughes, Hubbard & Reed, where I was very, very much in the minority. My best friend there was the only other ethnic intake in our class, a fellow named Chris Reynolds, a black fellow who made it to be general counsel of Toyota Motors globally and presently serves as the chief administrative officer of their North American operations. And we're still in very close contact. What I would say is that I came up through the ranks as the result of really two things. One is the hashgacha that Renan referred to, and the other is just really a ton of very, very hard work. On the side of hashgacha, I always ask myself, who would have thought that learning Chinese while working in a Chinese restaurant and dutifully paying my Con Ed bills would have led to such an exciting career in infrastructure finance, and particularly a career that kept me in Greater China for 15 years. And who would have thought that all of that would have led to my being appointed by the president and confirmed by the Senate to lead a portfolio at Treasury, which was defined by China, by energy, by infrastructure, and by fintech and financial regulation. It's interesting. I throw that question out there only to state rhetorically that, in my view, it really was a ton of hard work, given where the point at which I came into the profession as a frum Jew, and given the tremendous hashgacha that I attached to any success that I've achieved. What I can say is that it was an extraordinarily glorious run, 15 years in Greater China, 15 years on Wall Street, and 3.5 years at Treasury. It was certainly at Treasury the best job that I ever had in my life. It was the most rewarding, and without any close second, it was the most pressured job that I've ever had in my life. And on that point, David, I do want to say to you and to the crowd that the pressure, and only the pressure, is the sole explanation for any white that you see in my beard. I just turned 30 last month. Thank you.
Thank you, Mitch. Floor, you were born in the UK. You grew up in Gibraltar. You were back to the UK for school, and then you emigrated to Israel. How in the world did you end up as deputy mayor of Jerusalem?
Funnily enough, it's a question I get asked a lot. How did you end up deputy mayor of Jerusalem? When I landed off the boat 20 years ago, and I couldn't even speak Hebrew. So like some of the people on the panel, I'm also a recovering lawyer. My father was a lawyer.
I think we're all recovering lawyers.
Yes.
I didn't want to mention that, but now that you brought it up.
My father was a lawyer, and I guess it was almost expected that I would do that, but I'm very proud of my legal training. I think it gives you an incredible discipline, an incredible way of thinking, presenting an argument, and structuring your thoughts. So I became a lawyer in the UK, and then I was always a big Zionist. I met my husband. We got set up on a shidduch. And the second date, he said, listen, I have to tell you something. I don't want to stay here. This was in London. I want to make Aliyah. I'm like, great, I'm marrying him. And so we got married, and a few months later, we made Aliyah. We made Aliyah during the second Intifada, which was a very, very difficult time. Our families were completely against us moving at that moment in 2001. And it was a really difficult time in Jerusalem, and our families thought we were nuts to come. But we thought to ourselves, if we wait for the right time to move to Israel, this might not come soon. So we just did it. We made Aliyah, and it was a very difficult first 6 months, but then things got better. And I went into nonprofit for many, many years. And I always say that my nonprofit career, I was at the JDC, the American Jewish Joint Distribution Committee, and then I was in Tikva Children's Homes, which is an organization that helps abandoned and abused Jewish children from the former Soviet Union. And I always say that in my nonprofit career, I learned about the gaps in society in Israel. When I was done with that, when I was 12 years already, 13 years in the nonprofit, I decided that I wanted to do something different. And I really connect to what Ranan is saying. You have to really love what you're doing and feel excited by it and motivated by it. And I felt like, my time in nonprofit was over, and I created my own company that helps people with messaging and public speaking. And what that allowed me to do was strengthen a lot of organizations that needed better messaging, better communications. And with that, I got involved in high tech, in strengthening different startups. I ended up teaching in many accelerators, and I ended up actually developing a niche in what I call helping academics talk like normal people. That's basically helping academics be able to make their research or their ideas accessible to a regular audience. And I did that for 5-6 years. And it was through that I learned about the strengths in Israel. So I went from a nonprofit career learning about the weaknesses and the gaps in society in Israel to a career in the private sector that helped me understand the beauty and the diversity and the richness of Israel's innovation ecosystem. And through my career as a strategic communication consultant, I was stopped in the street one day. This is Jerusalem, we're like a village here. I was stopped in the street one day by somebody and said to me, there's a small political party in the local elections that are having problems with messaging, and they really need somebody like you to kind of organize them and develop effective messaging that resonates with audiences. So I said, I'll give it a go. Political communications could be my next move. So I said, I'll start with a small political party. So I went to help them. And after the second session, they asked me whether I wanted to run with them for City Hall. And I was like, can immigrants do that? I mean, I'd never really given a speech in Hebrew. And even though I'd been in the country already for like 12 years, it's always very daunting to stand up in front of an audience and talk in a language that is not your mother tongue. But I honestly believe, and this is where my faith comes into it, that Hashem opens doors for you. And when there's a door that opens, I believe you have to walk through it. I just believe that. And so I believe a door was open for me. Why would I have been in touch with, with a little local, I didn't even know anything about local government, with a little local government party in Jerusalem, which is the largest city in the world. It's the capital city of the state of Israel. It's also the capital city of the Jewish people, and I was very aware of that. And I was saying, Hashem is opening a door here for me to be a representative for Yerushalayim, our eternal capital. This is something I can't turn down. And so I walked through the door. It was really stepping out of my comfort zone. And I really believe that every day we should do something to step out of our comfort zone. And that's the way that we grow. And I haven't looked back. I was a city councilwoman from 2016. In 2018, I ran with a government minister who didn't win. But there was a second round of, in Israel, we love voting. We vote all the time. So the second round of voting, I picked the winning horse. And when he won, he said to me, what do you want? That's how it is in politics, payday. So, I supported him in the second round. So he said, what do you want? And I said, I want to be the foreign minister of Jerusalem. And he said, okay, you got it. It helps that I'm the only person who speaks English and Spanish in City Hall. But since then, I've enjoyed every day. It's an enormous privilege. I wake up in the morning and I think to myself, what did I do to deserve to be a representative of our eternal capital, of the Jewish people? And I don't see myself only as a deputy mayor of the capital city of the state of Israel. I see myself as a deputy mayor of the Jewish world, because the heart and soul of the Jewish world is Jerusalem. And so, I also relate to what was said here by Mitchell. I mean, I really do believe that, like, the harder you work, the luckier you get. I work very hard. Baruch Hashem, I have a supporting family that supports the work that I do. And I just have to say, no day looks like the next day here. And just before this Zoom, I came from the thing you can not possibly imagine. I came from a beauty pageant for Holocaust survivors. Only in this crazy country do you have something like this. And the love and the admiration for these women and the celebration of the strength of these women. And I come home and I think, I'm really blessed to be in the position that I'm in, being able to help as many people as I get to help, and being able to represent my people and my city and my country every single day.
Extraordinary. Thank you, Fleur, for sharing that with us.
So Amudim is, 7 years old. And over the last 7 years, they have grown each and every year, not only because of the needs of the community, but because of the awareness that's taken place in the various different issues that are facing different families. And in particular, what's really amazing is in the last year and a half, Amudim organized itself in such a way, in such an efficient way to deal with these new crises. You have families that are now quarantining, and they're staying at home. Many of them, unfortunately, were already dysfunctional, so it exacerbated the issues. And you have new issues such as deaths in the family. You had bodies that had to be sent to Israel, and they stepped up in such a way, in such a professional way, in such a short period of time. It's incredibly impressive. When you think of an organization that's just 7 years old, I think in the past year they dealt with 4,500 cases and a budget now of close to $9 million. And a staff that is incredible how they could step up and deal with new situations, new things that they never had to deal with before. And they did it so successfully. To me, that is just an incredible, incredible feat.
From a personal personal perspective, I strongly believe that each of you sanctify the name of God in your daily work by maintaining your high standards in your professional and personal lives, and we've touched on this a little bit. I'd love it if you would share with us what it's like to be an observant Jew in the workplace at the highest levels, perhaps drawing on some of your upbringing. Let's start with Mitch. You were the first Hasidic Jew to be confirmed by the US Senate. I visited you at Treasury, and what was it like to be an observant Jew in the halls of government and law?
David, it's such a heavy question. I wanted to start out with two very light points before I get into that.
Go ahead.
On two things that Flor said. One of them is a question and one of them is sharing something. So Flor, I really want to know who won that beauty contest.
Well, I was rooting for Leah. No, can I just say something funny, please? Because it doesn't matter what age you are and what context you're in. I sit next to this amazing woman. She's 87 years old, called Leah. She's such a positive woman. And I said to her, Leah, these your friends? And she goes, no, they're my competitors.
So the other thing was I was interested to hear how much you all love to vote in Israel. It reminded me of my hometown, Chicago.
Oh, yeah.
We love to vote in Chicago as well. I grew up under Mayor Daley Sr., who always won, it seemed. I remember the one big vote that they had with the limited electorate. There were 11 people voting, and Mayor Daley won 15-4. So we love to vote, and we're told growing up that we should do so, and we should do so frequently on voting day. But David, getting back to your very serious question, I refer to the Yiddish adage, the best elegant is the rein emes, the best truth, the best lie is the absolute truth. And what I would say in answer to your question is that it was really scary. And again, like my last answer, there was a ton of pressure involved. And it comes out of a very practical set of circumstances. I am noticeably Jewish looking. I look very noticeably Jewish. I wear a black suit every day of the week. I wear a white shirt. I wear a black hat. And I have a beard and a mustache. And when I walk into a room, all eyes are on me. When I walk into Treasury, all eyes were on me. When I walked into the White House with my hat on, all eyes were on me. So I could be sitting in the Situation Room dealing with a very pressured issue. I could be at international meetings representing our government, ministerial level meetings, vice ministerial level meetings. I could be at meetings at a CEO forum with CEOs of large corporates and large financial institutions, or I could be just at a staff meeting with a bunch of very dedicated career officials. But at any of those meetings, all eyes were on me. And every single thing that I said, every single thing that I thought and projected, the way that I carried myself, the way that I spoke, the way that I acted, I felt as if all eyes were on me. And it was the difference between a Kiddush Hashem and a Chilul Hashem. I'd like to say, Baruch Hashem, that I scored more points on the board than committed fouls. And that I would like to say and take credit for furthering our national interest and creating a Kiddush Hashem for Klal Yisrael, for all of my work that I did at Treasury, all of the interactions that I had at the White House, all the interactions that I had across the interagency, and with many of my numerous engagements with international counterparts. But I do have to admit that amid the pressure, I would from time to time, or maybe even more than a little bit from time to time, rely on my secret weapon, which was the remedy of a good, Jewish story or a little bit of good Jewish humor. And it used to be very frequently that many of my friends at the White House would kind of, roll their eyes back and say, oh, here he's going to go again. But, at the end of the day, in a pressured moment, like Bubby used to say, just like chicken soup, a little humor wouldn't hurt. Thank you.
I have to say, when I visited the Treasury, I was very proud to say that I was a guest of Mitchell Silk. Thank you for that. Flor, you've practiced law. You've run very important non-for-profits, as we talked about earlier. Now you have a very senior role in the political world. Tell us what it was like to be an observant Jew in each of those roles.
Okay, so this is interesting because in my legal role in London, I'm a barrister. The barrister is the litigator in the UK, and you know, you wear a sheitel of some sort, a white one with horsehair. And in that world, it was very hard. And it's actually one of the reasons that we made Aliyah. You know, I think American Jews don't understand, or maybe have less of an understanding, that in Europe, it's not the kind of ethos of the melting pot. Maybe it is today, but it certainly wasn't when I left 20 years ago. And I'll never forget when I was doing my training as a barrister, Chagim period was hell, because we'd have, of course, 2 days Chag, and inevitably it was never on a Shabbat, not the years that I needed it to be. And so every week I'd be missing for 2 days of the week for an entire month. And that wasn't easy. And I got a lot of dirty looks, like I was using this excuse of being an observant Jew to be lazy or to leave the burden of the work on somebody else. And that wasn't fun. There was less of an understanding, and there was certainly no observant Jews where I was. Gibraltar is a different story. This was London. And this really was one of the reasons that informed me that I needed to be in a place where being Jewish was the norm and not the exception. And this is one of the reasons why my husband and I made Aliyah. Since I got to Israel, it's no big shakes. I'm not the most observant Jew in the room. You know, I'm sitting with Haredi city council members. They actually think that, you know, the fact that I'm an Orthodox feminist is something that doesn't go. And so I must be a feminist more than I'm Orthodox. And so I have the opposite problem in Israel. And that is that I'm not taken seriously enough as an observant Jew, because I call myself a feminist and a liberal in many ways. And so the beauty of Israel is that every type of Jew feels at home here. So whatever your level, you have lots of other people somehow on that level, Ashkafa. Being in city council as an observant Jew is just being part of 70% of the city council. Being in city council, if you ask me as a woman, now that's another story. We're only 18% of the city council. And that's a whole other story. But being an observant Jew in Israel is one of the joys of my life. It's the norm. I don't think about where I eat. Everything's kosher. I don't think about having to be near a shul for Shabbat, because there's a shul in every corner. And that this really is the reason that I wanted to have children that were born here, because I didn't want them to feel like the exception the way that I did. I want them to feel like it's the norm.
Thank you, Flor. Renan, every kid with an interest in finance dreams of joining Goldman Sachs. What has it been like to thrive as an observant Jew at Goldman Sachs for close to 3 decades?
Well, to answer that question, actually, I'll take you back closer to 4 decades ago when I started working on Wall Street. And I wore my kippah to work. And I felt like I was being treated differently, really, by my colleagues. And so I stopped wearing a kippah to work. So I actually do not wear a kippah to work. I've just set that precedent and kept it ever since. But it's very, very different today. It is absolutely no problem for people to be visibly Jewish at work. That was always the case, but it was more for the jobs that were not as client-facing. But I have 3 people on my team today who wear kippot, and it's absolutely no problem. But part of that might be that Goldman Sachs has really made it extremely easy to be observant. We have kosher food in the cafeteria. Prior to COVID, we had minyanim 3 times a day. Now we only get them, once a day. There were shiurim that came here all the time. Flexibility to leave early for Shabbat, Yom Tov, all that was there in spades. So Goldman Sachs, has made it very, very easy. In fact, I just got back from a Goldman Sachs partner offsite last week, and there were 3 of us who ordered kosher meals. And not only that, but they gave us wine, and they asked if we wanted to open up our own bottles. And it was great. It worked out really well. But I recognize that, similar to what Mitch was saying in terms of, having eyes on him, there are eyes on me. And actually, Tobias Lefkovich, I think, was really out there in the forefront of being a spokesperson for being Orthodox on Wall Street. And he would have every Zoom he was on, he would have a svarim or a shofar or menorah or something in the background, really to remind everyone who he was. So I haven't gone, as far as Tobias, but I do feel a big burden and eyes being on me. But I think a lot of that is just pressure from myself. So I remember in the early 2000s when I was being asked to take a more global responsibility for the team, I was reluctant to do it precisely for what Fleur mentioned, that not only is it being offline for 2 days, but when it's attached to a Shabbos, you're offline for 73 consecutive hours. And I didn't feel that was compatible with running a global team with a massive amount of risk that could really impact, at the time, the firm when I was on balance sheet. And so I was very reluctant to do it. But I was convinced by my bosses that I should absolutely do it. And I created an infrastructure around me, and I had to rely and delegate things to people when I was offline. And as long as I trusted them and didn't second guess their decisions, which is a big part of that, then things worked totally fine. But I would recognize that the job I chose, which was more on the investing side than on the client service, call it investment banking, or a lawyer type function where you're doing a lot of work for clients at their demand, it's very, very different. So my job has always been more market hours focused than client demand focused. And I recognize that's made it a lot easier for me than other people might have had it on Wall Street. But I think that's part of the equation, is when you decide what you want to do with your life and how to set it up, if you're prioritizing things like Shabbos and family and things like that, you want to try to at least steer yourself in a place where there's a reasonable probability of being able to have a professional career that allows for practicing the Jewish practices in the way that you want. I also always tell people, once again, more junior people that I talk to, the training classes and stuff when they come in, but there are a few things they should absolutely focus on. So one is sleep. I can't let any conversation go by without sleep. But the second is, I tell them that I'm an Orthodox Jew who has a mandated downtime of 25 hours a week at least, where there's no connectivity to anything, and how meaningful an experience it is. And I kind of recommend that other people adopt that in their lives too. Now, no one's actually ever done that. So I think without actually having the kind of Shabbos mandated, on you, and that's something that you observe as part of your religion and faith, for whatever reason, society does not embrace that. But I think Shabbos is so important, and I make that clear to people.
Thank you. As someone who's watched you and worked with you closely for 2 decades at Goldman, I think you've done a terrific job of being a role model for others, and thank you for the practical words of wisdom. I want to pivot to and ultimately close on philanthropy and communal involvement. And let's start with you, Fleur. I know you're super passionate, as you alluded to earlier, about women playing key roles in local government. You're also one of the founding members of the UAE Israel Business Council. You've been a fantastic champion of developing Jerusalem as a tech hub. Talk to us a little bit about what ultimately drives you from a communal and philanthropic impact perspective.
That's a great question. Ultimately, there's 2 things that you look at when you're a politician in terms of impact. You look at micro impact and macro impact. Micro impact is how you can actually help individual people's lives or communities' lives, or something much more kind of pinpointed. There's a lot of politicians who don't bother with that. And they're constantly looking at the kind of system-wide change and improvements they can make, which affects way more people. And I'm very much believe in that, and that's a big part of it. But I think that what really, drives me is having impact on people's lives, improving their lot, improving their opportunities. And I guess the biggest thing for me is for people to have the opportunity to reach their potential. It's a big thing for me. The wasted potential is something that keeps me up at night. So whether that's individual for people that I help on a daily basis, or that's system-wide for populations that are somehow falling behind for different either cultural or political reasons. I'm part of, developing women in high tech of all sectors of the city. So what drives me, I guess, like I said, a combination of helping the individual, but also helping the group and helping society in general.
Thanks, Flor. Renan, you and your wife, Nicole, have a very clear set of philanthropic objectives and framework, which I think is somewhat instructive. Can you give us some insights into how you think about giving and why it is so important to you? Also, how should we be thinking of our roles as it relates to our own pocketbooks and how we use our precious time to help others?
I think, David, that last point is actually a critical point, which is most people think about philanthropy in terms of checks that they can write, but actually you can have an even bigger impact by spending time with people, mentoring them, connecting them with opportunities, giving advice to charities, helping them navigate different problems. And so I think a considerable part of what Nicole and I spend our time on is precisely that. But if you want to zero in a little bit more on the philanthropic, traditionally defined way, there are three core principles that really guide me and drive me in everything I do in life. And they actually happen to correspond to the three philanthropic buckets and areas of focus that Nicole and I have. So the first is that I view myself as a link between past Jewish generations and future Jewish generations. And so that causes us to focus very much on Jewish education and continuity. The second principle is that I view myself as a partner with Hashem, with God, in either helping finish creation or helping repair the world. And that steers us a lot towards food poverty, health, safety net organizations in the United States and in Israel. And the third is that I believe that the land of Israel, the book of Israel, the Torah, the people of Israel are all inextricably connected. And that leads us to have a big focus on the security, safety, and image of Israel. And in fact, we're very proud that 2 of our 3 kids currently live in Israel, and we have an apartment in Yerushalayim. And so, we make that a big focus for us. But I would also say, surrounding that framework, we also try to get our kids involved with us in philanthropic decisions and visiting these organizations, getting to know them in the way that we do. We've also set up, some, relatively small donor-advised accounts at the Jewish Communal Fund that lets them allocate money, as they would want to allocate it, not just, through our lens. But really, I think the guiding principle behind us is that we view these as investments, and we try to get behind young, dynamic leaders that we think are going to appreciate the value of an organization tremendously. And if we can get leverage, along the way, that's what we're trying to do. We've also engaged a consultant to help us consolidate the number of line items that we're contributing to so we can have more impact on the organizations that we're focused on.
Thanks, Renan. Mitch, before we get to you, I just want to thank you for your service to our country. You clearly sacrificed precious time with your dear family and lucrative compensation to serve the American people. But let's get a little bit beyond your government service. You've been the lay chairman of Aguda's Pro Bono Legal Services Division for decades. And I know from conversations that we've had that you are extremely passionate about, and we alluded to it earlier, your work translating the great Hasidic works into English. Can you please share with us what you're up to communally and philanthropically?
David, thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to talk about what I'm really passionate about. I've enjoyed talking about my career and all of that stuff, but these 2 areas that you've just mentioned, I think, are the nearest and dearest to my heart. I first became involved with the Agudath Israel Pro Bono Legal Services Network when I was living in Hong Kong and needed some support on an application that I was handling on a pro bono basis before the family court in Hong Kong, and decided when I came back in 2005 that I wanted to help. I picked up the phone to Rabbi Beiser at the Aguda. Within a year, he and I were sitting down and talking about how we could reorganize and relaunch the network. The network is now comprised of over 500 lawyers nationwide doing some really, really important and some really impactful work. To Ranan's point about giving time, you know, there's a tshuva from Rav Moshe where he provides some guidance on actually the obligation that in addition to giving money, we do need to give resources of our time to help. And I felt very firmly when I was at Allen and Overy, watching so many of my colleagues give so much on the pro bono front, millions of dollars in time cost a year, that we needed to be replicating the same for the community. The Pro Bono Legal Services Network has relaunched. The board was reorganized a little bit under a year ago, led by my great friend Eric Stern. Rabbi Beiser is still involved, along with Avrami Weinstock. And it is doing really great and really important work. And for those of you out there in the legal profession, I encourage you to pick up the phone and volunteer your time. A little bit of a correction, David, when the board was reorganized, in recognition of my very tender years, I was appointed as chairman emeritus, okay? So David,
they've retired your number.
And on the writing front, as I mentioned a little bit earlier, I've got 7 books going. 2 of them are translations of Hasidic classics. The Mirz Hashem, the Kedushas Levi, in its full glory, will be out from Art Scroll, I hope, before Pesach. And behind that, the Maimar Mordcha, which is the seminal text of the Nadvorna Hasidic dynasty that my family has been aligned with for many generations, will be behind that, hopefully next year. It's already complete. I've got 2 books on the lore and the stories of the Nadvorna Hasidic dynasty. One of them is a flowing compilation of the stories themselves, and then another is a novel that is true to historic fact based on those stories. And then I've got 2 maybe slightly boring books that I'm working on in infrastructure finance, one of which will be out in a couple of weeks' time. And then finally, I have started to record my own story. I don't know where that will go, but the main driver of it is to encourage and provide guidance, and I hope will be instructive to our younger generation. Thank you.
Fantastic. I would just add that I read a book over the weekend about Paul Reichman, who was really a living lesson in philanthropy and interacting with people. And I just really want to close, and I think each of you are a living embodiment of many of those same principles. So I just want to close by thanking Flor, Ranan, and Mitch for your time, and most importantly, for giving us a glimpse into your professional, personal, philanthropic, and communal lives. May each of you continue your daily work of being fantastic role models for us, and perhaps equally important, being a light unto the nations. On behalf of Amudim, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi everyone. I hope you consider supporting Amudim. I reached out to them many years ago for a family member, and with all their resources available to me 24/7, it was comforting to know that when I called, there was someone there to answer. They got involved in my community, and we did an outreach program, and I know from that outreach program that many people were helped. So again, please consider it. It's a one-of-a-type organization, 24/7 dedicated people to help all who are in need for a family member or for themselves. Thank you.
Hello, this is Howard Zvi Friedman. I'm here to tell you about the good work of Amudim. I am just a guy in Baltimore, but when I need help, I call Amudim. When people call me on how to get someone into the country for an emergency basis, for someone who's sick, I call Amudim. When someone calls me because someone dies in Israel and they need to bring the body to Israel, I call Amudim. When someone calls me because there's a mental health issue and they need to get someone into a long-term care facility for teenagers or young adults who are on alcohol or drug abuse, I call Amudim. Zvi Gluck and David Kushner and their team are there to help every Jew, no matter what, no matter where they come from. I'm honored to be a friend of Amudim.
Hi, my name is Debaira Hellman, Nizax, and I'm the founder of Avas Chesed USA and an expediter at Chaya Medical Resource. During COVID, we had so many crises with patients that needed to travel in so many last-minute scenarios, and David Kushner and Rabbi Zvi Gluck were instrumental in making magic happen, literally, and opening boundaries and opening locked doors that no one was able to open. And we have so much Hakaras Hatov, and the patients have so much Hakaras Hatov. Levayas, emergency transplants, emergency transfers, Israel, America, England. Our gratitude and their gratitude knows no bounds. So thank you.
You almost can't have a conversation anymore today without somebody talking about the horrors that are facing Klal Yisrael in our community that we used to think we're immune from. And every single conversation you have with anybody of substance, it's going to come up. Horrific stories about abuse, about trauma, about addictions. And everyone has the same feeling about it, that there must be somebody who's dealing with it. There's got to be somebody. There are people out there who deal with it. Who are those people? You know, you have these meetings around them, they say we have to call the people that deal with it. Who are those people? Who are the ones that deal with it? And what's scary to me is that there's an organization called Amudim. And what they do all over the world, you're talking about investing millions and millions of dollars in research, creating programs, in creating awareness, treatment plans, treatment centers. The things they're doing is incredible. And so many people, when they hear of it, they're like, oh, those are for those people, or that's for that situation. They are the ones that are doing the malachta nasas hayedei acherim. They're the ones that are doing the work that really every one of us should be doing. Everyone else has to be doing. We have to be involved, but we can't. We can't. The tsuris that is going on, the level of crisis and trauma and abuse and addiction is so blown out of proportion. It's not blown out of proportion and spoken about. It's just ridiculous how large of a problem it has become. And they are the ones that are there in the forefront dealing with it. And anyone that has the ability to help them, you owe it. You owe it to them to help them. Because really we should all be doing their work. They're doing it for us. They're doing the uncomfortable work that we don't want to do. They're dealing with the cases that we don't want to deal with or we can't deal with. And anyone who helps them, anyone that actually rolls up their sleeves to help them, HaKadosh Baruch Hu Yishalem Tzchochem, not just for what they do for others, but what you should be doing yourself.
My name is Avi Feinstein, and I just want to say that I am in awe of the wonderful work that Amudim does and how they handle everything that they do with such incredible sensitivity. It's the number one call for many people who are facing crises, and I urge anyone who can support them to do so at this time. Thank you.
Imagine if you had a family member that was in a faraway city, in a faraway country, I don't know, in Norway somewhere, and they had a tremendous amount of health and emotional problems, and they were all alone, and then suddenly somebody came and helped them. How much hakaras hatov would you have for those people? The Rebbeinu Shalom sent some neshamas down to this world that have terrible, terrible problems. And Amudim is the organization that loves them and cares about them and makes them whole again. So I just want to say, from my own perspective, supporting Amudim is something that makes Hashem happy and brings great healing to the world, and something that will bring Mashiach.
I would like to thank Amudim for being an organization that has filled some gaps in the Jewish community where previously, if people had troubles in various areas, there was no address, there was no phone number to call, there was no people that could help. People had to suffer in silence. And today, Baruch Hashem, we have this organization that covers all sorts of areas, from mental health to travel, to assist people in every which way. And for that reason, I think Amudim deserves that support in every way that we could help.
The impact Amudim has on people is both personal and global. Amudim stands to instill hope, recognizes the survivor and the victim, and it helps empower people through their journey of healing and growth. Amudim gives people a chance at living. Amudim also brings tremendous awareness regarding the most important and yet least talked about topics in our community. Whether it be sexual abuse, addiction, or mental health, Amudim does not shy away when it comes to the most difficult situations that no one really ever imagines being in. Amudim gives people a chance at living life. Thank you, Amudim, for all that you do.
Hi, Zalmi Cohn here. We're living in unprecedented times where organizations such as Amudim is stepping forward and helping so many of us here in South Florida and all over the world. I call upon you to step up, step forward to help us in this much needed campaign. Thank you.
Hi, this is Chaskel Bennett, and I'm reaching out to you on behalf of the great organization Amudim, led by my dear friend, Rabbi Tzvi Gluck. We all know we're living in unprecedented times. Unprecedented times calls for unprecedented action. Through thick and thin, through the highs and the lows of life, certain organizations really step forward and are there for everyone. Amudim has established itself as one of those organizations. They're embarking on their annual fundraising campaign. Times are so tough, but the need for Amudim has never been more important. Please, as they step forward, we must step forward too. Reach deep down and help support Amudim as they continue their incredible, tireless, really below the radar work. So many people, hundreds and hundreds, are being helped by the counselors, by the professionals, and by the tremendous heart of those who run and work for Amudim. Amudim is there for us. Let's be there for them. Thanks.
I would like to say that Amudim has helped our community, our Chabad house. Specifically, there was a Russian woman whose mother passed away in Israel a year ago, and there was no way for her as the only daughter to go to Israel. But when I called you, you were there. You were busy with this for hours and hours and hours to get all the papers, make sure everything worked so she could be in Israel for the Levaya. I can't even imagine that this was only one story and one thing you did, how many hundreds and hundreds and thousands of things you do to help the Jewish community, to help the Yiddish people, So big hashakayach, and the Eibusha should repay you. That Mr. Shem, all of you are involved with Shavat Rabba Mefloga. Thank you very, very much.
Why I feel Amudim plays an integral part in our community. Amudim has filled a gap within the Jewish community that was lacking for years. Taboo topics to our community such as sexual abuse, substance abuse, and suicide, with often the suicide resulting from not having anywhere to go to deal with being abused, or substance abuse that was never dealt with either due to shame or the community as a whole not being educated. Amudim has tackled these issues from many different angles, such as in-servicing the school system on abuse and what signs to look out for. Yearly dramatical videos released to the public with various dramatization of the issues at hand, and each and every one of them had a powerful influence to make the person watching understand the issue and how to deal with it should they face it themselves. They offer various therapies from counseling to drug and alcohol rehabilitation. In addition, they are a distribution center for Narcan to help combat overdose in an emergency setting. Because of Amudim, parents now have the material and education they need in order to discuss important issues with their children about abuse, drugs, and alcohol. I couldn't imagine how bad the statistics they would post weekly if Amudim didn't exist. Klal Yisrael owes them a debt of gratitude for all that they do. So thank you to all the people involved at Amudim.
Hi, this is Pesach Friedman from Chaim V'Chesed in Yerushalayim, Israel. Someone recently asked me in an interview, what's it like living in these unprecedented times? And I told him, I'd prefer to be living in precedented times. But we don't get to make that choice. And over the past few months, we've been fortunate to help thousands during this crisis with issues, governmental issues, bureaucratic issues, and unfortunately deaths and tragedies and the like. And I can tell you that we would not be able to do what we do without the constant, almost daily support of Amudim. They support us. They give us the ability to do what we have to do. You've got to support them.
I would like to say a few special words about Amudim, an essential organization in our community. It has brought a lot of healing to many people in pain. Under the leadership of Rabbi Tzvi Gluck, who's been a tremendous man of chesed for the Jewish community for many, many years. And my special friend, David Kushner. We did some work out in Houston after Hurricane Harvey. We were chasing sparks, as we called it. Amudim really is an organization that you can support fully and know that you're literally saving lives with the money you donate to them. Amudim, you should go from strength to strength. Continue to do good things. Amen. Kenny, that's on.
Hello, my name is Daniel Braum. I'm the director of LA Shmira, the local Shomrim organization. Amudim is a unbelievable organization and valuable to the community. We should all support Amudim, and we really appreciate the support that Amudim gives us.
Okay, for the past over 20 years, being in this field, we always had the biggest problem of where is there a central place where every single person could go and get the help they need. That doesn't mean that that place offers all the help. That just means one central place that can literally deal with every situation with love and care and be able to send them to where they need to go and help them along the way as they go. Amudim personifies this. They did an incredible job doing something that I thought may have been impossible, of literally being able to help every single Jew that I've ever sent. So many times people call me and I don't know what to do with them, and I'm able to just say, call Amudim, and I'm proud to be a good friend of Amudim.